Muy buenos días, feliz lunes a todos ustedes. Oigan, el famoso rug pull del mercado anda por aquí. Esto está jugando literalmente como habíamos platicado el domingo y ahorita les voy a platicar exactamente qué estoy hablando porque esto puede ser rápido. Estábamos justamente en Discord, Alex había hecho un post que fue justamente lo que habíamos platicado nosotros y es, nos tiran, por ejemplo, Bitcoin, tienes que esperarte todos los criptos, los ves bajar. Cuando ves bajar todos los criptos el fin de semana, la gente se espanta porque no puede salirse de las acciones, pero la idea es, tienes que darle un rebote, hacer que el lunes la gente no venda las acciones, que se sienta cómoda para después cogerte los parados. Porque la pregunta que les tengo a todos ustedes antes de empezar esto es, ya abrieron, porque esto todavía no ocurre, etcétera, ¿no? Pero el viernes te vendieron la idea, como si esto importara. Esto no importa, pero bueno, tengo que jugar el juego estúpido de las noticias y las narrativas para ustedes. El viernes, abrieron el estrecho. Todos los problemas del mundo se solucionaron. ¿Qué otra buena noticia puede venir? Acuérdense que el viernes ya teníamos paz, el estrecho abierto, todo. ¿Qué otra buena noticia puede venir? Vientos. Excelente. Bienvenidos a este episodio del Casino de tu Tío Salo. Vamos a darle con absolutamente todo, analizar la bolsa y también Bitcoin y otras criptos, probablemente tu cripto favorita. Ahorita con todos los miembros del Trading Academy, por supuesto. Pero antes, tengo que contar varias cosas. Hay bastantes cosas muy chistosas. Uno, hoy es 4/20, ¿no? Que es día para todos los marihuanos como tu tío Salo, un gran día. Dejé de fumar marihuana hace 2 semanas y cacho. Y lo hice simplemente porque se me acabó cuando fui a Palm Springs y dije, ¿sabes qué? Me voy a tomar un break. La manera que te sientes después de dejarlo, y tuve que hasta buscar videos y hablar con gente de esto, literalmente es una de las cosas más horribles de dejar. Dejé de tomar alcohol y no es que era un alcohólico de mierda, ¿no? O sea, el fin de semana me tomé una copita de vino con Pato y con Brett, con toda la familia, ¿no? Y también ayer me chingué una de esas bebidas en la pista de Indy. Nada, o sea, no tengo un pedo de, no lo puedo tomar, ¿no? Pero no o sea, toda la semana, ni ahí pasan 2 semanas, a veces un mes, no tomo. Dejar el alcohol fue nada. Literal, nada, 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 damas y caballeros. He dejado de fumar cigarros. Dejar de fumar cigarros no es nada. Dejar de fumar marihuana, eso lo peor. Y dije, güey, no puede ser que esto sea tan cabrón, o sea, esta madre no hace nada. Tu cuerpo está hecho una mierda, mi cuerpo está hecho una mierda, estás cansado, no te da energía, no puedes dormir y por más destruido que estés, así de que no te puedes ni arrastrar, no puedes dormir. Es una mierda y dirán muchos, ¿por qué no te tomas tantito magnesio o ashwagandha? Güey, nada ayuda, no te puedes dormir. No puedes, no importa qué tan cansado estés, es una locura lo que te hace. A la verga con eso, nunca más en mi puta vida lo vuelvo a hacer. Estuvo chido, me la pasé poca madre, ¿no? Pásenselo ustedes de huevos. Nunca en mi puta vida lo vuelvo a hacer. Esto es lo peor que he tenido como experiencia en mi vida. Y sobre todo algo que ni siquiera hacía tanto por mí, ¿no? El mínimo el chupe te pone loco. Esto era como de, estás chileando y ya. Nel, gracias, paso. Otra cosa. El día de hoy esto muchos de ustedes van a creer que es mis hipeadas, pero no lo es, ¿ok? Se los prometo. Tenemos, para todos los que siguen un poco la astrología, yo ahora sí de astrología no sé nada, simplemente me gusta poner atención cuando estas cosas pasan, ¿no? Pero tenemos una tremenda alineación planetaria donde Marte, la Tierra, creo que es Venus y creo Júpiter, si no estoy perdido, o Saturno, están todos así puestos en línea con el mismo tipo de ángulo de su axis, no sé cómo se dice en español, de su eje. Y el sol hace unos días escupió como niño de 15 años en la cara, bueno, en sus cuadernos, porque ese güey todavía no está haciéndolo en la cara de nadie. Ha estado teniendo esas erupciones donde saca la corona, es que me lo sé en inglés, pero no en español, que saca todo el puto sol, ¿no? La verga que explota. Y esas madres están llegando a nosotros entre ayer en la noche, hoy todo el día y mañana. ¿Qué pasa cuando tienes este tipo de actividad? Ahora no es para espantarlos, solamente para que sepan, para que no se preocupen. Lo que ocurre es temblores, volcanes podrían también hacer erupción, las torres de teléfonos y energía pueden ser disruptidos. Nada más. No es el fin del mundo, no está llegando algo que te va, no es Terminator, ¿no? Que está acabando con todos. Solamente para que sepan, porque ahorita hubo un terremoto, es un terremoto en Japón de 7.4 y vino un tsunami leve. No fue la cosa que nos tocó cuando lo vimos que fue el 2012. Fue 2012 o 2009, un pedo así, que estuvo cabrón. No fue eso, pero pues la Tierra se va a mover estos días y es bastante normal simplemente por cómo estamos parados, el sol aventándonos cosas en la cara. Es lo que es gravedad, en todos lados es un poco diferente y eso genera todas estas cosas. Solamente para que no te espantes y empieces a ver un poco más de esto, es parte de en donde vives, cabrón. Punto. Eso era una cosa. ¿Qué más? ¿Qué más? ¿Qué más? Nada más, básicamente es eso. Y les quería decir, ok, de lo que está pasando básicamente económicamente hablando. Recuerden, nos vendieron a todos, y esto fue lo que dijimos el viernes, solamente para que sepan dónde estamos parados. Les vendieron la gran noticia. Fue el fin de la guerra, fue el mejor momento del mundo porque se acabó lo del estrecho, el problema de energía no va a ocurrir. ¿Por qué hacen esto? ¿Por qué hacen esto? Porque la gente se rehúsa a ver la verdad. Esto es algo de lo más divertido del ser humano. El ser humano tiene que vivir en alguna narrativa. Y normalmente lo que quieres hacer es tomar control sobre tu propia narrativa. Pero ¿saben qué es más fácil? Que nos digan cuál es nuestra narrativa. Y todos como pendejos lo vamos a hacer. Siempre vamos a ir detrás de ideologías, detrás de una narrativa, detrás de una bandera, detrás de una religión, detrás de todo lo que nos dicen. Todas estas son ideas implantadas en nosotros. ¿Ok? Todo esto es ideas plantadas en nosotros. Para la gente que sigue las narrativas, el mercado es imposible de leer. Imposible, porque, güey, imagínate, estás ante alguien que puede mandar un tweet y cambiar todo, según tú, ¿no? Porque puta madre, no aprendes nada. Entonces, para ti, y todos los macroeconomistas, la incertidumbre está en altos históricos. Pero para nosotros, cabrones, sabíamos que el petróleo iba a dar un retroceso antes de seguir continuando a la alza. ¿Por qué? Porque simplemente análisis técnico nos permite decir esto es lo que va a ocurrir después de verlo y ver la reacción de todo el mundo. Es bastante fácil, honestamente, y es muy divertido. A este punto es muy divertido ya jugar a esto porque te das cuenta, ¿no? Lo fácil que es mover al dormido y lo único que tienes que hacer y estás tradeando contra el dormido, que es lo más divertido de todo. Entonces me van a decir, a ver, güey, entonces, ¿qué hiciste? Me metí en corto en Bitcoin como se los di el viernes. Esperé. Ayer les dije cuando Bitcoin estaba hasta abajo. ¿Por qué les digo esto? Entraron conmigo, van a vender su corto o no. Para que alguien de ustedes tenga la idea, sabes que yo me voy a salir, me voy a quedar, voy a hacer esto de acuerdo al plan. Cada uno tenga de ustedes su plan. No quiero que hagan lo que yo. Quiero que ustedes despierten y se muevan por sí mismos. Lo que yo hice no fue cerrar mi corto, porque les dije, si hacemos este corto con poco apalancamiento, lo que podemos hacer es literalmente llevárnoslo hasta abajo. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que hice? Abrí un long y en este momento está bastante positivo después, justamente cuando les mandé el tweet el día de ayer, abrí mi long, ¿no? Estoy contento con mis dos posiciones. Las dos están en verde porque mi corto está más arriba y mi long está más abajo. Entonces estoy contento. Ahorita lo único que estoy esperando es euforia, un poco más de euforia, que la gente diga, esto nunca va a caer. Y ahí es donde se los va a llevar la verga. ¿Y por qué diría que se los va a llevar la verga? Porque literalmente estamos siguiendo el ciclo de todo. No sé si se han dado cuenta, pero la Tierra rota en su propio eje. Cuando la Tierra rota en su propio eje, también al mismo tiempo rota alrededor del Sol, ¿no? Y hace lo mismo. Cuando nuestro sistema solar parece que está parado, pero no, está rotando. ¿En dónde? En la galaxia. Y nuestra galaxia también está rotando. ¿Ok? ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Güey, para entender la realidad todo es simplemente lo mismo una y otra vez presentado de diferentes formas. Si puedes crecer, evolucionar tu pensamiento, vas a poder llegar al siguiente nivel. Para mucha gente el siguiente nivel es arriba, pero en realidad en el tiempo es para abajo. Es muy extraño. ¿Cuándo te das cuenta? Ahorita pues es lo que es. Entonces, lo único que está pasando es fin de ciclo. Fin de ciclo. No tienes que entender más. Los tíos encargados de todo, al fin de todo esto lo que hacen es, le dan dinero a la gente, a todos ustedes, ¿no? Al principio de un ciclo grande, de 16 años, llamémoslo, o de 8 años, les dan dinero. Ustedes se gastan, y ellos saben, estos idiotas se van a gastar todo su dinero en nuestras empresas. Lo hacemos. Nos gastamos todo nuestro dinero en sus empresas. La gente que tiene miles de millones de dólares va de tener 20 mil millones de dólares a tener 800 mil millones de dólares. ¿Ok? Eso ya pasó, ya le dimos nuestro dinero. Y cuando todos estamos de, güey, esto está poca madre, empiezan a quitarnos dinero. ¿Cómo? Empiezan a quitarte todos los privilegios que te dieron, como no pagar renta, no pagar tu coche, no pagar tu tarjeta de crédito, no pagar tu préstamo estudiantil, no pagar tu hipoteca, absolutamente no pagar nada. Y te los empiezan a quitar, te los empiezan a quitar, te los empiezan a quitar. Después de eso, ya que tienes precios altos y te quitan eso y te empiezan a hacer pagar, te demandan los bancos porque no le has pagado tu tarjeta de crédito y empiezan a cortar básicamente extensión de crédito. Empiezan a decirte, ya no te voy a dar este crédito. Si hay gente que tiene la habilidad de tener una línea de crédito revolvente en un banco, lo que hacen es, güey, ¿sabes qué? Vamos a bajarle la cantidad o vamos a quitarte esto, ¿no? Sin eso no te afecta tanto. Y la gente que quiere nuevas cosas van a empezar a quitarles esto. A fin de todos estos ciclos, todo ocurre en la misma forma. Lo único que hacen ahorita es aumentan el precio de la energía ellos, ¿no? Y lo que hacen con el aumento del precio de energía es a la gente que le queda tantito dinero, ya lo tienes así bien ahorcada, le tapas la boca y la nariz para que ya se mueran. Ese proceso toma tiempo. Por eso es estúpido. Tienes que ser un dormido, ciego, retrasado mental, que no tiene ojos ni oídos, para no ver esto una y otra vez. Es idéntico. Entonces lo que hacen, te cuentan unos cuentos de poca madre, de que hay un estrechito y con eso el precio del petróleo, lo único que nunca habías escuchado en tu puta vida, ¿no? Del estrecho de Hormuz. Nunca habías escuchado del estrecho de Hormuz en tu puta vida, pero ahora es la cosa más importante. Y lo abren y lo cierran, y lo abren y lo cierran. Estados Unidos se puede reventar una bomba en Irán y mandarlos a todos a la verga. Y van a decir ustedes, no, pero todo el mundo se pondría en contra de Estados Unidos. Estados Unidos puede mandarle una bomba a todo el mundo y acabarlos, ¿no? Lo que están haciendo públicamente, este show de estupidez, es para literalmente los tontos. Y este fin de semana que tuve el placer de ir a la pista a ver a Pato correr, te das cuenta de lo estúpida que es la sociedad ya. Aquí ya llegamos al límite. La pendejez está más allá de todo. Gente en sus teléfonos clavados, es todo lo que están haciendo como robots. Todos, en vez de disfrutar la carrera, están viendo dónde pueden hacer un post, qué pueden hacer con su teléfono para grabarse un bailecito pendejo. Se acabó. O sea, literalmente la sociedad se ha vuelto más pendeja que nunca y la ironía es con la mayor cantidad de información disponible, ¿no? Que es difícil de creer. Porque todos creemos, güey, mientras más información tenemos, más inteligentes somos. No, más confundidos están porque estás siguiendo estas narrativas pendejas e idiotas, ¿no? Tema favorito de todos güey, imagínate ser un analista de mercado, ¿no? Manejaste un fondo gigantesco de dinero en tu vida y te trae Donald Trump o las noticias diciendo, no, es que ahora abren el estrecho y luego lo cierran y luego lo abren. Y tienes que reportar eso. ¿Qué pendejo eres? Y lo más cabrón es toda la gente que te está viendo es aún más pendeja que tú viéndote. O sea, decir estas cosas. La energía se va a quedar arriba, el precio del petróleo se va a quedar arriba por dos cosas. Fin de ciclo y recuerden, tenemos de verdad una crisis energética, no de petróleo, energética en el mundo. Todo, hasta el consolador de tu tía Mari se tiene que conectar para cargar. Antes tu tía Mari se dedeaba hasta que se rompieran las uñas y ahora tiene que comprar este consolador 2400 que se carga cada 2 horas y hace pi, 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 cuando se le está acabando la batería a tu tía Mari que se está dando una de estas. Güey, todo se conecta, tu coche, el consolador de la tía Mari, tu cepillo de dientes, tus audífonos, cabrón, todo está conectado a la luz y no han cambiado la forma en la que la luz pasa por todos lados y la recibes. ¿Qué creían que iba a pasar? ¿No? A cierto punto lo tienes que corregir, por eso les hubiera recomendado que hubieran invertido en biosol, pero bueno, ahí cada quien. Esto es lo que está pasando, es una. Y dos, la ejecución de fin de ciclo para ahorcar a todos ustedes. ¿Por qué cuando pasa esto, 2022, nos dicen la guerra de Putin y Putin es el que está creando la inflación y está haciendo todo esto. ¿Por qué en el 2008 también nos aventaron? No sé si se acuerdan por qué en el 2008 el precio del petróleo subió. Era un país chiquitito en el Medio Oriente que se llamaba Irán. Nadie se acuerda de estas mamadas. Nadie. Tal vez porque no habías nacido, tal vez porque estabas chiquito. Pero te digo, gente de mi edad o más grande, igual se lo pasa por los huevos, güey, porque la televisión les están diciendo que el estrecho de Hormuz está cerrado y ese es el pedo más grande del mundo. A ver, si nuestros gobiernos no pueden controlar un pequeño estrecho con pinches 3 bandoleros pendejos con la cantidad de dinero que se gastan en militar, deberíamos todos de pararnos y matarlos a todos ellos por ser pinche bola de incompetentes pendejos. Literalmente solamente necesitamos a 25 cabrones para derrocar un gobierno. ¿Crees que eso es real? A la verga si crees que eso es real en este momento. No, les pregunté ayer, esto me dio mucho gusto. Si todavía creen lo de el estrecho de Hormuz de verdad o no, y se están divirtiendo pasándola mal, si es que todavía lo siguen. Y todos pueden, no, güey, ya lo vi, ya cuando ves un truco de magia, pues ya te saca. Y lo divertido es ver a la gente volverse loca, ¿no? Y pues pinche gente volviéndose loca con esto. O sea, la incertidumbre del mercado, brother, ¿no? Hay mucha incertidumbre en la bolsa. Una vez más, llévenme a la era donde el mercado solamente dijo que iba a subir. Los voy a repetir por si esta es la primera vez que estás viendo esto. En el 2023, cuando Bitcoin, el S&P 500, el Nasdaq y todo tocó fondo, perdón, en el 2022, fue octubre del 2022, ante la noticia de que nos íbamos a una guerra nuclear con Rusia. Entonces yo me imagino que la guerra nuclear con Rusia le estaba dando la certidumbre de que la bolsa iba a subir, ¿no? No, ok. Y luego, 3, 4 meses después, en marzo del 2023, los bancos iban a quebrar. Los bancos iban a quebrar. Y tuvieron que abrir, la Reserva Federal abrió la ventana del FDIC de liquidez, no sé qué chingados en tus pantalones, la única liquidez que hay, ¿no? Y tenías la guerra nuclear con Rusia a punto de pasar y después los bancos. Y la bolsa subió. Y no, eso no fue suficiente, no te preocupes. Israel le acabamos de dar miles de millones de dólares en octubre para que pueda destruir a todo quien se le hinche los huevos, ¿no? Porque los atacaron. Todo esto. Y la bolsa siguió subiendo. ¿Dónde está la certidumbre? Y luego entra Donald Trump y todos ustedes me cuentan que la bolsa nunca más puede volver a bajar, porque Donald Trump lo único que le importa es la bolsa. ¿Quién te dijo eso? ¿Las noticias? ¿Tu pendejo favorito en redes sociales? Y adivina qué fue lo primero que pasó cuando Donald Trump se volvió presidente. Todo se fue a la verga, la caída. Pero tú le dijiste la caída de los aranceles, ¿te acuerdas? Y en medio de la caída de los aranceles, Donald Trump nos dijo que iba a haber una recesión hermosa. Y ahí fue cuando compramos. ¿Por qué? Porque digo, güey, no mames, ¿no? No puede ser tan obvio. Díganme en todo esto, ¿dónde está la certidumbre? Y una vez más, gente que camina con sus portafolitos, se pone sus lentecitos y te habla muy educadamente para espantarte con música. La incertidumbre. Tienes que ser un puto animal para pensar que literalmente existe cierta cosa como la certidumbre en inversiones. Literalmente, alguien fírmeme entonces, ¿dónde está el papel que me garantiza cuánto dinero puedo hacer en buenos tiempos de certidumbre? ¿Quién lo va a hacer? ¿Quién me va a dar ese ofertón? Dios, todo este ruido, todo este ruido está diseñado, uno, para que literalmente los gobiernos, la gente en poder, no puede mantenernos en poder a la fuerza. Si ellos salieran y dijeran, ustedes son nuestros pinches gatos esclavos de mierda y lo que tenemos son cohetes y todo esto, toda la gente se pararía en armas y los derrocaríamos porque son 1,000 pendejos contra 8,000 millones. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que hacen para poder controlar a todos? Esto. Les cuentan historias pendejísimas, los tienen súper ocupados analizando cosas que no existen. Los educaron para que crean todas estas estupideces Y mientras más grande tu diploma, más grande el pendejo. Porque más fácil es para ti caer en ese círculo vicioso de estupidez que no existe. Y se los digo de corazón, lo único que quiero es que no caigan en estas estupideces, vivan amargados por las noticias, se peleen con tus amigos. Nada de esto importa, literalmente, no existen ni siquiera los lados políticos, son los mismos güeyes. O sea, tienes que ser un puto animal para no entenderlo. Te vas a pelear por alguien que no conoces, por una idea que ni siquiera es tuya. A eso se dedican estos güeyes y lo hacen genial. Genial. Porque el sistema tiene, o sea, capas y capas y capas, güey. Llegas a la capa más perra de todas, ¿no? Donde la mentira empieza desde que te meten a la escuela hasta que acabas la escuela, estudias tu puto de posgrado y grado de tu puta madre y no sé qué otro grado y luego te avientas otro grado y luego un grado más, ¿no? De todo esto. Qué chingón. Mientras más aprendiste de eso, más te metieron en la cajita y no puedes pensar afuera. Y ahora te aventaste todos esos años en la escuela, ¿para qué? Para que te digan que Donald Trump con un tweet puede cambiar todo. Esto es una reflexión que tienes que hacer sobre tu vida, cabrón. Y no lo digo porque no te quiero insultar, quiero que te despiertes. Así quiero, estoy intentando sacudirte y la neta va a ser imposible. Imposible, porque lo tienes que sentir. Y si no lo sientes hoy, vas a seguir de pendejo con todas estas estupideces. Solamente existe una certidumbre en esta vida y es que te vas a morir. Es la única. La única. Y ahorita que te están diciendo, oh, es que ahora los humanos no se van a morir, vas a ver que sí. Vas a ver que sí. No te preocupes por nada de eso. Deja de pensar en estupideces. Lo único que importa, ¿quieres hacer dinero de verdad en la bolsa? Solamente tienes que entender qué es lo que le están diciendo estos tontos para que crean. Y cuando digo tontos es la gente con los diplomas, la gente que comparte las noticias, la gente que comparte. ¿Crees que se acabó mainstream media y las noticias ya no tienen poder porque ahora los que tienen poder son la gente de redes sociales? Son hipnotizados por las noticias. Son los corderitos de las noticias. Son los evangelistas de los noticieros. Es por eso que todo idiota que lee las noticias pues, tiene buenas vistas. ¿Qué tan difícil es poner, este es el fin de Europa, se aproxima, la CBDC? ¿Dónde está la moneda del Fed Now? ¿Alguien la ha visto? Pero venían las CBDCs, venían las, güey, nos iban a abrochar. Ahí están las monedas estables y como pendejos todos. ¿De qué se trata cripto? Y lo importante es poder ver esto sin narrativas. ¿De qué se trata cripto? De darnos dinero que es el más rastreable de todo el puto mundo. Es todo. Por eso Estados Unidos quiere convertirse en la capital de cripto, no para que tu monedita pendeja se vuelva la número uno del mundo, idiota. Y eso te lo dan porque eres tan imbécil, tan vacío, tan engañado, que no te puedes dar cuenta que lo están haciendo por el dólar. Y tú crees que tu monedita es la salvación de todo el sistema y vas a estar afuera del sistema. Hay un güey que me escribió, yo transacciono en Bitcoin todos los días. Y déjame decirte, me encanta estar fuera del sistema. Nunca tengo que hacerlo. ¿Cómo metiste el dinero a Bitcoin, imbécil? Por puta madre. ¿No? O sea, no seas pendejo, por el amor de Dios. Son niveles sobre niveles y capas de estupideces con ideologías pendejas. A través de la avaricia te metieron cripto en el culo. Se los digo porque yo era de los dormiditos que cayeron en todo ello. Me metieron cripto en el culo y te siguen haciendo pensar que es tu salvación. Siguen todos con su banderita de Bitcoin. Oh, es que Bitcoin, yo soy un Bitcoiner. Como soy Bitcoiner, tomo el sol, como bien, soy Bitcoiner, güey, la tengo enorme. ¿Qué te puedo decir? Mi IQ elevadísimo. El profesor Yang que piensa por sí mismo en todas estas ideas, ese güey que sabe, ese güey es un pendejo porque yo soy un Bitcoiner. Yo transacciono fuera del sistema metiendo mi dinero a través del sistema y sacándolo a través del sistema también. Pero yo soy un Bitcoiner, es independiente, brother, es súper, súper potente. Y luego, mi monedita es la que va a ser la base del sistema monetario. Sí, es el nuevo sistema monetario, brother. No lo he escuchado, está fuera del sistema. Sí, mi nuevo... O sea, güey. Todo lo que es, dieron todo eso, todas esas historias como el idiota que está pensando que el estrecho de Hormuz se abre y se cierra por un tweet, ¿no? Te metieron todas esas historias para que no sepas la realidad. Tenías todo con el dinero en efectivo, todo, y te lo quitaron, pendejo, por tu puta avaricia, porque quieres que tu monedita valga más. Y lo más chingón de todo, todos tus bitcoiners pendejos de mierda no se han dado cuenta que en los últimos 4 años cualquier cosa te paga mejor que Bitcoin. No, pero es que Bitcoin nos mantiene soberanos de la devaluación. Compra Tesla, compra Rivian, compra Oclo, compra lo que sea, güey. Es lo mismo. Es lo mismo. No mames. Entonces, ¿dónde viene el gran follón? Viene ahorita. Viene ahorita. La idea fue, aguántalos el fin de semana. Este es un rebote técnico de cripto. Vengan, vengan, caigan, métanse al mercado. Esto nunca va a caer. Nunca va a caer. ¿No? Y ahí viene el puto gran follón que va a pasar ¡pup! Rapidón esta vez. Ya están ahí. Díganme qué otra noticia buena les pueden vender que sea mejor, que ya tenían paz el viernes y ya tenían el estrecho de Hormuz abierto. El precio de la energía se desplomó. Díganme qué otra buena noticia les pueden dar. Que bajaron los extraterrestres a salvarlos y les van a dar otra moneda digital, una nueva que está más fuera del sistema todavía. No mamen. O sea, ya se les acabaron las buenas noticias. Ahorita la idea es, mete a la última gente que no vendan lo que compraron el viernes, etcétera, que se confíen y vámonos. Me gustaría decir que va a ser hoy, es lo que yo estaría pensando, ¿no? Que a fin de cuentas hoy sea el día donde se los abrochen para el siguiente nivel para abajo y lo hagan lentamente, ¿eh? Ese es lo que yo haría si fuera el encargado del mercado, de la bolsa. Porque una vez más, lo único que está arriba es el S&P 500 y solamente con eso y con otros 2 índices que estén arriba, todo retrasado mental, es que el mercado es muy alcista cuando todo está 60, 70%, 80, 90% abajo. Güey, tienes que respetar el juego de estos cabrones. Tienes que respetarlo. Porque a toda la gente con sus grandes diplomas las traen como foquitas aplaudiendo. No mames, putos cracks, cracks. Vámonos a analizar básicamente las tablas y aquí lo que les quiero enseñar es esto. No es mi nepe, no se preocupen, no va a haber no va a haber un enseñamiento de mi nepe, pero aquí lo tienen para los que lo duden, cabrones. Teníamos el petróleo va a venir a mi zona por acá, ¿no? Y les había dicho, me gusta mucho lo que estamos viendo, es un 20 fin de semana súper alcista, sigo con el plan original como lo dibujé. Quiero que entiendan esto. Mi gráfico del petróleo que está acá, un segundo. ¿Cuánto tiempo he tenido este dibujo? Y déjenme quito el HPDR para que puedan ver bien a lo que me refiero. Aquí está la zona de entrada. Esta entrada a mí, que llegó a 79, me falló por $1 para poner mi posición. $1. Pero hay varios de ustedes que son un poco más atrevidos que yo y se rifaron y entraron. Y ahorita están arriba. Si ustedes creen que es el fin del petróleo y el petróleo se va a ir para abajo en este momento, no. Una vez más, solamente tiene una función en este momento. La única función que tiene el petróleo en este momento es mantener la idea de que está caro, la energía alta, para que ya el fin de toda la liquidez que te queda en los pantalones se vaya. Toda. Y te ahorquen chido a la gente que no tiene dinero. Por eso sabíamos desde el principio, cuando todo estaba acá, que iba a venir para acá con 70% de certeza. ¿Pasó sí o no? Soy un genio que puede predecir el futuro. Ustedes saben lo pendejo que soy, me lo recuerdan diario, todos los días, todos los días. Una de las personas más idiotas que vas a conocer en tu vida. Y yo sé esto, sin ningún diploma, apenas y acabé la preparatoria, apenas. Honestamente no la acabé, nunca pasé anatomía, nunca me debieron de haber dado el diploma. Pero una vez más, ¿de qué sirven esos diplomas? ¿No? Entonces no es algo fuera de lo común. Entonces los voy a regresar para acá. Tristemente no pude tener mis entradas desde los 78 a los 72. Se me fue, tristemente, pero hay varios de ustedes que sí. Y ahora, si algunos de ustedes, guerreros, entraron, felicidades. Por favor, no se peleen con el ciclo. Literalmente las noticias son para que te pelees con el ciclo. Es todo para que no entiendas que lo mismo que pasa una y otra vez se repite. ¿Por qué creen que la gente que vive en Bitcoin, que son Bitcoiners que se asolean, que viven muy bien, porque están fuera del sistema, brother? Esa gente tan inteligente cae en la misma mamada cada 4 años. La misma cosa pasa. ¿Por qué la gente se equivoca? porque las noticias están diseñadas para eso, literalmente. Entonces, pues, dejen de ver las noticias, es mi gran recomendación. Aquí en el Discord, que por cierto, este es el único Discord en el que estoy, que es el de Elite Trading Academy. Les estoy dejando la descripción aquí en la parte de abajo del video para que lo encuentren. Es completamente gratis para todos ustedes. También, Alex, estábamos platicando ayer con todos ustedes. Estaba platicando Alex con ustedes, les dejo esto, que vamos a tener un retesteo alcista, van a meter a toda la gente y una vez que las metan, pito para abajo, pito para abajo. Vamos a ver cuánto tiempo toca, yo creo que 1 hora, 2 horas, yo esperaría que fuera hoy, porque una vez más, ¿qué noticia te pueden dar que sea ya más alcista que esta? Yo sé que te están vendiendo, vean las pendejadas también que les están vendiendo en este momento. Tengo que decirlo. Este güey es uno de los promotores de desinformación más grande del mundo. Bueno, no, de información, que es desinformación. Strategy compra otros bitcoins. Luego, la administración de Trump le va a mandar dinero a toda la gente. Y todos ustedes creen que esto va a ocasionar inflación, ¿no? Es todo, porque él le está regresando el dinero de las tarifas. Irán vuelve a abrir el estrecho de Hormuz. ¿Saben qué? Les voy a enseñar esto. Este soy yo viendo a la gorda que se mete en el avión, de que pesa 250 kilogramos, después de que me dijeron que mis maletas estaban muy pesadas. Esto es lo único que vale de las redes sociales, damas y caballeros. Nada más. Si quieren, entonces, caer acá a nuestro Discord, aquí lo tienen. Todo es bastante fácil de usar. Todos los menús están del lado izquierdo. Tienes los análisis de Alex, los análisis de Farhan, los análisis de tu tío Salo, que también les dejé lo de los NFTs. Yo he hecho básicamente hasta el triple de mi lana en esto y no los voy a vender, cabrones. Es mucho más fácil comprar NFTs y saber cuáles van a pompear que sacar tus pendejadas y tener que lidiar con todo el mundo diciéndote que vales verga todos los días. Así que quien los haya comprado y haya vendido, felicidades a todos ustedes. ¿Qué otra inversión hasta ahorita les ha dado en un par de meses el doble o el triple de dinero, dependiendo de cuándo hayan entrado? Nadie. Para lo demás, aquí, cuando Alex escribe, aquí les dejo el criptolingo porque hay muchas cosas que ustedes tal vez no entiendan. Lo tenemos en inglés y también traducido a español para que lo puedan ver. Siempre me pregunto, güey, ¿qué quiere decir esto? Aquí está todo en criptolingo para que puedas entender todo lo que pone el buen Alex por acá. Como pueden ver, usa demasiado de esto, ¿no? De TP, DEMA, rejecting, trampas, I posted this, bla, 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 DEMA. Todas estas cosas son bastante fáciles de saber una vez que entiendes esos términos. Entonces, a mucha gente se le va porque también no hablan inglés nativamente. Simplemente ahí está ese tab. Y para todos los demás degenerados, güey, si quieres aprender a hacer todo lo que estamos haciendo para invertir, y te digo esto, la economía en el futuro, si no te has dado cuenta que no es el futuro, es el presente, la están haciendo todo un gran casino de apuestas. Están haciendo que apuestes en todo. ¿Cuándo van a abrir el estrecho de Hormuz? ¿Cuándo? Todo. Y además lo mejor de todo es que ellos mismos están dando este gran negocio donde ellos controlan las noticias, ¿no? Porque a fin de cuentas no están controlando lo que pasa, controlan las noticias que te dicen lo que pasan y también lo de las apuestas. Son unos putos genios y ahí estás tú de pendejo intentándole ganar, güey. Y lo mejor de todo, te están ellos mismos sacudiendo para que te despiertes. Te están diciendo, güey, ve cómo gana Donald Trump haciendo insider trading, cómo gana todos los amigos de Trump, cómo gana todo el mundo en el gobierno haciendo insider trading. Ellos te lo están diciendo, pendejo. No te está llegando de ningún lado, de una fuerza superior esta información. Ellos te lo están diciendo, como ellos mismos te dieron la lista de Epstein. Ellos mismos son los dueños del casino y ellos te dicen cuándo pasan las cosas y ahí tú vas intentándole a ganar a ellos. Entonces no juegues ese juego pendejo. Es más fácil aprender a invertir, te lo juro por mi vida, sencillo, sin usar apalancamiento, entendiendo las bases de trading. Cuando alguien me dice, el dólar se va a ir al pito porque es el nuevo orden mundial, ¿no? Y el mismo Estados Unidos es el que me está vendiendo que el dólar se va a ir al pito. ¿Qué creen que va a pasar cuando lo veo en soporte técnico? Si quieren aprender eso, caigan al Elite Trading Academy, damas y caballeros, porque aquí tenemos en la parte de hasta arriba, mucha gente dice, no encuentro el curso. En la parte de hasta arriba, pone aquí, ven por el curso. Lo tengo en inglés, pero en español también está. Te puedes meter aquí en precios, en la parte de la izquierda, y aquí pone todo. Tienes todo lo que puedes. El curso está aquí abajo, ¿no? Es el curso de Cero a Trader, cuesta $29, no tienes que pagar millones. Y esto es literalmente como me hubiera encantado a mí poder aprender a tradear desde el principio. Porque una vez que construí las bases que tengo en este momento, gracias a Alex y a Farhan, es donde me pude crecer muchísimo en esto. Ya me salí de todo lo demás. Y esto está pensado para tontos como yo. Donde, güey, ¿qué página es donde me tengo que meter para ver tablas? ¿Dónde abro la cuenta? ¿Qué tipo de cuenta necesito? ¿Qué es una tabla? ¿Qué son velas? ¿Cómo funciona esto? ¿Qué es una tendencia? Todas las cosas más básicas en un video de 1 hora 40 minutos lo tienes acá. Esto, y con esto vas a poder ver los videos que hacemos aquí lunes, miércoles y viernes completamente gratis por 4 horas y vas a poder elevar tu juego. Y ahora, si tienes cualquier pregunta, el jueves pasado tuvimos una clase de 4 horas. Este paquete incluye para que puedas venir a platicar con nosotros en el chat, preguntarnos qué es lo que quieres que analicemos los lunes, miércoles y viernes, y también para entrar a platicar el jueves cuando tenemos clases hay 2 al mes. Y vienes el jueves, nos preguntas lo que no has entendido. No vengas nada más de huevón, no viste el curso y quieres aprender de cero, porque no mames, le vas a hacer perder el tiempo a toda la demás gente que es seria con esto. Ve el curso, ve qué es específicamente lo que no te cuadra y ven y pregúntanos. Y ya de ahí te puedes largar a donde sea, cabrón, a aprender. Y nadie te va a... Yo me gasté $500,000 en cursos y, güey, no entendía lo que decían desde el principio. Esto es para que aprendas eso y puedas ir a donde sea a aprender más si quieres. Yo honestamente no necesité más después de esto, pero bueno. También tenemos alertas de trading, pero les digo, si no sabes lo que estás haciendo, no las compres. Vas a perder dinero. No es como, sigue esto y sale perfectamente. Quien te diga eso te está viendo la cara de pendejo. Si no sabes lo que estás haciendo, no compres esto, porque es muy difícil defender un trade si no sabes lo que estás haciendo. Una vez que sabes, bueno, se convierte en pan comido, pero si no sabes, prefiero que no compres esto a que estés chingando que perdiste todo tu dinero, brother. Así que sin más ni más, empecemos con el casino, damas y caballeros. Good morning, boys. Hey, how you doing? How you doing, boys?
Buenos dias, cabrones.
Yo. Happy Monday.
From Tejas.
Let me tell you something, boys.
Land of freedom.
Let me tell you something. It's 4:20 today. I stopped smoking weed 2 weeks ago. This is the worst thing I've ever done in my life. In my life, you've never been tired to the point where you're falling asleep, but you can't fall asleep. And you don't understand what that does to your brain. I'm not saying that you guys or anyone should quit and whatever, but if I would have known this, I would have never done it. I'm never going back to it. Like, fuck that.
I'm not going to lie. Even if I knew this, I would have probably still did it.
It's a nightmare. No. You don't. No. Dude, I stopped drinking alcohol. I drank alcohol hard. Not like an alcoholic. I still drink. Like, I had a glass of wine when I went to dinner this weekend with my friends and all that stuff. But I used to drink like every night a beer, 2 beers maybe. At some point it was like scotch. Some other point mezcal. Quit alcohol. Didn't even blink. Nothing. I quit smoking cigarettes where everyone's like, oh, it's so hard to quit cigarettes. Nothing. This shit is... And I looked at, because I've been looking it up because it's unbelievable, all the shit that comes up. Apparently, it's way harder to quit this than heroin and everything else because your body's detox is so long and has so many stages. No, thank you. So I'm out, boys. You guys enjoy it, absolutely. I'm jealous that you're still in it.
Tried to quit.
Yeah, no.
At least with the harder drugs, it's more straight to business. 2 weeks out of commission, good. Here, if you smoke and you have a lot of body fat, which you don't, but even still, it could last 2, 3, 4 months, 5 months.
I was going to say, and I was lucky that I was eating right, that I don't have body fat, that I keep working out and all that shit. I was very lucky because right now people have psychotic breakdowns, dude. Like, it's crazy. Crazy.
Your brain is too overloaded by all that dopamine. So you're mega bored.
Because all the shit comes in at once. Your dreams are insane. And again, the fact that you're so tired, because you also hit it's not from not sleeping. You also hit something that makes you extremely tired. And then you add exercise to that sometimes. And then you go out and you want to fall asleep. Like at night, you feel like you're going to die. Like as soon as you touch the bed, you're going to fall like asleep and you just can't. It is like torture, like straight up fucking torture. Huh?
Have you tried melatonin?
Yes. Magnesium, ashwagandha, everything. No matter what you fucking take, you can't fall asleep, dude, because your brain won't allow you. So, like I said, imagine being the most tired you've ever been in your life and saying like, I can't wait to hit the bed. I'm going to pass out. And you just can't. No matter how much melatonin, ashwagandha, magnesium you take. It's
uncomfortable.
Yeah, and that's why the CIA uses sleep deprivation as torture.
oh yeah, no, dude, it's fucked up. Never again for me. I'm too old, boys. Just wanted to say that because it's
I don't
420,
even
fucking
remember
crazy
the
shit.
last time that I went to sleep without any weed, so
Yeah,
probably will be the same.
same. Dude, trust me, same. And I'm way older than you. I've done it for like as long as you've been alive. So fucking crazy. Anyways, Alex, what do you got for us on Bitcoin? I think everything is working out as we had you mentioned on Discord.
Yes. So really, I mean, on this stream too, I wanted to really talk about kind of what's been occurring the last 2 weeks, why we've been moving up, how are things changing? Are we in a bull market again? And should we be actually looking for more upside continuation? Maybe a move back down. That move easily could be bullish. Maybe it's bearish. We'll find out. For me, right, we were looking at the weekly 21. We can really just like keep it simple. Weekly silver cross, right? We throw the 55 on, is what started the move down. Like we got the silver cross, Bitcoin capitulated. Okay, then we've been like fizzling, consolidating, went up to the 9, rejected. That was good. Here you got a cheeky price divergence. This was a perfect trap scenario to start moving up. What you're going to be seeing here is bulls are going to be talking about a weekly uptrend forming here. This would be the perfect trap scenario. You're getting slightly higher lows, maybe a higher high. But what have we learned in this consolidation? Well, really, when you're making maybe an uptrend, maybe a higher high, this is where you, as a bull, need to show up and really defend the levels. Because if you don't, well, that just like this higher high was a massive bull trap, even though you had good consolidation to the upside, even though you held above the weekly EMA 100, and even though you got a reclaim of the weekly EMA 9, this still resulted in over 20% move down from a wick basis, specifically 38%. And during this consolidation, had you just been in the mind of this is bearish, it would have saved you a lot of chop. And you would have been able to catch a pretty nice short, very to the book. Now, we're trading a very predatory asset. These consolidations up, consolidations up lead to price action, putting in these higher lows, these wick highs that take out previous highs. But if the momentum's not sustained, these are just bull traps. So since the bear market began, this has been what's been occurring. Higher high, take out the previous highs, move up. What did we say on stream? Like before, it was, well, if we come up to 76K, we'll obviously be viewing 76K as a Glock 3000 resistance zone. Why? April's low. Go to stocks, see if we're above April's lows. If you go to like ES1, look at April's low. Look at Bitcoin's April's low. The opposite is occurring, where like stocks found a footing on April's low, never to be taken out again, moving up. Bitcoin, well, now is flipping April's low into resistance. And it's very interesting to see this because you are literally like getting a SR, like what was support that took you to a new high is now being flipped into resistance. And it's just wild. We all have to just really wonder if this is bullish or bearish because it still is massively bearish. And even this wick high that we took out, that's not even a surprise here. We literally talked about the scenarios here where really, I mean, if we're going to consolidate, let's say bust up, we're going to use the weekly 21. Ideally, it moved closer to 76K. That didn't occur. Market doesn't need to give us what we want. We just play what it gives us. Perfectly fine. Got back above the weekly 9, went to the 21. Now you're in limbo here. But we know that this is still bearish. Weekly 21 was nothing more than a silver cross retest. And honestly, just like January, literally, you're getting very similar sentiment vibes and price action vibes. Like over here, if you were with us watching, I remember we took out the stop losses here. We were using this high, logically, right? System allowed it. Ever so slightly took the highs out. Here, everyone was massively bullish. No one wanted to short. And what was the big telling sign that we were allowed to short? Well, it was on the daily. Let's go back to January, right? And again, let's remember the past. So we were consolidating. Looks like we're in a daily uptrend. So back, even got that weekly higher high, taking out the previous local tops here. Once you went up and you got a daily EMA 100 reclaim, I remember sentiment here. I mentally noted it. It didn't seem like a good environment to give shorts out. It just seemed guaranteed we were going to move up and go to that 100K level. Now, what you noticed was once you got the daily deviation of the EMA 100, and remember, I'm a simple trader. I'm just going to use a simple strategy and relate it to the current times. So we know January was an epic trap on bulls. Well, maybe April is. We also know the dump really started to occur once you actually took out the previous local tops, wick highs essentially, right? Boom, boom. All of these wick highs you took out, even this one, took it out. Now, this led to a weekly EMA 21 retest, very similar to what just occurred here. Weekly EMA 21 hit at 78K. Really, when we got back under the daily EMA 100, just like I did right now, I remember we posted the short here. We got the rally up. At this point, just like last night, we said, most likely we're going to bounce. That's just the flavor of what occurs. You get these big moves down, you'll start shorting here at like 94,000 Bitcoin. You'll get a move up. You'll start feeling the heat. You'll say, fuck this, I'm out. 1.5% up. You sell your short when that was just an ad and or proper short zone here. Notice Bitcoin was so weak, even on a over 1% bounce that day, couldn't reach the daily EMA 100, and we moved down. Did we reclaim this at all? No. Did the aggressive short rule allow? Yes. Did the weekly EMA 21 really help you because we're in a silver cross? Well, yeah, right here. And was there anything like guessing work here? No. If you were bullish, you had to do a lot of guessing and hoping. But here you just fulfilled the, okay, got above the 9, went to the 21, rejected it, boom, down. So now that we're here in this environment, it does seem to me like we are just putting in the same exact characteristic that we did in, well, January. Here you even were in contracting volatility. It's very interesting. Since December, you were in a contraction of volatility despite price moving up. Right? So despite this moving up, volatility still moving down. Despite price moving up, volatility still moving down. And now you could argue something that we didn't have in January. Really, actually, let me rephrase that. Is it a more bearish environment than when it was in January? Well, let's see. We here officially got the silver cross retest of the 21. Here you actually did not. Almost. Maybe on CME it did. We'll check that later. But it didn't. Just like I mentioned here, daily EMA 100 didn't reject because it didn't get tested. Okay, so dailies were a slightly weaker here because we actually rallied up and tested the EMA 100 currently. But let's go back to the weekly. We are now giving a big weekly volatility setup. So here you had no setup. You're in contraction volatility. Here now you do have a weekly volatility setup. This is very important. Last weekly volatility setup you had, well, was in October. Interesting. October was really the massive start of this bear market. Let's observe here. Okay, so October, yeah. So here, once you're under that weekly 21 in October, no silver cross here, I'll just say, you move down, you rejected it here. Why am I mentioning that? Because we're under the 21 here. But we're in a silver cross to the downside now. So you could argue it's actually weaker because we're now in a weekly silver cross with volatility contracting. But also, why could this maybe be more of a bearish environment than where we were in January? Well, something sneakily is occurring on the chart, and that's on the higher time frames, where you get like maybe that daily trader, you know, making those shekels, telling their best friend it's an uptrend, we're in a bull market. The higher time frames are actually telling a different story. And when you go to the quarterly, you do start seeing, well, okay, let's see here. Let's get all of these drawings off and let's just see, are we more bullish than when we were in January? Well, were we? Are we? No. You're putting in a quarterly bearish retest currently, while everyone on this rally has just gone massively bullish on CT. It's pretty insane, actually. Here you have that October's low essentially being flipped into resistance. That actually, well, correlates nicely with April's low, like we mentioned. Oh, God. Okay, just look at the dotted line here at that wick low here, April. And you can see you are essentially SRing and putting in a bearish retest just per the meme lines. If you didn't care about meme lines, Jesus toast lines, well, the quarterly EMA 9 was a massive spot the entire bull market. And what was the last really big occurrence where it got retested? Well, it was here. We got a loss of it and then reclaim. And then here's where Bitcoin put in a 68.69% green quarterly dildo off of the 9. Here as well, got a move down, got a very impressive bounce off the quarterly 9. From that, you went up minimum 29%. Okay. Here, impressive quarterly 9 bounce. You got a 21% bounce. Okay, interesting. You've predictably bounced off the quarterly 21. Okay, cool, makes sense. Well, we've just hit the next target, which is the quarterly 9. And in this move up, we actually have a weekly volatility setup and a weekly silver cross. While everyone apparently is getting very bullish here, talking about an uptrend, where you have to really be wondering if all this move was just a quarterly bearish retest, but also a quarterly lower high forming. Couldn't you argue this was the last higher low here? And then this was the higher high break on the quarterly, potentially, right? Even on a closing basis here, you've taken that out. So wick basis, closing basis, out. So with that logic, with a lower low, don't we know that lower highs often form, especially with an asset like Bitcoin? It's very dirty. You make those lower lows, everyone thinks we're breaking down. Bitcoin immediately goes in for the lower high. That's literally what we've been seeing this entire bear market. Now we have to expand that on a higher time frame perspective and maybe think, well, maybe this quarterly is starting to shift here. You could argue here, higher low, higher high. Higher low, higher high. Lower low, took this out, limbo. But many things are telling us why we know statistically Bitcoin is still more likely to move down, even if it's moved all the way up to 78K. Because, well, firstly, the quarterly trend is starting to shift. Now we need a lower low confirmed, lower high, lower low confirmed. So then that could mean that, well, maybe we are going to just consolidate between the 9 and the 21 for the next 2 months. Maybe. That means we're in a massive range still. Honestly, it means that you're potentially going to still play 23% range in the next 2 months. Or Bitcoin is massively weaker than we actually think, or not. Well, I think it's massively weak, but then a lot of people think, and we actually are just going to retest and capitulate here. Just like it did in the bull market. You went up, tried to consolidate, broke out, got a higher high break. Trend shifted, higher low, broke out, higher high break. And you can see on these higher high breaks on the quarterly, some my paint came off my desk. You can really see the higher high breaks on the quarterly are pretty just explosive. Boom. So here, yeah, boom and boom and boom. And even here, look at this, higher high break, boom and boom. Like actually, maybe you're more in an environment like here, 2020, 2021, but on the opposite end where you're not really even putting in pullbacks on the quarterly, you're just moving up. We don't know until we know. But what we do know is we lost a quarterly 9. We've retested it. That move up has gotten everyone bullish. Shorts will have been taken out. This can lead for a really good market, and keeping that perspective that we are at the extremity on the chart currently could help us all make some shekels potentially, but also knowing that we're under April's low. And just that alone is technically a bearish setup in itself. You sprinkle in quarterly EMA 9 loss, daily EMA 100 SFP, weekly silver cross, retest the 21, monthly 34 on contracting volatility. It's really hard to be bullish here, actually. I'm not saying you can't become bullish. It's just a little harder. It's the harder trade, it seems, despite even us moving up. Now, we can see, just like on the opposite end here, if the quarterly 9 gets reclaimed, more likely then Bitcoin has bottomed. Just makes sense. Because we go to our monthly, at that point, quarterly 9's at called 78K. And at that point, you're getting back above, well, the 34. This instantly puts you back within the moving average range on Bitcoin, meaning you're not now getting the setup taking you down to $48,000 still. You still are currently getting that setup though, until pending an EMA 34 reclaim. Then you can talk about maybe moving up to 82K, the monthly 9. So we know Bitcoin's under April's low. We know all this rally the last 2 weeks have really done is retest the quarterly resistance pretty early on too, which is kind of nice if you think about it. Like the quarterly opens, let's go back to it. You immediately start bouncing off the 21, near the 21. You didn't actually hit it, which is interesting to see that. You then close the quarterly. You then get a shallow dump at 65K. Huh, weird. It's not like we're in a range. You then bounce from 65K. You go to 78. Everyone is bullish. Honestly, spitting in bears' faces too. It makes no sense. But now this perspective is saying that we are in bear control now. At least that's how I view it. You had the free move as a bull to retest the quarterly 9. You had the free move as a bull to retest the monthly 9 off the 21. Why aren't we really using like this price action here correlated to the quarterly now? The monthly gave a bounce off the 21, rejection of the 9, capitulated. Then we have to really start assuming the quarterly is going to just give us a bigger setup. It's a higher time frame with the trend shift. So for me, nothing's really changed, honestly. And what you noticed even on Bitcoin is you still are under $76,000. So again, it's pretty hard to be bullish here, actually. Something quickly I'll bring up is even looking at your Solana chart. Really fast. But this is important. Because if Solana was, well, bullish, this would make Bitcoin look bullish. Because Bitcoin and Solana has just been front running. But this is still in the breakdown zone. And you are under the meme lines here. This was a cheeky lower time frame meme line we made. In all honesty, the support here is $57. Meaning Solana is putting in a move potentially in your Solana weekly sell with a weekly volatility setup, something you have not ever had on this chart, ever, something to note. And you're under major resistance still. Something to just note as, well, Bitcoin is fizzling or consolidating, you know, tittle-tattling, I guess is what they say. Is a weird word to say, but fuck it. Right under $76,000. Just think that's an interesting perspective. So now that we know the higher time frame, I hope we understand it a little better. We talked about that quarterly EMA 9 getting tested. Curious to see what the HBDR says on the quarterly. Let's see. Oh, let's see here. So nothing. You are in quarterly breakdown. You are at the 61.8%, and you do see the next target is right at that 78.6% at $44,000. What's more likely? When you see something like this, where's the median? Oh, not good. $220,000. Huh. So what's more likely? If you were max longing and looking at this chart, what is more likely? A move back to 105 or a move back to 44s? Well, probably 44s, right? So interesting would be the next level, assuming you take out this quarterly low. Lines up with the quarterly 34 pretty nicely as well. So HBR doesn't really say much though, honestly. Just still says kind of it's bearish. It's not like we've gone back in the blue zone. It's not like the quarterly median's at $250,000 Bitcoin. Someone call Kathy. There's her $250,000 Bitcoin. No, I'm just kidding. Right at the median. Crazy, actually. All while you're again putting in a SR here. Support flipped into resistance. So the quarterly is bearish. The monthly is bearish. We're still under the 34. But we're above it now. Yeah, we were slightly above it in March, and it ended up closing on a massive sell-off before the month closed. So that means in 10 days, most likely Bitcoin starts dumping. Most likely. Because we know we're in a bear market. We know the monthly's in a sell. So if you're bearish here, then you have a clock. It's 10 days. Countdown to liquor day, essentially. 10 days left to go. You have to get this back under 74,800. So in knowing that, then it being at 76,000 means this is an opportunity zone, in my opinion. And it being or deviating the EMA 100 currently and rallying up to the zone means that this is starting to put in the setup that you would be looking at to actually start taking us back down. Now, unsure why my mouse is being like that, a little strange. What, did I do something weird? Or maybe it's just trading view. There it is, just trading view. Typical Monday volatility on trading view. Makes it slow as fuck. So then now today you have a timeline. You gotta stay under the daily EMA 100. That was not a straight line at all. Daily EMA 100 has to stay under. It's okay. You're slightly wicking up. That's okay. Actually, quite expected. Last night I was talking about a scenario here on Bitcoin, which was how funny would it be early morning, maybe hour into New York Open. So there we are here. We're finally at my spot, maybe an hour to New York Open. You slightly wick a little past daily EMA 100. We know this should not close at all back above. So in that reasoning, maybe price action above this daily EMA 100 is an opportunity zone. And you do notice you haven't hit $76,000 yet. So then there's another possible place to short. Daily EMA 100, 76,000. You could have like a hard stop loss at 76,400. Now, if today gets back above the daily EMA 100 and you do consolidate above 76,000, what was my criteria to go long? Because I feel like we talk about the criteria, but a lot of people don't remember them. But they're very important because they're very valid, even in these moves, right? It's like, did my criteria to go long get hit here? No, I know I'm not going to long here. I know we're going to make a move down. We're going to retest 76,000. And if it doesn't hold, then I don't have a criteria to long. Okay, retested it. Daily EMA 100 was your hopium. Didn't hold. You actually massively nuked from it, losing the daily 9. Predictable rally back up to 76K. This is resistance, but you did not get your long trigger here. And this is what I talked about. I'm not really looking to be longing this mean reversion bounce. I'd rather get confirmation of a bigger bounce here, and then I can take a logical trade at 86, 87,000 bounce. Like here, I can get a 13% move to the upside. Most likely occurs in like 4 days, 3 days. Most likely is just like reclaims and then just starts trekking up. The more aggressive it is, the more predatory this will be. Here's your weekly EMA 100, daily SMA 200, January, November, December's consolidation right here getting tested. So it makes sense that'd be very fast. You'd want that to move up fast. The faster it is, the more predatory it will become. Very similar to kind of what we've been seeing here. But you did not get that. So you have to be really still looking at shorts as still the more likely trade. If you're not confident in shorting here, perfectly okay. Let's wait for a few more daily candle closures under the EMA 100. But when you get these kind of moves at the extremity high, I have to start acting on this on one candle closure under because, well, I'm using 76,000. So we have a loss, we have a rejection, and here we have another daily candle under 76,000. So you already have multiple closures under 76K. So you're now in this range again. But I'm going to be aggressive with the daily EMA 100 now. I'm going to use 76K confirmation and use the daily EMA 100 as kind of the spot to do some business here on Bitcoin. And that helped me not do business here. That helped me not do business here, literally in this region only. Okay, and so we've rallied on the daily. But nothing's changed here. And you could just start putting in that dynamic where each previous daily wick high is going to start not taking itself out, which is essentially what you get in these moves down. Wick high, wick high, wick high, wick high, wick high, wick high, not taken out until the move starts getting some kind of mean reversion bounce. Wick high, wick high, wick high, wick high, wick high, all not taken out. So we then can say if we are going to start rejecting, we are going to be bearish, logically we should have a stop like around here. We'll play the deviation play. We know if daily reclaims EMA 100 today, cut the short for no loss, and either wait for the loss of it again. You could be in a chop. Wouldn't be the most surprising thing. Bitcoin chopping off daily EMA 100 would not be the funnest thing, though. I will say nothing's better than something like this. When you just get a setup, you play it, it's logical, you dump 32%. You get a play, it's logical, you massively dump. So this is a good spot, in my opinion, to be watching very carefully. I think it's like probably, in my opinion, one of the most important times to probably lock in on Bitcoin right now, because something here is coming, something big is brewing, and still, statistically, in my opinion, we are more bearish than bullish still here. You've had an impressive 4 weeks of up only on the weekly, but you've hit the target. So until you get back above 76,000 on daily closures, getting a reclaim of the weekly 21, getting back above the monthly 34, that's when I can start really feeling more confident in the bull idea. But until then, it's just all bullshit, honestly. And you have to just be really cautious of this doing what it's just been doing all bear market, which is cool. We've taken out that wick high. We're now good to move down. I mean, because at this point, you're now confident in a higher low play. So you're perfectly fine as a bull holding on to your trades in a loss. Because, well, now you have trend. Trend is your friend. It's supporting you. Trend is your friend. It's supporting my longs that are underwater by a lot. And then this is where you get the capitulation, liquidation, and we just run it back again. And I only say it like that because we just need to be a little careful in this environment, in my opinion, honestly. And again, I'm perfectly okay going long on Bitcoin because that perfectly means I get a 10 to 13% long, essentially. Let's measure this. Well, let's measure from 69K up. So it's like the equivalent of getting this kind of 3-week setup, really. I mean, and this has been choppy. It's been kind of shitty to trade up. I'd rather get this move up that took 3 weeks that possibly will just take 1 week right up toward target and then done. Now, we understand again, the macro is bearish on Bitcoin. The daily is bearish on Bitcoin. Let's go now. And like the daily kind of looks like a head and shoulders. Let's go on the lower time frame. Let's see if we maybe have a head and shoulders growing here. Okay. You could argue. I mean, let me clean this up just a little bit. I'm not going to make the argument, but if you want to, you could argue it for sure. And then like this goes up to 76K. you have your right shoulder formed. Maybe that is kind of what you would be expecting, right? Towards the end of an uptrend on the daily, not macro uptrend. Please hold your breath. But like a daily uptrend would make sense, right? And then the lower time frames would potentially be giving you a bearish reversal pattern currently. I'm trying to think, is there anything else here? Do I see anything else? No, because you didn't really get one here. Is there like a big one I'm not seeing? No. So yeah, I think that's I think this is actually quite valid, honestly. Now, I'm going to try to measure this. I don't trade off these, but let's just see. I think it's to here. So that would mean you take your high out, or interesting, or you go back down to that 71.8. And that's interesting to me. Why? Because, well, I mean, 71.8, that's very near that 69, or you're not near it, but you're moving towards 69,000. And I want everyone to be aware, this taking you to 71K is interesting because you do have a daily setup currently that's giving you confluence to that 72.8, 71.8, I guess was the head and shoulders, but 72.8, 71.8's that 34. But let's not forget here, this has left a pretty dirty inefficiency, if I'm going to be honest with you. Like, we busted up off this candle is when honestly just the bullshit started, really. This is when the bullshit really started. Get a massive green dildo. Oh, we're so back. Move up, move up. But again, and we said this on this green dildo day, kind of going to be unfortunate if we don't retest 69.2, because this will eventually get tested. Every single time we've gone back above 69.2, it's led to a retest every single time in this chop. Oh, that's not true. That's not true. It's literally true. Here, reclaim, retested it. And it held. That was good. It just couldn't hold. Continue to hold. But I'm looking for green dildos to then slingshot moves back down. So green dildo, boom, back down. Okay, interesting. Then it gets back above, reclaimed. Boom, another retest, didn't hold. Green dildo, boom, just like we're in. Came in for a retest, didn't hold. Okay, cool. Green dildo did go in for a retest, did hold, did move up 76K. Came all the way back down, didn't hold. Okay, green dildo back up. Same day, or following day, my apologies. Came in for a retest. So just off of this zone here, we've done it every single time. Let's keep going. Okay. Here, no, you didn't reclaim it. Here, reclaim, and then nothing. See my point? A little concerning that that's not retested. Head and shoulders on like the 6 hour, if you play that or even look at it, is giving you maybe a move to that 71.8. It's pretty near or starting to look, closer to going to 69.2, which again would not be the worst if it continued to hold. If from this point you went from 76K to 69.2, well, again, you're playing this market here. But if it came all the way back down and held, this could just be in a range. Nothing crazy about that. 69K support, 76,000 resistance. We're in a multi-$1,000 range for the next 2 months, maybe. That's okay. Interesting. Let's go back to the quarterly. Where's that 21? Oh, that's at 60. So I was like, maybe we're just in that quarterly 21.9 range, but no, we're not. We are, but that's not the same range. Okay. Interesting stuff here. But still, I mean, it's like if you're looking for 100K here and not looking for a retest of the 2021 market cycle high, I don't know what to tell you, because you should be wanting this first, get this stupid retest done, then you can move up. That way, then when you do start moving up to like 86, 87, you don't need to make an argument to move all the way back down to 69.2. It can just be done and we can start moving up. Like here. Reclaim, tested, we can move up. We don't need to test it anytime soon. So I hope that makes sense on like why this is still more likely to move down. Today, honestly, seems like a Glock 3000 short day. To this week, next 10 days, really just seems like if you're going to be bearish, then you have to be watching for a move back down under the monthly 34. And so that means that if today on a Monday, you got a classic New York Open rally up, you were predicting that last night on a bearish retest. It's now 9:45 in Cancun, meaning markets have been over for a little over an hour now, or yeah, hour, 15 minutes now. We're now towards my shit time. Like this would be the perfect spot to actually trap bulls. And in the Discord, we were talking about maybe that rally will be like an hour, 2 hours after New York Open. So I'd want to see this end of the day actually turn sour, and I want to see this turn into a massive wick rejection today. And if it doesn't turn into a massive wick rejection, fine. Let's just see if it closes back under the daily EMA 100. Like, let's just make sure we understand that the big short trades are allowed as long as you're not closing under daily EMA 100. So then that means, okay, it's at 75.2. Price has 9 hours left to go until closing. You're still more likely to come back under there. And then if you do start really coming back under here, rejecting, moving down to 72s, daily EMA 100 will start moving down. That means shorts above it are wise, because when this starts moving down, you could potentially put your stop like in profit, potentially, if the trade works, obviously. If not, this daily EMA 100 moves down more, and you as a trader know, okay, if this starts moving down, let's say to 74s, daily reclaims EMA 100, you shorted in the 75s, it's a good trade there. You still can make some money. But regardless, I'm not seeing a long zone at all. And even like on the lower time frame, we just identified a head and shoulders, not an inverse head and shoulders, a head and shoulders. Yeah, what a bummer. No, we'll keep going. Let's go to the hourly. Okay. She's trying. But couldn't you argue this looks like hourly distribution? I don't know. I could make that argument. That's just me, though. Why? Well, every time it moves up, it's getting sold off. That's just distribution. You're slowly taking out those last wick highs. It just looks trappy and predatory to me. I mean, distribution, you're selling, you're at the highest point here. It looks like every time the hourly reaches this zone, it sells off. I think price is trapping bulls here. And that would make sense, would it not? If you were looking at the daily EMA 100 to give you a trade, the whole idea of today was we were going to trap bulls. And this is why I really recommend, being in our Discord. Like, honestly, being in the Discord. Because for me, really, honestly, bearish retest is a gift. And as long as we stay under it, we will just, New York probably rallies up, starts the bearish retest, trap more longs, make shorts close because of the fear, right? So we're in that fear mode now. Oh man, we're going up. I need to get out of my shorts. But as long as we don't close above it, this will just proceed to a dump. So for that, I have to be just very confident now, especially when I start seeing the hourly look kind of like distribution on where you'd expect it. Let's go to a 15-minute really fast. Oh God, 20-minute, no, 15-minute, please. Let's go to the 10-minute. Okay, let's start seeing if we're going to lose the support here, 75.3. Implications for like a good then hourly, losing it. Flipping the hourly red. This would be good. Now, let me make sure I didn't forget anything I wanted to mention on why essentially, well, bears are still winning here. Let's not forget we have the 5-day SMA 200. Let's throw that on. Excuse me. Oh, here we go. So we're still flirting in this 5-day SMA 200 spot. 5-day 21 hit. 5-day 21 hit. Trying to think, anything else? No, I see nothing else. I think the 5-day consolidation shows it better. You're like forming an uptrend that then just sells off, forming an uptrend that then sells off. If like this 5-day starts closing above the SMA 200, getting back above that 5-day 21, that's a good sign. But again, that just means Bitcoin needs to close above 76K. So no changes on what we already talked about for when we should be allowed to long Bitcoin. Not allowed to long Bitcoin yet. It's a naughty trade. It's not a little gay, but it is. It's a naughty trade. Now, why, if you were looking at maybe you're looking for higher, right? But why would you not want to then max position off the bi-weekly EMI 100? And you will notice you have not again hit that yet. And that just gives you confluence of what I mentioned on the daily, which is every single time we reclaim 69.2, we always go back and retest it. Why would we not go back and retest a bi-weekly EMI 100? Especially when we've already have been chopping around it. Move up, move down, move up, move up. Move down would be perfect now. Like, you really just have to ask yourself those things. Like, why wouldn't we retest it? We did it here. It formed a bottom. It held, and then we moved up. This is when we could move up. So like here, your wick high, extend this line. You got to retest it, flip it into support, 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 support. Then you can move up. So then at minimum, that still means that, well, Bitcoin still has potentially, let's measure this out, at current market price. Where are you? There you are. Come here. You still have potentially, at minimum, an 8% move to the downside. And I remember we've done this before. Bitcoin will put in that 8% move in 2 days. Everyone will be surprised. You have an 8% move on a setup. That's insane. That's like 800% if you short on 100x. On a 10x, that's 80% on a very safe, conservative trade here. I like those, honestly. Oh, and Bitcoin's already going under 75K. Already back under daily EMA 100. So then if you did short here, like I said, you're now green. And now you're wanting this EMA 100 to reject you. The idea is if you get shorts under EMA 100, you then, one second. If you get shorts under daily EMA 100 and we can stay under this will potentially be a good opportunity. So not too bad, not too bad so far. Not too bad. And actually, look at that, 9:53. All right, we're like approaching that hour and 50 minutes of New York Open. So honestly, right on time for trapping bulls, actually. It's beautiful. Okay, let's see. Okay. Now, let's go to the 12-hour. Let's delete this stuff. Let's delete my Jesus toast stuff. Let's just see what we're doing here. Ooh. So we're plateauing on volatility. No, actually, we're still going down. So yeah. Wow. Still going down. Interesting on that 12-hour. It looks like potentially lower highs are forming here on the 12-hour. Something you'd kind of want to see form here, lower highs. But we're still in an uptrend. Exactly. Forming lower highs means a lower low breaks more probable at this point, more likely to move back down to that 72.8, lower low break, lower high, etc. So it's starting to seem like bears are shifting this, honestly. And I wouldn't want to be a bull. That's all I'm going to say. And that's exactly why I posted some ETA shorts, some Discord shorts today. Gave a nice little paragraph last night on the Discord. I do think this is the proper time to lock in now in markets. Not that I haven't been locked in, but if you yourself haven't been really watching, I think this would be a prime time to start looking. Because when we really start moving down on Bitcoin, we do just start moving down. And really, I mean, how nice would it be if we catch something like this? Another 30-something% move. And this was very nice. We're talking like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days down only. Okay, a little bit of chop, nothing. Very predictable, lower highs. Like, look at this. Price action was just a gift. This is why we were able to give shorts on every leg down. Lower high, daily 34 rejects. Next 5% daily red dildo. And then boom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 days down only. One candle up. Resistance formed here. And then you proceed to go down another 3 days. And this is where your actual big chop zone comes. This was just like insane money to be made for free. And that is literally what I am seeing now. January really was nice, but it does seem like April, May is going to be worse. And as I showed you on the quarterly, this move up on, like, let's say we're comparing weekly 21s, right? Well, January hit the 21, April hit the 21, but in April we've hit the quarterly 9 as well. Therefore, we are more bearish now. And so we know in January you went down that easily, that logically, that nicely. And you have to be really stingy here as a bear and start really, you just have to be more aggressive under the EMA 100. And that is why I like using that rule. So that's just currently what we're going to keep doing. Daily will guide you. That'll bleed into a weekly. Weekly will bleed into that monthly, closing in 10 days. Let's see where this does close into April. And then that really could mean, how funny would it that would be just hilarious. Sell in May, go away, and it was just that easy. Man. But we are in a simulation, so maybe it will be. And you just have Sailor buying Bitcoin in April when we're about to get his sell in May and go away. Who knows? And I don't know. I don't like being predictive. I just like being reactive. And as long as you're under a monthly 34, you're still getting us set up towards the EMA 100. We've been talking about this since that February low here. And obviously been talking about this since, well, here, but right, it's just a process. This is a really good example on why like higher time frames are more a process, but they're better. Higher time frame trading's better. More, you get more confluence, more confidence with these, but they just take a while. You lose a 34, it's going to take 40, 50 days to reach it again. And then you'll hit it and you'll come down. You'll be in a little range. Into this month, you'll come back to the 34. If we were like trading a daily, this would be perfectly okay. It's like hitting the daily 9, 1, 2, 3, 4 times before then maybe moving down. It's just the fact that this is a monthly 34 means it's going to take multiple weeks for us to reach this point. At that point, everyone's forgotten what we've mentioned. Everyone's, just forgotten we're in a bear market. And that's why this time chop is, in my opinion, good for bears, because everyone starts forgetting again. Just like when we chop, took multiple months to reach the monthly 9, and then that's where we dumped. But you really have to be really interested in that quarterly EMA 9 setup. Really, I mean, that just, wow. A chart's worth 1,000 words or maybe $1,000. Who knows? Damn. It's looking pretty good, though. Like this. You really can't tell me this quarterly EMA 9 does not look just as sexy as it could be for a short and an entry into a bear market. It's kind of interesting, right? It's like all of this move up just took you to the quarterly 9. Last quarter, you've just lost it. This quarter, you've rallied up to it. If you stay under it, I mean, you could have another 6 months of just being under the quarterly 9. And I'm only saying that just because of here. Lose it, 1, 2, 6 months. Oops. Oh, gosh. Okay, there we go. Oh, here we go. Okay. Lose it. Here's another rejection. Interesting. Wow. So we've lost the quarterly 9, and you just rallied up and retested it before dumping. They give you a 48%. You stay under for 3, 6, 9, 90 days. gets reclaimed, right? Use the same logic, quarterly 9, scale some longs, scale some longs, scale some longs, scale some longs, you're printing. Use the same logic on the bearish front. So if you retest a quarterly 9 after it's been holding the entire bull market, you most likely shouldn't be longing into that. That's just my opinion. So hopefully that was a good perspective, kind of a refreshing, like lens here on markets, on just maybe why we're not so back, why we could be so back. I'm not a perma bear. I just have my criterias, and that criteria has always been, even from this point here, get back above $76,000 on like 2 to 3 daily candle closures, and I can feel confident longing Bitcoin towards the 80s. Until then, I'm not longing Bitcoin at all. I don't want to take the hard trade hoping we get this kind of bounce, because if you're hoping about this is what's going to trap you as a long, keeping your long thesis idea alive, because weekly trend is maybe shifting and daily trend is up. So I can hold my shorts, my longs. And that's just been the trap this entire cycle now, this bear market cycle. You feel confident after you get this trend shift to hold your longs. And this is just what leads you to a massive trap. And I say that mainly on like a weekly here. When you get that weekly wick high and bulls look at this as the higher high break, and then they're perfectly fine holding for the higher low ad zone until that capitulates. That just makes a lot of sense on why we're doing this kind of price action, honestly, because it gets your psychology perfectly fine, breaking some rules, holding on to some longs you shouldn't, because you, Scott, and the boys are calling for that weekly trend shift that's yet to confirm. So be very cautious today on Bitcoin, and really understand you can use the daily now. We're in the spot to really dictate how things are going to close on the monthly, weekly, 2-week, 5-day. It's going to all start on the daily now. And that's above the daily MI 100. That's going to be good for bulls. Under it, decimation. And you're actually getting a very easy short setup that actually dumped you 30% last time. I just want to make sure I've actually hit home on everything I wanted to talk about, because I'm honestly, it's just crazy how people are sometimes. I guess it's good for us. That's all I should say. It's just good for us how funny people are sometimes, honestly. Because the charts will tell you if we can be allowed to long this. And so far what I've seen is it just seems like the same bullshit that we've had this entire bear market. It seems like nothing's changed on this wick high that we even had. And it actually just set up many trades for bears on higher time frame, which is exactly what you'd want. Honestly, you don't really want to be betting on a daily trade versus a quarterly trade. Come on. Once you get under this monthly 34, I would expect bears to take full control here and start flipping this monthly red, or at least getting a sell-off here. Again, monthly volatility is on the cusp, and let's look at CME. It's already confirmed. So you already have confirmation of a move down on Bitcoin's monthly CME. So it's until that changes, which again will mean a monthly 34 is reclaimed, i.e. 76K, you are going to have this monthly volatility fire off to the downside, which means Bitcoin could literally dump 30, 20, 15% very fast. In 10 days, it could dump 20, 30% in 10 days. So, and if not this month, well, then May. As long as, again, you're under 76K, the monthly 34, you are literally, and it's just funny because it's maybe people think that we're towards the end of the bear market. I don't know why they would think that. But monthly volatility is telling you this bear market is actually just beginning. And all we've seen now is just the process of getting to the breakdown. All of this move, I guess it's changed now. Was it the weekly? Maybe it was the weekly. No, I have nothing to say on that. But even the weekly's on a breakout. Interesting. You do see that 69K median. So confluence of that retest more likely. I kind of lost my train of thought. But all good. Nevertheless, right? we are still giving a massive monthly setup to the downside. And so when you get a daily bearish setup, you have to be looking at that as maybe the beginnings of a major move down brewing. Now, I want to look at something else here. Let's go look at the 4 hour, go to the index, finish on there, and then we'll go to actually tether dominance. Oh, look at that, 4 hours in breakdown. Perfect. Volatility is contracting, could give us a setup, meaning even if you break down, 4 hour could give us a volatility setup by the time you reach the EMA 100. That's at 72,800. Confluence of that inverse, or not inverse, definitely not inverse, the head and shoulders we've identified in this region here. So right in that, that's the measured move setup around that zone. Technically around 71.8, but that means that more likely than this 4 hour does break down and you do start actually going towards that EMA 100. And it's pretty insane actually, right? Like this literally played out exactly how we said. New York opens, we trap bulls 1 or 2 hours, shorts feel a little scared, and now you have a trap. And if this 4 hour and 53 minutes closes like this, you have a 4 hour topping candle. More confluence to your shorts. But also you could be in a 4 hour sell here too. That's interesting to see while in a breakdown, while just now targeting a move to the EMA 100. Lose the 34 on the 4 hour, you'll move to the EMA 100. That's a 2.7% move. My computer's dying. Is it not plugged in? Or the power channel? Let's see. 1 second. Oh, there we go. It's just my computer. It's becoming a little old, I guess. You know how it goes. Apple releases the new computers, and then my laptop from just last year is now messing up. And it's not just the charger. It's everything. Oh, my computer doesn't seem like it's charging. Let me blow on it. That didn't sound good. Just 1 second. Let me blow my computer. There we go. Oh. Well, it's fine. I mean, I have 10%. I'll charge it when foreign goes, so it'll be perfectly fine. Whatever. Oh, and not good. So 4 hours putting in the top. Hourly distribution. Don't forget. Hourly distribution. Ooh, not good. And the 10-minute. Let's go to the 10-minute. And you did lose that support on the 10-minute. So perfectly good here on that analysis. I'm liking the Bitcoin momentum we're getting for bears right now. And well, luckily the boys were all short. So it's a beautiful day. Always a beautiful day. Let's go to tether dominance. Let's see here. What's actually occurring? And are we doomed? Because I haven't looked at this. So we have already up the bat. Weekly volatility is giving us a setup. Interesting. Last week, you did take out that low I said needed to hold. So there's your kind of liquidity grab. Why to liquidity grab? Because, well, potentially liquidity grab because put in a buyback of 6% before it closed. That looks like a liquidity grab. Took the stops out here. So I'll move this here, delete that. We should see this week. We should see last week's low hold. This week should be the expansion. Think of it like this. You've essentially grinded down for weeks and then you just, boom, quick crash, back up, and now you're good to move up. This was a liquidity grab. Now let's see if anything on the higher time frame is kind of maybe telling us that this was a spring zone potentially we should be looking at. But before then, weekly is still holding support here. Notice that. It's been holding. This support is what took you all the way up to 8%. Here, support at 7.49%. Okay. Weekly EMA 9 loss. You haven't even tested the weekly 9. Meaning 7.65% could be more likely, meaning this week could flip green. And then that plays into bear's hands, maybe into the end of April. Because then that would be a bullish move on Bitcoin. But at minimum, it's still hard to be like looking for follow through until you test the weekly 9. Weekly volatility is giving you a massive setup. Bi-weekly has just hit the bi-weekly 9. Interesting how that really didn't change. And the last bi-weekly EMA 9 retest was a bottom move in January. So more dynamic on why it's like January's market, but a little worse. Worse because here you weren't in contracting volatility. You're literally in contracting volatility, meaning tether dominance could start breaking out from here, and bi-weekly could give you a volatility setup. That would be insane. But still, this is holding support. The support line we've talked about that each time has been back tested. And if you don't hold it, you do start moving down. But it's still holding support here. Yeah, monthly is not looking bad. Let's see the 5 on the monthly. Okay, so we've just hit the monthly 5 as well. Last time was in January. Right? Last month you got close to it, but you didn't hit it. This month you have. See, bi-monthly is not looking too bad, right? This is looking more just like consolidation in a spot you really have been able to hold for 2 months. Look at this. Reclaim support, lose it. Reclaim support, lose it. Reclaim support, lose it. Is this the first time we're about to hold it on a bi-monthly going into May? Maybe, but that's just another perspective on why we want to be watching this zone carefully, not falling into the trap on maybe we're so back on Bitcoin. It's actually looking so doomed. Nothing on the quarterly, I'm kidding. Interesting, and 5-day volatility is about to fire off. See, that's an interesting perspective too. 5-day BBWP about to fire off a volatility setup. Now we just get back above this 5-day EMA 9 and you're firing to the upside. Now, you can't tell me this candle's not looking pretty nice. And if today gets pretty bad, how funny would it be if this just puts in a massive 5-day hammerhead? Wouldn't you kind of expect that if a bottom is being formed here? Would be the best. That'd be like the easy perspective. You just wick low, hammerhead up, reclaim the 9, bottom formation on that candle, follow through into May. But under resistance, look at this wick low, March, right? You're under it. That's why getting back above the 5-day 9 will be important. Okay, nice. Oh, and look at that. You'll get back with the median too, which is equally important. Because then you'll get to move all the way up to the 8.39%. And that's basically testing the highs here, which will mean Bitcoin will test the lows. Maybe actually go back down to 69K. Who would have thought? So you really can see what this 9 and median on the 5 days is very important. Closing in 8 hours, 46 minutes. If bears want to flex their control, they'll do it today because we're getting a 5-day candle closure on tether dominance. Along with, oh, that's good. Along with the index. So yeah, if they want to flex, they'll put in a 5-day topping candle here and we'll just keep going down. Really, honestly, that's like, if I was a bear, what would I want to do? I'd want to send this shit up until the very last day on this 5-day and then nuke it. And then nothing changes. It's a trap and it's a hindsight trade. Do we put in a 5-day topping candle and then bulls get fucked going into May? So far, it's like pretty much on par. And even more so, this is just doji. So indecision, market's saying we don't know where to go. Well, never fear, HBDR is here. Still bearish. So that's important to understand. We'll go to the daily here. Daily EMA 100, same setup, more likely to break. Oh, this is Bitcoin. My apologies. Let's go to tether dominance. Let's go to the daily here. Oh, daily median reclaim. First reclaim since you lost it in April, beginning of April. You've retested the daily median. Look at the daily EMA 100 holding. Now, yes, this just looks like a trap for aggressive bulls here. Wow, let me go back here. Like, if you were like hoping to just get the mean line bounce, that doesn't make sense. You should be looking at the median, the EMA 100. This seems like it came down, took those aggressive longs out. Now this can be a spring for today. This daily tells me that if the daily starts breaking out today, this will turn that 5-day into a hammerhead on Bitcoin. So really, bulls on tether dominance are trying to move up today. That'll be the best case. Get back above 7.49%, start moving up, going into the new 5-day candle, which will be going into the monthly. So that's all I have on tether dominance. It's, you know, it's just more in like decision mode here. We're getting the retest. It can go a little lower. That's okay. Watch the 5-day EMA 100. But in all honesty, now that we're above the 5-day 9 again, I'm looking at this as just be a spring zone, meaning this will flip green and you'll start breaking out today. Daily volatility is giving you a sneaky setup, just like last time. Sneaky setup. When was this? April 6th. Sneaky setup that caused us to go down. So here's another one. Oh, I see. This is tether dominance. So this caused us to go down, which caused Bitcoin to move up. Now you're getting a sneaky volatility set up right off that median, daily 9. This could easily cause a breakout, cause Bitcoin to move down. Tether dominance moves up. The inverse relationship. Let's go to the D of Bitcoin, whip it out. Let's go to the weekly. Let's see if we got back above the 34. Oh, we did finally. Wow. Wow, what a good dynamic here. Something we've been waiting since October. I got it. I need to get my computer to charge. Mazel tov. Perfect. So we got the 34 reclaim. We got actually even the 59.69%. But are we really not looking for some kind of retest of these zones that have been rejecting since October? That just seems a little aggressive, no? Like, the thing with Bitcoin dominance is it has been moving up, Bitcoin moves up. But you would at minimum want this to retest the 34 and then move up, perhaps. You have 6 days too. It'd be very rare just to see this slingshot green dildo all the way up to the 62% region, not retesting the 59.69% weekly EMA 34. So even on Bitcoin dominance, this still says more likely to get a retest, which in my opinion seems more likely to give us that move down on Bitcoin first. Now you do see you are breaking out, fine, but I just want to see this retested. If this can get a retest and move back up, that'll start looking good for all Bitcoin dominant bulls. Now you do have the biggest weekly volatility setup you've ever had in this chart's history. This is starting to trek up, but you're not getting confirmation of volatility yet. This is why this spot that we're currently at, even like here, is going to be very important. Excuse me. This will be a very important spot to continue to defend and hold. Notice every time we get back above 59.69%, and we have before, this isn't like a massive different thing. Like here, you got back above it, you even back tested it, it just couldn't get hold or even get back above the 34 year. So here, you're at 59.69%. Any closures under it have just led to downside price action. So you should be looking at that as a big spot to hold if you're trying to become a Bitcoin dominance bull, which so far looks good. Daily higher high already in. Let's go in for the higher low. Weekly took out previous wick high. Let's go in for the retest now. Monthly slightly above the 9. But even the monthly 9's at 59.64%. So you'd want to see that get retested. Yeah, big moves coming on Bitcoin dominance. It's going to be very interesting to see which direction that'll be. So in summary, Bitcoin's very bearish. You're still right under resistance. Weekly EMA 21 has been hit. Last time that hit was in January. You do have a weekly silver cross. That means that weekly volatility contracting, hitting the 21 means you're still more likely to be in bear control breakdown. Monthly 34 is your big spot. As long as you're under the 34, you still are putting in a massive breakdown move for Bitcoin. 47,000 seems more likely. And as long as you're not closing dailies under $76,000, it's going to be very hard to become a Bitcoin bull here. I said this for weeks now. The long criteria will be a reclaim of 76K. That's where you can scale. That's when you can get a move up to the 80s. Until then, you are putting in the opposite effect here, which is just a daily bearish setup with a daily EMA 100 freshly lost, a rally back up to it, a perfect trap on bulls, and now you're starting to see this slowly but surely sell off. Preferably today it sells off, leading to a 5-day hammerhead on tether dominance, a perfect reversal candle. So we'll be watching the charts very carefully. You'll be paying attention to 75,300. And again, as long as dailies close under the EMA 100, you are more likely to move down, and that does activate my aggressive short rule. And we're simple men, we're simple traders. We're just going to be looking at January's price action and relating it to there. I'd like to see this kind of move in January, or no, in May. Just like an epic dump, like maybe into April, dumps, May consolidates, and then you really dump into May here. So like here's April, here's your May, and then you just get follow through down. Maybe. Regardless, daily will be your easy spot now. So no need to complicate things, and watch that very carefully. That's all I have on Bitcoin now. So,
All right. Let me switch my screen. All right, we'll start with the daily. And we did get that move down previously to that $73,000 zone. We came to about 73,250, I believe it was. What was the low? Back here, 73,250, and we had that long on the Discord. We didn't exactly hit the 73,150, but depending on whatever exchange you were using, and you could have kind of front run that by $100. Doesn't really make that big of a difference. A couple of $100 is 0.00001% of a difference. So, but the idea did play out, where we went towards somewhere around, I believe it's 78,000, a little over 78,000. So we did hit our TP1 off of that, which was, I believe, 78,200. And now we are getting a move down, and we made as of this moment, it's a higher low at around 73,700, but it's not confirmed as a local bottom yet. To confirm this as a local bottom, you're going to need to close over this candle's high, which is at 77,365, 77,370. And then if you do close over that area, that's also going to give you a close up to the 38.2%, and you should get some busting action to somewhere around $80,000 to $81,000. This does require a series of things to happen first before this becomes actionable. But right now I am biased towards a little bit lower, and what I'm basing that off of is this silver cross that we have to the upside currently. And this is the first silver cross that we've had in a very long time. Let's just go back and see when we had the last silver cross. This was a silver cross down. It tried to silver cross up, but then it never crossed. It then diverged, and then you got the opposite move. And this silver cross, which almost silver crossed upwards, this was on our last major lower high of $97,800, $98,000. About 97,900. So this last major lower high, although it went all the way up to almost $100,000, we didn't get the silver cross. So that's a very significant difference from now to then, that this is our first actual silver cross. Let's go back. I believe it was 6 months ago when we got the last actual silver cross on the daily. Here it is. And this one is the one that took us to our current all-time highs at around $126,000. And I'm just going to preface that by saying, I'm not saying we're going to go to all-time highs. I'm just saying that we should see a nice move off of that silver cross. And when we got the silver cross, we came back down, we retested 21, and then from there we went busting action to new all-time highs. But the idea is not going to new all-time highs. The idea is the 78.6% getting tapped. And then if we can get closures over the 78.6, then that takes us to 88.3. So if we go back to what we have now, and this lag will soon be dealt with because I've purchased another computer. And hopefully it's not just trading view, and I won't have the same issue with the new computer, because that would suck. But as of now, we have not tested this 21 yet. And we've broken back into the 38.2%. And usually you come down to the bottom 38.2%. You have a statistical probability of coming down to that bottom 38.2%. And that's currently just above our 21 at around 73,000 flat, 72,985. So I did post a Academy long today, this morning, which is at this 21, and that is at around 73,750 for the entry. And the stop is at this wick low, this last major low, and that is at about 70,400, 400-ish. On Blowfin, it is 70,450. So I put it slightly lower at 40,000, 70,400. And the idea for why I'm looking for that move into the actual cross itself is because this last major swing low is very likely to get swept. This is very Bitcoin-like, to put in a low like this, put in a rally high, and then make a slightly higher low to make people think that this low is going to get held. They put their stop losses at this low, and then you get the fuck you candle and you sweep this low, come all the way down here, maybe even down to the 55. I'm just going to be conservative and put the entry at the 21, because nothing worse than getting front run on your entry by like $100, and then it actually plays out bigly. So I'd rather get filled, and stop loss is at that level here. Because if we were to sweep this low as well, then it's basically cooked and we're going to break down. Ideally, we just sweep this low, come down to the cross, and then get our move off of the cross. And once again, this is the first actual silver cross of the upside in 6 months. So it's kind of a change in structure of a very long range of 6 month consolidation period. We haven't confirmed breakout over that just yet, but the momentum is starting up with the silver cross on the daily. Like it's very significant that at that $98,000 lower high, we were not able to make an actual silver cross. But now we do have momentum pointing down, which is also going along with my idea of a short-term pullback from here to tap the actual cross itself. Like, to be honest, this is probably a very, very good area to short. Your risk to reward is very good in your favor, because you could put your stop here if you want to be aggressive, 76,200. If you want to be conservative, you could put it at this high, and you want to use lower leverage. But then, because you do have high probabilities of coming down to this bottom 38.2% at least, so that's a quick scalp right there that you can play off of based just probabilities. And let's see what else you got. And you're starting to form hidden bullish divergence as well, because you're taking out these previous lows on momentum, whereas price is making a higher low. And to confirm that, you will have to close over 77,370, and then that takes you up to about $80,000. With the stop at 78 for maybe a slight rejection on like a 15-minute time frame, but I think it's gonna just bust on through. Let me get a little sip ski of my water.
Not Coke Zero this time. I don't know if that's a full sign, honestly.
It's based off of my laziness, because the Coke Zeros are downstairs in the freezer or the fridge.
Oh yeah, I see.
And I should stop calling them Coke Zeros and just call them Cola Zeros.
Colas? Interesting. Colas. That's
We ain't getting Coca-Cola checks.
some cola. Or Coke in a can is what I call it.
There's my inner shine bomb speaking. That's code word, because I don't want to say the other word. So on the daily, we got Jewel flashing a first sell signal as well, which also goes along with the idea of that pullback. and you're approaching the pink on the bullish cross on the jewel, and it's likely going to come a little bit lower than that, I think, towards the edge of the bullish control zone, and then flip back around, and then that'll put in hidden bullish divergence on the jewel as well. And then you'll have hidden bullish divergence on the jewel. You'll have it on your HPDR momentum, and then likely you'll have it on the RSI too. But we'll see that next. And then that's the three horsemen of the $80,000 move. Let's go. Let's go to the lower time frames first, and then we'll do the higher ones. 12 hours currently also flipped down, but very close to flipping back up. And 12 hours also putting in possible hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with a close over 76,200, basically the same number as before. And then that gives you a move into somewhere around 77 to 78,000 on confirmation. And then you would have a closure, or likely you would have a closure over your 38.2% at that point. And then that gives you a move into about 79.9, so 80,000. And I'm seeing a lot of targets now to 90,000, 95,000, 98,000, 100. I've seen a few of like 112, 114, saying that now that we've taken out some higher low that is not really even significant, now that there's nothing but air until $100,000, completely ignoring the major spots at 86 and the major spot at 90, and then the major spot at 95, and then the major spot at 98. A lot of spots that you're just completely ignoring, and I guess it's better for us if they were to do that.
Yeah, literally.
What I'm thinking is going to be somewhere around maximum 85, but I'm very doubtful that it'll even get there.
Same, honestly. Just that consolidation zone, we probably just SR and dump 85, 86. Oh, but just wait. I mean, we rallied up a little slightly past 76,000. It's literally at 75.6, not even past 76. And people are already horny. So when we go to 85, I can only imagine, honestly.
People are already saying that the bear market bottom is in. The FTX move was the Iran war, quote unquote. So on the 8 hour, we're also starting to, we're very close to flipping back up, about to deviate the bearish control zone. And usually whenever you deviate the bearish control zone, you go into the bullish control zone. Like you have an example here, you went into the bullish control zone. You have an example here, you went into the bullish control zone. Find another example. You had one here, you went into the bullish control zone. 3 makes a trend, so that's good enough. And on the jewel, you are getting a bearish cross, which is pink freshly crossing below the yellow within the bullish control zone. So let's mark this off and see what this usually does. Give us another. We'll get one more. There we go. $25, so we were higher. By the way, the yearly open is about 86 or 87,000. So that is one hell of a resistance. Alrighty. This one was a lower high, which led to some massive dumping action. Kind of what we're looking for now. About 2.4%. When is that a bounce for ants? And this was, I believe, October 10th dump. I guess we'll know for sure soon if it's trading view or if it's my end. It's causing the lag. 3.4, 7.5, 8.5. Then how much did we go up? 0. Less than 0.5%. I guess you can call that one a failure. Not even 1%. This one also was barely anything. About 1%. This is the current one. And about 1%, so the average move has been filled. That's more points into the bearish camp. And we are approaching the 38.2%. That is currently at that 76,000 level. Basically making it that 76,000 is going to be the area if you can bust through, then you're probably going to fill out that daily, what was it on the daily silver cross. Let's go to the 4-hour and then we can get to the higher time frames. 4 hours also flipping up, getting out of the bearish control zone. It's currently putting in some hidden bearish divergence because you have taken out this previous high while price is still putting in a lower high. But to make a local top here, you will have to close below this low, which is 74.50. So basically 74,000. And if you're to lose 74,000, then you're likely going to get a move down to tap somewhere around 70,000 flat. Likely lower to tap 69. And see if there's any other divergences for me. No. But once you close over 75,815, then there's no longer going to be possible hidden bearish divergence. Let's go to index. Index is showing a little bit more of a bullish view, or not really bullish view, but higher bearish retest view with rejection of the 38.2%, or it'll move down and then we got a bounce, rejected it, and you're getting a strong bounce from that 38.2%, and you're almost green now on the daily. But you're just finding resistance below the 55 EMA on the daily, and once you, today, and once you bust past that, you're likely going to hit these 61.8% at least, which is just below 80,000 at 79,950. And momentum is still technically to the upside. It's retesting the moving average, and we'll need to close below the moving average for momentum to flip down. Volatility is still also expanding, but it's right at the edge of going into contraction. And the jewel is still giving you a buy signal and entering into the bullish control zone. All right, this will stop lagging. 3-day has now given us a cross between the 9 and the 21. It's not exactly as powerful as the silver cross, but usually whenever you get these crosses, you at a minimum will test the 55, whether it's the upside or the downside. And I'll show you some examples. And off of this lower high at 98,000, we didn't get that cross. Come on. You have one to the downside. 9 cross below 21. You have to move to the 55. My throat is getting very dry and I'm out of water. That's very sad. Here's another one. You got that 9 crossing below the 21. You kind of front ran the 55 a little bit, came very close, and then you basically touched it at this point. Here's one to the upside where they all kind of crossed over here. So this would be more of a silver cross, but still the same 9 over 21, and then took you to the 55, but you just went directly into the 55. Nine below 21, 55. These are all downside ones, though. Let's see if I can find an upside one. It's going to be a while. You're going to have to go to the bear market where we were below the 55. Here's another downside one. 9 below 21, move to the 55. The upside ones are likely going to be off of a bear market because you have to be below the 55. So that's more points in the camp that we're probably in a bear market. Come on. Here we go. We got one here. Ah, fuck. It's continuing to move. This lag makes it so much more annoying. So you got your cross right here with 9 over the 21. You got your move to the 55. And this setup, by the way, has a 100% hit rate. Rarely do setups have 100% hit rate. And it's not going to be 100% forever, of course, but you're better off to assume that it'll work until it doesn't. Here's one to the downside. Here's the upside one. You got your 9 crossing above your 21. You got your move to the 55. But you guys get the idea. This is a 100% hit rate on this once again. Every single one of these has played out. Where you get your 9 crossing above the 21, you go to the 55 above. You get your 9 crossing below the 21, you go to the 55 below. It's not as powerful as the silver cross, but it's usually what you get before the silver cross. And now you're brushing up against the top 38.2% resistance as well, right at the breakout zone. So that's at 76.2. If you can close over that area, then you're likely going to get a move towards somewhere around 80,000 at a minimum, which is the 50%. Probably slightly higher towards this 55, which is around slightly higher than 80,000. And the 61.8 would be the upper end of around 83 to 84. And 3-day momentum is currently also flipped up and very close to breaking into the bullish control zone, with volatility also expanding from basically 0%. And the jewel is also curving around and giving you a buy signal and very close to entering into the bullish control zone. But is there any hidden bearish divergence here? There was, and it's no longer possible. There is some slight hidden bearish divergence from this point, but it's really far back. So even if it were to confirm, it's not really going to do much. But to confirm it, you would have to make a local top, and that would require a close below 73.3, and then that should give you a move down to somewhere around 72.5, 72.6, 6, somewhere in that region, and that would fill us on the long that I posted this morning. So inshallah that happens, and then we can pump directly from there to $115,000, which I was told we were going to next. You don't have to TP at any of the resistance levels because we're going straight to 115,000. That's a joke, by the way. Please TP at the resistance levels. 5 days currently flipping down on momentum. It hasn't confirmed yet because we haven't got the close, but this will close in 8 hours. Kind of looks like this will confirm to the downside, giving us that little pullback first. And volatility is now starting to expand from 0%. 5-day jewel is still continuing the buy signal, and we're close to getting a pink over 21 cross. We haven't got, pink over yellow cross. We haven't gotten it just yet, but it's looming. And 5 days now reclaimed the 200, but it's got a rejection from the median. So we're probably going to get at least another retest of somewhere around that 200, but likely a little bit lower towards somewhere around this 9 EMA. And that puts you around that 72 zone, 72.4, 72.5, somewhere in that region. And ideally, we'll get our bottom there and not get stopped. And then we can run it turbo to $1 million by the end of the 4-hour candle, and the stop loss was that 70,500-ish level, I believe. 70,000. It's on it. Yeah, 70. Which time frame was it? 70,500. Yeah, it's hard to see with all these colors. Weekly is also reclaimed the 9, which weekly has been below the 9 since that major lower high of $98,000. So getting back over it is quite significant. We have tapped the 21, but as of now, we aren't really getting any rejections and like followed through to the downside. So I would expect at least another tap of that 21, which is at 78,150, 78,200. And if you can get acceptance over that 78.2 area, then that's where you get your busting action to the lower 80s, somewhere around 82 to 83,000, which is going to be a retest of your 100, which was major support all throughout this area. And that's likely going to be flipped into major resistance now. And then that'll put in some hidden bearish divergence as well. And then that gives you your dumping action move to somewhere around 70,000 for psychological number bounce, and then 60 to 61,000 for your next psychological number bounce, and then somewhere in the 50s. To give you a range, somewhere around like 55 to 58,000. I don't think it's going to go directly into the 40s. That's never what Bitcoin does. Like even in the last bear market, the Luna crash was very, very violent and significant, but that wasn't the bottom, and it didn't go directly, and didn't even go directly to 17 with Luna. It danced around in the 30s for a little bit. It dumped to like 20s, high 20s, or mid 20s, and then it gave you a bearish retest, and then Luna happened. Otherwise, it'd be too easy. And weekly momentum is still pointing up, and it's very close to entering into the bullish control zone. And now weekly momentum is getting to the 20, so now you can consider this to be positive momentum. But on the opposite hand, you are forming one hell of a hidden bearish divergence because you have taken out the momentum when price was at $98,000, while price is still making a lower high, and a significantly lower high. We're $23,000 below the last high, which we took out on momentum. But to confirm this, as of now, it's going to be a little bit difficult because to make a local bottom, you have to close below, or a local top, you have to close below this low here. And this is at 65,969. Nice number. But as you go up, it's going to be easier and easier to confirm this because then it will be easier to make a local top. Then you'll have more wicks to the downside before you get your expansion, and those wicks can be used to confirm your local tops. So then eventually, once you're in this area and you confirm that local top, confirm that hidden bearish divergence on the weekly, you can basically blindly short that and you have your stop loss if you want to be conservative and like really, really, really safe on this one. You can put your stop loss here at this last major lower high at $98,000. That is kind of a wide stop loss, but you got to remember the reward is very large, so you don't need very much leverage on this because you'd be aiming for 60,000 or 61,000 at minimum. So let's just do quick maths here. %17.97%. So maybe you want to use like a 2x on this, if even leverage at all. But the reward is to 60,000. And I think it's going to go lower than 60,000, but let's just be conservative and take it to 60,000, which is weekly 200. That is 27%. So good amount more than the risk, and it's high probability because of the higher time frames, which are still mega bearish. And you'd be getting a rejection from similar area as you did back in your $98,000 high. All right, see what else. Volatility is now also expanding from extreme lows, but this is likely going to be one of those volatility expansions that starts to the upside and then really plays out to the downside. 2-week is also flipped up on momentum, approaching the edge of the bearish control zone. This is likely where it's going to reject and find your lower high, your next bearish retest, because the 2-week momentum has entered into the bearish control zone, and every time we've entered into the bearish control zone, you've had some serious dumping action. This one doesn't mark the bear markets, but it does mark heavy dumping action, and you have tried to make it out a couple of times, and you've rejected every single time. And you're very close to a silver cross at the downside also. So if this was to continue crossing down, price goes up. Let me zoom in, it's lagging a bit. That would bring us to that 80-ish, $81,000 area, right, or to reconnect with this 55 for a silver cross retest. And let's see when we had the last silver cross on the 2-week. I believe it was a long time ago. To the downside, I mean. Yeah, it was off of FTX. That was the last weekly silver cross. Yikes. I wonder what the bull market support band is at. Somebody call up Ben Cowan.
Joking against Ben Cowan, he's gonna fucking bite everyone in the ass because he's just following cycles and every retard's following narratives. This is not gonna end well. They already gave you all the good news. The stretch was open, the war was over, and that was the pump you got. Like there's no better news coming anytime soon. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
it's just fun to troll about him. So on the monthly, we're also now approaching the moving average. We're actually above the moving average on the monthly, but you have to remember, once again, you have to wait until the monthly close before it actually means anything. And this is likely going to reject before the monthly close. And this goes along with, on the monthly, approaching the rejecting the 5 EMA as of now, but I'm thinking that somewhere around the 9 is going to be where our major rejection is, at that 82,000 area. And then once you reject that area, likely monthly momentum is going to flip back below the moving average, giving you a bearish retest of the moving average, rejection, and then you get some severe dumping action. Because every single time 100% hit rate that monthly momentum has entered into the bearish control zone, it has been a bear market. Like even over here, you've had the momentum flip back up and get over the moving average, but still that just led to a lower high before lower prices. But then also you have to note that the lower prices were not that much lower than when than the previous low. It was only like a percentage base. Let's see. About 22%. So not the worst, not the best. So if we were to do another 22% from this zone here, just to about $50,000, and let's do it from 60,000. I like this number more. It's about $46,000 and agrees with my bias, and it also lines up with the monthly 100. And you've also got the second ever pink below yellow cross on the jewel in Bitcoin history. The first one was before Luna, and this is happening higher up than the one on the Luna setup. Someone's calling me. Let me reject that. And this is happening higher up than on the jewel than they did on Luna. So technically based, this should be a more powerful move. Although I'm not saying we're going to get the same Luna dump, but technically it should be a more powerful move. But we know Bitcoin doesn't really move technically. Hasn't moved technically in a while. Well, I mean, moves technically on the higher time frames, just the fuckery on the low time frames. Bitcoin is possibly the only market that hunts people out who use TA.
Say it again.
Crypto markets are probably the only ones that specifically hunt people that use TA.
Oh yeah, it's such a fucking piece of shit. Really, really does. It's like you know exactly where you're gonna get the most people out, and he does. But thank God, it's just a free market, dude. And he's just they only manipulate the markets every now and then. Thank God, not all the time.
Yeah, it's not every day.
No. Imagine.
So on the quarterly, we're also getting a back test of the quarterly 9, which we are currently rejecting as at this moment, which is at around $78,000. The next level is the quarterly 5, which is at that 81, slightly above it would be 82,000. That's the area where I am still leaning towards hitting, but as of now, there is points against my bias with the currently rejecting the quarterly 9. You do have a long time left to go in the quarterly before it closes, so it's eternity in cryptocurrency land. And not only do I not expect it to close over the 9, I don't expect it to close over the 5, the 9. I kind of expect this to turn red by the quarterly. So that's why you gotta ignore short-term moves for the long-term trend, because the long-term trend is down, or the medium to long-term trend. The real long-term trend is up. Like on the quarterly, it's currently down because we've taken out this last major low. And you have bearish divergence on the quarterly. And the quarterly is giving you a dual sell signal. And every single time that we've gotten even the neutral signal, it has been a bear market. And let's go into RSI. And we'll start with Tether. I'll make the moon faces disappear for now. We don't need these moons. Don't want to turn into a gorilla all of a sudden. Only the real ones understand that reference. All right. So daily on Tether dominance is putting in a local bottom. You have hit the easy target, which is the edge of the bearish control zone. The next area is going to be the neutral zone. If you're able to get above this silver cross down, it's very interesting that Tether has a silver cross down, whereas Bitcoin has a silver cross up. And if you can get over there, then the neutral zone is sitting at about 7.9%, just below 8%. And let's go into the jewel, and the jewel is slipping into a buy signal, completely skipping the neutral signal. So that's quite bullish. This lines up with the idea of lower on Bitcoin before we get the bounce. And volatility is now approaching, well, it's actually just at extreme lows now. It's at 14%. Let's see, you're also putting in hidden bearish divergence possible as well, though, because you are taking out this previous high while price is making a lower high, and that will require a close below. What is this number? 7.094, and that gives you a target down to somewhere around 6.7s, which I'm guessing this 200 SMA will rise to meet it at that point. And this meme line is based off of the last major high. To the lower one. 12-hour has 3 drives of bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over 7.202%. And your next target off of that is going to be the bullish control zone, which currently sits at around 7.64%. Also goes along with the idea of the short-term pullback on Bitcoin. 8 hours has a local top, and this will be active as long as you're closing below 7.578. So it's kind of close to invalidating that. And your support is at the neutral zone at 7.41. It's kind of where you're resting at now, right below, right above support and right below resistance. And you're getting a bullish cross on the jewel here as well. You have the pink freshly crossing above the yellow in the bearish control zone, and now the light blue is entering into the bullish control zone. Makes it likely this divergence is going to be invalidated. I mean, this local top. And do we have any other divergence here? No. 4-hour also has a local top. You hit the easy target, which is the simple moving average. Next level is the neutral zone. That sits at 7.33%. Let me zoom in a little bit more on the candles. And you're just resting on this 21. So once you can lose this 21 on a 4-hour closing basis, then the idea goes out. The idea after throughout of Bitcoin getting that pullback, then this tether is likely just going to dump, and Bitcoin's likely just going to pump towards 80K. But I think that's a little unlikely. I'm thinking it's more likely that we get that pullback first. Two days, now putting in a fresh drive of bullish divergence. This is going to be 3 drives of bullish divergence, and this will confirm with any close over 7.339%. And then that gives you a target towards the simple moving average at a minimum, which is 7.61%. And then the neutral zone is 7.67. So it's a range between 7.61 and 7.67. Not really that much higher, which is slight pullback on Bitcoin. 5 days still has 3 drives of bearish divergence. Target is the bearish control zone, sitting at 6.98%. This is still fueling my bias on Bitcoin touching 80K until this divergence gets invalidated. And this will be valid as long as you're closing below 7.920%. And volatility is now starting to tick up from extreme lows, almost above the moving average now. Six days also got 3 drives of bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below 7.615%. And the next target on the divergence is going to be the neutral zone, and that sits at 6.59%, right around our 6.7 target, with volatility back at extreme lows. And the jewel is giving you a pretty bearish signal here with the pink crossing below the yellow in the bullish control zone. Weekly's also got bearish divergence. Your next target is the bullish control zone, and that's sitting at 7%. 2-week also has a local top. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below 8.168%, and your next target is the bullish control zone, sits at 6.47. This is going to update. And I'll switch to Bitcoin. Really hate this lag. Bitcoin has a local top on the daily. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below. Come on. $77,100. And if you invalidate that local top, then that's going to bring you towards that 200, which is currently in the upper 80s, but this is going to drop with every single close. It's currently around 85K, I believe. Yeah. Go to 12 hours. 12 hour has bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 77.1, and your next move is into the neutral zone, and that sits at 74.4. And then the bearish control zone is at 71.5. So you'd have a range between 74.4 and 71.5. Eight hours also got bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over 73.8. And your next target on that is going to be somewhere around the bullish control zone or the simple moving average. And that is going to be 77.669, nice number, and 88.7. So somewhere in between there. 82s, 83s, it's right in between. Local bottom on the 4 hour. You've hit the easy target, which is the simple moving average. Next level is going to be the neutral zone, and that is at 76,100, slightly higher. Likely will reject that area and then get that move down to swipe the current low of 73.2s to go into the 72s, and then ideally that's where we find our next local bottom and then bust on up. Nothing there. Nothing. 5 days local bottom, very close to the bullish control zone. That's at 78.130. 6 day also has 3 drives of bullish divergence. Your next target is going to be the neutral zone. You've hit the easy target, which is the edge of the bearish control zone. And the neutral zone is at 84,000, but it's going to update. Weekly is invalidating the hidden bearish divergence, putting in a local bottom that's going to target the bearish control zone. Sits at 80,200. 2 week is also putting in a local bottom, so going to target somewhere between the simple moving average and the bearish control zone. And that gives you a range between 80,700 and 90,000. Unlikely you go to 90,000, but somewhere in the low 80s is not too unreasonable. And monthly is retesting the neutral zone after touching the bearish control zone. The neutral zone is at 84,400. So another point in favor of the low 80s. And then that's going to give you one hell of a hidden bearish divergence, because currently already on the daily RSI, you are taking out the high from $98,000, while price is still making a lower high by a significant amount. So once that daily confirms a local bottom and that hidden bearish divergence is confirmed, my idea of higher is going to be out. And quarterly currently has bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below $114,000. And your next target on that bearish divergence is going to be about 63,000. Let's go to the 6 months. 6 months also got 3 drives of bearish divergence forming. This will confirm with any close below 74,441. Sure, we are close to that number, but we got about 2 months left to go, which is an eternity in cryptocurrency land. And I strongly believe this will confirm. And once this confirms, this gives you a move down to this 21, which is going to rise with every single close. But right now it's sitting at around 43,000, and on this next open, it's going to likely line up with this meme line, which is our previous closing 6-month high at 46,000. Now let's go into momentum. We came very close to my box. Daily momentum is flipped down with volatility contracting, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 77,100. Supports the idea of the pullback. 12 hours are also flipped down with bearish divergence, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 77, let's say 77.1. And volatility is back to extreme lows. But on the other hand, while you are putting in possible hidden bullish divergence because you have taken out this previous low, well, price made a higher low. And that will require a close flipping momentum back up to confirm. And once that does confirm, that gives you a move into the box, the wonderful blue box, the box of prophecies, the $80,000 zone. 8 hours currently flipped down, but it's close to flipping back up with volatility approaching extreme lows, and it will flip back up if you can close over 75,500. And if this does flip back up here, this will put in hidden bullish divergence because you have taken out this previous low on momentum while price made a higher low. And that's very close to confirming. And that gives you a move into that 80,000 zone. 4 hours already flipped back up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 73.8 with a derp of life, and volatility is almost back to extreme lows. Two days currently flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing up over 73.9. So let's say 74,000. 5 days currently also flipped up. It's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 66,350, and you're getting a touch and go volatility set up right now on the 5 day, which is just about to confirm. And if this does confirm, this is going to confirm a volatility set up to the upside on the 5 day. And 5 day does have an 85% hit rate in terms of direction of volatility playing out in terms of direction of momentum. So 85 is not 100%, but pretty good. And if we were to assume that it plays out somewhere in this zone, assuming we get the confirmation, as long as we're over 66.3, that will confirm, and we are above the moving average. So there's a chance that before the close we could drop below the moving average, and then it wouldn't confirm. So we have to see what happens on the close. But just to assume that it happens around here, and then we will take it, actually we'll take it from the volatility expansion. All right, from here, the average move is 20 to 25%. 20% brings us to 81,500. Very interesting. 25% brings us to just below 85,000. Basically, it's the range that we were looking at before, around 80,000 to 85,000. Very interesting. And this 5 day setup is only just below 8 hours away from confirming. The last 5 day setup was to the downside. But even if this one does confirm to the upside, it's just going to make another lower high. And then everybody and their mom is going to be doubling down on longs at that point and calling themselves geniuses. And then destroying their average entries, and then price just dumps a little bit and they get liquidated. Weekly is also currently flipped up with volatility at extreme lows, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $68,000. And you're close to exiting the bearish control zone. Likely will reject it around that point. Let's go back to the 5-day and mention that 5-day still has active bullish divergence because you do have a higher low on momentum with a lower low on price. And you've hit the easy targets now, which is the 221. Next target is going to be in this zone here, the 55, as it continues to drop. Right now it's at 85,000. So if you were to do it in this next 7 hours and 44 minutes, the target would be 84,000. Probably not, so it's going to drop. Weekly is also currently flipped up with volatility at extreme lows, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over about 67,950, 68,000. And if you go to CME, CME is also still flipped up as long as you're closing over about 69,000, nice number. And CME also has a higher low on momentum with a lower low on price, giving you bullish divergence on CME. And the target, the easy target is the 21, which is currently at around 78,000, which we have kind of hit, front run a little bit. But the next target, which I think is the one that's going to get hit, and also will fill this CME gap, is at around that 82,000, 81,000 area. But everyone else has the same idea of that CME gap and shorting the CME gap. That's what will probably fuel the move to that 80, 83, 84 zone. That would be the 55. It's at 85 on CME, but CME does have a price spot a premium over spot price action. Two-week is now freshly flipped back up. This was also what fueled my decision to go revert back to my original idea of 80,000, because this is the first time that this has flipped back up since about May or April of 2025, and we went to new all-time highs from there. And every single time on this bull market, we flipped back up on the 2-week, we went to new all-time highs. So now I'm not saying that we're going to go to new all-time highs because I don't believe it's in the bull market anymore, but at the least we should get a nice bear liquidation green dildo to the upside. And that will confirm this silver cross, which is just about to happen, maybe in 2 more closes, and then you get your real bear market move. And monthly is now, with price going up, volatility is dropping, which is bearish because volatility is contracting while the price is going up. It was expanding when price was going down. So telling you this is likely just going to be a bearish retest, and momentum is on the monthly is entering into the bearish control zone, very close to entering into the critical zone, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below $97,800. And once this volatility does confirm on a close above 15%, monthly has a 100% hit rate of going in terms of momentum. So if this is still flipped down, you're going to get average move of 50% down from there. So if we're very generous and say it happens at 84,000, 85,000, that brings you to 42-ish. If we say it happens at 80,000, brings you to 40. Happens at 78,000, which is our current high, brings you to 39. So it gives you that range between 40, 43, 45 to 38, 39,000. I'm thinking on the futures exchanges that will tap the 30s. I'm not sure about spot, but the massive wave of liquidations probably will tap it on the futures. And from there, we have to see, because then we'll also have our six-month bearish divergence confirmed, and that one gives us a target into that 40 zone. And then we have to see if we can make a local bottom there. I'd like to see it at least on a weekly local bottom in that zone, and then I'd be comfortable saying that would be our next major macro low, and then we can go sideways for a couple of months, weeks, retest it for a couple once or twice, and then we can start the next bull market. But to wrap it up short, in short, on the medium-term time frames, it is starting to flip back. Not exactly bullish, but more mean reversion, and we are starting to get the bounce playing out a little bit, but not fully to what I'm thinking just yet. We have tapped 78,000, which is a strong possibility of being our macro top, or not a macro lower high. But I'm leaning a little bit higher based off of the 2-week flipping back up, and based off of several other things like a bunch of jewel signals. on several time frames, which are flipping around, and it makes me think that we're going to tap somewhere in that low 80 zone, somewhere in the say 80,000 to 84,000. And if we do get that, I have very high confidence that's going to be the next major macro lower high, get a rejection from there, and the conservative stop would be at around 98,000. So if you want to make sure to avoid any fuckery, and then you'd be targeting 60,000 from there, but likely somewhere in the 50s. And the invalidation is going to be a weekly close back over 97,900.
Alex, do we know what the targets for Capo are? I'm interested to see what everyone's putting on targets, because technicals are indeed bullish. There's no question about it. But the thing is, it comes alongside really good news for retards, right? Look, the Strait of Hormuz is open. Like, all these great things are happening. Now, the other thing that's fucked up, and they're throwing something like a little curveball to the market, is the tariff thing. Because that is, I don't know if you guys know, but Trump is refunding tariffs that were marked as illegal to these companies, right? And that's literally just printing money and giving it to them, to the owners of these companies. Yeah, I mean, that's all it is. Because listen, there's two things that might have happened, right? That actually happened. One, yeah, these companies ate dick and they were not able to pass the tariffs to these people, right? To the customers, right? Some of them were like, we're going to raise the prices, but they couldn't because people weren't buying. And then some others were able to. But for example, Tesla is going to get a lot of money back. Ford, a lot of money back. And that's going to be, I think, good for their stock price. And also CEOs are just going to get more and more money. While you can arguably say that people paid for that, which is fucking genius. So I don't know how to look at that. I need to see how Mr. Soloway thinks about it, and then just completely do the opposite of what he thinks. That's sense. Literally, he's amazing at interpreting things the way that they want him to interpret things.
For Capo, well, still bullish, of course. All of the target I see from him is giving that 80, is essentially 90,000. That's what he's looking at.
There you go. So that's what I'm saying. Like, there's a lot of let's look up and whatnot, right? Like, let's we're moving higher, and again, the charts do show that, and momentum does show that, and all this shit. But when I looked at everyone, like right here in the $98,000 area, when I made that trade right here, everyone's still looking at 102, 104, like for a while. I remember that vividly. And especially also with the top at 126, people were like, nah, dude, this ain't over until 133s, 137s get hit. And people are always looking up when it comes down. I mean, it's obvious, right? In hindsight. And I think this is that area right now. Because and the reality is, could be totally wrong. And yes, we could go to the $86,000. But if everyone is waiting for the $86,000, I'm sorry, that doesn't sound right to me. It normally doesn't do that. By the way, I closed my long, and now I'm waiting to add to my short if we get to 600s or above.
That's smart.
Made a few shekels today. So
because the market did open up on Bitcoin. Now it's just right in that spot. We could go up a little higher, like, Tether dominance could go down just a little bit more. But yeah, Sam, it's just like what you're mentioning. And that did the higher price that everyone wanted to short Bitcoin, or even longer longs to Bitcoin, didn't come.
And I gotta say, Solana is terrible.
Yeah,
terrible. Like, it looks fucking like dog shit. Yeah, it's holding the lows, but while Bitcoin is making like higher highs right here, Solana is just doing lower highs.
Yeah, like Sol is telling you the truth, and
I think so too. I think Solana is actually the one letting us know what the fuck is up, because it just can't get it up. This shit fucking is just not doing anything. Like I said, Bitcoin, it's going and doing its thing, the traditional higher highs before it dumps.
Exactly.
Solana actually does it too, by the way. He did it right here. So there's a divergence right here. There's two things that are happening. Either Bitcoin is going up and Solana is going to follow with a massive rally that no one's expecting, right? That could be the case. Or, and by the way, what is everyone expecting? Anyone that reads charts, we're all expecting 80s. And again, this fucking thing lies in charts. Like the charts lie to us. Just like the news lies to people, the charts lie to us. When I find the chart telling me the same thing that the news is telling me, that's where I go, whoa, 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 buddy. And then there's a lot of expectations by the most basic crypto traders. I don't know. I'm putting, I mean, I would say I'm gonna see if I'm gonna put my money. No, I'm gonna put my fucking money. My money's already in there on the short. Right here. I think if you get another 77, a hit of 78, maybe 79 or 8, that's a gift.
Yeah,
a gift. And I'm using so low leverage, it doesn't really fucking matter. You won't take me out until like 90, basically.
Oh, that's beautiful. See, that's a proper trade. And you just know you're in full control. And really, the market technically is on the daily lining up for maybe a move down. Even if they hold it and we move up and it was a bullish retest, the daily on Bitcoin is saying bears are kind of lining it up to move down.
Let me show you this.
The EMA 100.
Remember we were talking about the bearish rejection right here? So that's an SFP of the 100, and then this is coming down. Tell me if I'm wrong, Farhan. Is there a bearish divergence on the weekly RSI for Tesla?
Check.
Because when Elon starts pumping that there's a new update on the software, which is just an update, and acting like, oh, this is life-changing, and he doesn't do shit, that's when these dumps happen on Tesla.
Weekly does have active bearish divergence, but it's from a while back. It's still active.
That's what okay. So there you go. Could still play.
Yeah, the next target from that would be the critical zone, which is at around 228.
Mm-hmm. So see, if Tesla's selling me on this bullshit news, I'm sorry, I'm not buying. I'm not buying it. And then you're seeing, why the fuck is this not continuing to go up, right? Like Circle, it should be. It's just, again, I'm putting my money where my thoughts are. But I also think your idea is pretty good still. That could still play in that same way, because you're not saying we're going to 80 right now. You're saying we're going to go somewhere around maybe where we are, 76, 77, reject, come down to 72. Is that what you said, or 74?
Yeah, the main idea is I think we're going to come down to the 72s.
And then long from there,
sure,
hopefully you get the new high.
Go up,
right?
Or not. Yeah.
Got it. Perfection. All righty. Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Very clear now.
And if we don't hold
Uh-huh.
72s, then I think we're going to dump.
I think so too. That's exactly where I'm at. That's exactly where I'm at. Love
Mazel
it.
tov.
Mazel tov. Jewish things. And hopefully the channel's going to go viral now that we are Jewish.
We have to wear the hats though.
I am Alejandro Salomonsky.
I don't have one for myself.
You don't have a Jew cap? I have an emergency Jew cap. I have a friend that had a baby, his baby, and they do the dick thing. And, you know, when you're there, you have to wear the little cap. And I decided that I was going to wear it. I was going to save it in my truck in case there's a Jew emergency. And someone is like, L'chaim, I'll give you money if you're a Jew. And I'll be like, I am a Jew.
I need to get one of those caps.
I'm ready. And listen, I deserve it. People fucking message me every now and then like, fuck you, you fucking Jew. Hope you die. I'm like, I'm not even Jewish. So if I'm getting those, I deserve the other side, the money side too. That's the way I see it. That's the way I see it. All right. By the way, Lucid, let's go. Let's go. Low sixes, high fives. I'm in. Last one. Okay.
Yeah, I just got back from the bathroom, but going back real fast to Tesla, I was like, why is everyone bullish on Tesla? And I went to the chart and nothing changed. And it's still under
absolutely
14, too, the big line. So
How nice is this, right? Rejection of the 100, topping candle, and then instantly losing this level right away. And again, Elon is telling everyone, oh, and he does two things. He sends out an update. This is for people to recognize it. He sends out a brand new FSD update where he's like, this new update that it's literally, let's say that it's 1.1.2 to 1.1.1. And he's like, this update is really a big deal. And then all of his boys that repeat everything he says are like, oh, just wait until this update. And they don't release the update to everyone. They release it to influencers first and then to everyone else. It's like the first change. The second one, he opens a brand new city with robo taxis without drivers. But all it is just one or two cars without a driver. Which, by the way, the car can do that already. You know what I mean? So you're like, you motherfucker.
Sneaky with it, I see. That's
He is, but the thing is, no one learns. He's repeating the same trick over and over again. So you know that Tesla's going to dump again. This was the ideal short. I actually had 114 because I missed this one, and I didn't get the 114. So that fucked me. Oil fucked me by $1, by the way. I was going to be long at 78. It went to 79.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, right here.
No. Oh, 87? Oh, and it's even holding above 85. My gosh, that's funny.
All the clues are right here. Also,
So
peso dollar's gaining a little bit of strength just by 1 cent, but it really matters. It really matters. So these are the things I'm looking at that make the difference, in my view. And again, good news and good, like, come on, get the fuck out of here.
Sailor, I think, bought a bunch of Bitcoin yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Was saying he was right. See, I was right. We got the bounce.
Yeah.
Bears don't want to short anymore. And it's just like, I remember too, in that same time when we lost the daily EMA 100, it just didn't seem like that was the setup to be looking at, but it actually was. So
and can I throw you two pieces of confluence that are retarded, but they really work?
Oh, please.
People are dunking on Ben Cowan, even though it's still down as fuck, right? Like the market's still fucking mega down. People are dunking on him and on Jesse.
Okay.
So you go and fuck with Jesse, boys. You're about to fucking find out.
It's true. And another little part, which is a funny part, we're starting to see clown emojis in the Discord again. So I think we're getting
all those things, dude. Legitimately, all those things work. It's actually incredible. Yeah. Fuck yeah. See, lots of confluence on this shit. All righty. Thank you.
Yeah, that was a good analysis of Bitcoin. Like really just like opening the hood, seeing the bullshit. Nothing's really changed though. And that's like the nice part. Like you go on CT, you'll be convinced the bull market started yesterday.
Oh yeah.
The charts
for what? Like you said, what changed? Nothing. Oil is the gauge. Oil is the gauge that everyone should follow. Not the news on the stupid stretch. Oil. And no one is. They think that the news is what's making the oil price change.
And you made a funny point yesterday, like the Strait is opening. So what, are they not charging Bitcoin anymore?
Oh, dude, that is another because Bitcoiners are the most retarded people in the world, in the universe, might be. And they're so proud, like, right? I'm a Bitcoiner. I get some sun. I eat non-farm salmon. I'm way better than everyone else. I transaction outside of the system, even though I need to put the money from into the system to send it to Bitcoin. And then when I want to withdraw it, I need to get into the system. But I'm so much better than everyone else. And when they were like, the boats are charging, the people there are charging boats to transit on Bitcoin. And they're like, see, Bitcoin is the new solution. That should have been bullish, you fucking idiot. And when they opened it, it's not bullish for you anymore. But now, because the news told you something else and you're a Bitcoiner.
Bitcoin, yeah,
that's a great point. I'm glad you bring it up. Dude, I'm going to start with that. I appreciate it.
Yes, I love that. I was laughing at my phone. You mentioned it because it was so true. And everyone was tweeting about it. Like, yeah. Just great. Good shit, honestly.
Isn't it incredible, dude? It's so much fun to follow the market in that way instead of any other way. These people are like 5-year-olds, dude, that believe in sand and they don't even know.
And we trade against them, so it's even good for us.
I know. Thank God. Thank God. Fucking yeah. Let's do this. Damas y caballeros, voy a empezar con esto antes del análisis de Bitcoin. ¿Saben qué? Voy a regresar a Twitter porque hay veces que creen que estoy inventando estas cosas porque suenan tan estúpidas. Denme un segundito, ¿ok? Vamos a ver por acá. Güey, no hay nada más divertido que ver neta el mercado así. Imagínate ver a niños que todavía creen en Santa Claus, ¿no? Y tú pues, sabes que no existe, güey. Imagínate que todos sus amigos los pendejean con que Santa Claus va a hacer esto y tú nada más los estás viendo, ¿no? Güey, prepárense, ¿ok? ¿Están listos? Espérenme. Un segundo. Díganme que no le quité a esto. No seas mamón. Sí, creo que lo quité. No puede ser. Denme un segundo. Ok. Aquí encontré el del yuan, pero estoy seguro que lo han visto también en Bitcoin. Denme un segundito a ver si lo veo por acá. No. Ok. De todas maneras, les voy a enseñar pero se van a acordar. ¿Ok? Un segundito. ¿Se acuerdan que les estaban diciendo que barcos que querían pasar por el estrecho de Hormuz tenían que pagar en yuan para que les dieran un password secreto y con eso pudieran pasar? Y después dijeron Bitcoin, ¿no? Después dijeron que los barcos tenían que pasar y pagando Bitcoin. Pero el precio de Bitcoin estaba cayendo cuando estos barcos estaban pagando en Bitcoin. Pero ahora que abrieron el estrecho, Bitcoin está subiendo. O sea, vean lo pendejos que yo soy un Bitcoiner, brother. Yo sí me asoleo, estoy protegido del sistema que nunca ha colapsado en la historia. Güey, les iba a dar gripa, pendejos, y se acabaron todo el papel de baño del universo. ¿Ok? Si llega a haber un pedo donde el sistema colapsa, ni tu oro, ni tu Bitcoin, el güey que tenga el pistolón más grande y sepa lo que está haciendo es el que va a ganar. No te va a servir de nada, nada más, ¿ok? Entonces, para que vean cómo los tienen a todos de pendejos, ninguna de las ideas que tienen estas personas en la cabeza son suyas, han sido implantadas en su cabeza. Y lo mejor que puedes hacer, hermano, es entender que te están viendo la cara y salirte de ello lo antes posible si sigues en ello, ¿ok? Solamente, no te estoy diciendo que no va a subir de precio tu Bitcoin y la verga. Todo va a subir de precio. Eventualmente todo sigue subiendo de precio porque así es como la gente rica hace dinero. Una vez más, solamente estás ante un fin de ciclo ahorita. No hay pedo. No hay pedo, carnal. Nadie está diciendo que tu mamada esta se va a cero. Pero no te protege de nada porque todos los gobiernos han confiscado Bitcoin y tienen Bitcoin confiscado. No estás fuera del sistema porque para entrar en Bitcoin tienes que pasar por el sistema. Después es completamente rastreable todo lo que hagas con él y para sacarlo tienes que sacarlo a través del sistema. Si no te cabe eso en la cabeza... Y una vez más, es un placer estar tradeando en contra de la gente que piensa estas cosas, porque de verdad... Es el nuevo orden mundial. Están pagando en yuan. Después, a la semana, están pagando en Bitcoin. No, ven, Bitcoin es la nueva... En fin, hay varias cosas que están pasando en este momento que tenemos que ver. Lo único que tenemos que, y ahorita voy a brincar al análisis de Bitcoin, antes de esto ya vendí mi long, me quedo con mi corto y lo que quiero hacer es agregar al corto si llegamos a estar por encima de 76,000. Ahorita les voy a explicar esa técnica. Entonces me llevo unos dolarillos el día de hoy, por supuesto. Cae siempre, entre el lunes, miércoles, entras un día antes en la mañana y te sales, pero como campeón, con unos dólares en la bolsa. Y es lo que quiero que empiecen a entender. ¿Por qué me estoy quedando el corto? Les voy a explicar exactamente eso en este momento. Pero lo importante es, para todos los que están intentando aprender a leer el mercado como lo hago yo, y una vez más, no siempre voy a estar bien, por supuesto me voy a equivocar, si no, puta madre, sería Dios, ¿no? Pero la mayor cantidad de veces esto funciona. Cuando te están dando buenas noticias y el precio de algo sube, es para que te quiten el tapete y baje todo después. ¿Ok? Les conté, la incertidumbre, el hecho que les estén diciendo la incertidumbre del mercado y que haya gente que de verdad hable de la incertidumbre del mercado. ¿Cuándo has sido seguro que el mercado va a subir o bajar, cabrón? O sea, no mamen. Tienes que tener 2 neuronas y las 2 están cogiendo analmente entre las 2 y chupándose el pito después. Es lo único que tiene sentido si es de verdad el mercado. Es que la incertidumbre del mercado. Ah, bueno, entonces que alguien me suscriba a la certidumbre del mercado cuando puta madre sabes que va a subir a huevo y que va a bajar a huevo, ¿no? Por eso los macroanalistas son los peores traders e inversores del mundo, para que sepan. Justamente por eso, porque creen. Si ustedes saben de espiritualidad o están buscando eso, ustedes entienden que su mente es la trampa en esta vida. Que si escuchas a tu mente, no te va a ir bien. ¿Y qué es lo que hacen con esta gente que fue a la escuela y les entrenaron la mente y la llenaron de información pendeja? La usan contra tuya. No tienes que ser ni siquiera un genio para entender esto, pero duele, la verdad duele. Y entender cuando te das cuenta de verga, güey, me han estado viendo la cara de pendejo toda mi vida, es un mal momento porque toda tu identidad está basado en ello. ¿Y quién crees que se va a defender instantáneamente? El ego. El ego te va a decir, brother, fuiste a la escuela para esto, no puedes quedar como pendejo y empezar a pensar conspiranoicamente, tienes que quedarte y justificar esto con toda la información que tienes en tu cabeza. Y como todos los pocos huevos que no hacen nada con su vida más que la misma cosa toda la vida, ahí se quedan, que de la verga. En fin, vamos a los análisis, ¿para qué chingados hablamos de esto más? Vamos a darle con absolutamente todo, nada más en putiza quiero leer acá. A ver si tenemos preguntas, podemos revisar todas estas cosas. Claro. Un segundito. Ok. Vale, pues vamos a continuar, mis estimados. La pregunta en este momento que todos nos hacemos es, ¿cuándo es que Bitcoin va a encontrar su siguiente tope local? Y la cosa es, normalmente cuando te tienen volteando para arriba, el mercado se va para abajo, ¿ok? Y cuando nos tienen volteando para abajo, el mercado va para arriba. ¿Y a qué me refiero con eso? Cuando estábamos aquí en los 98, todo el mundo seguía volteando para arriba. Tocamos los 98 y bajamos acá a los 96,800. Y todo el mundo continuaba volteando para arriba. ¿A qué me refiero con voltear para arriba? Que teníamos objetivos de 102, 104, 108, 111, 116 algunos y otros de máximos históricos. Pero la realidad más grande de esto es, una vez que todo el mundo, que empiezas a darte cuenta que la mayor cantidad de creadores de contenido están volteando a la misma zona, esa zona no es tocada. No tienes que ser un genio para entenderlo. La otra cosa que tienes que entender de una, y si no lo entiendes, te va a costar muchísimo trabajo navegar el mercado no es libre. El mercado no se mueve por sí mismo. El mercado no lo movemos tú y yo, el buen tío Salo con sus $30 y ustedes con sus $100. El mercado no se mueve así. El mercado, y ahora piensa en esto. Imagínate que tienes $1 trillón líquidos. Y cuando digo $1 trillón, digo un pinche trillón con T de tetas enormes. ¿Ok? Tienes $1 trillón líquido. Puedes tú, en este momento, tirar 10%, ¿no? Que son $100,000 millones en Bitcoin. ¿Qué le pasaría al precio de Bitcoin? Subiría como su puta madre, ¿no? Y luego, ya que los metes y los tienes ahí, los subiste como su puta madre, si los sacas, ¿qué pasa? Pues, güey, baja un chingo, porque literalmente estás quitándole 5% de todo su market cap en solamente un movimiento. ¿Existen fondos que tengan $1 trillón líquidos? Todos. Los grandes de Estados Unidos, Vanguard, BlackRock, ¿cómo se llama el otro? No era es BlackRock. ¿Y cuál es el otro que también tiene algo negro? O también tiene una piedra, no me acuerdo. Blackstone. Todos ellos tienen esa cantidad de dinero. Y ellos son los que mueven estas chingaderas, ¿ok? Si entiendes eso, y entiendes que las noticias van en contra de lo que ellos están moviendo, porque ellos son los mismos encargados de hacer que el precio del petróleo suba, cabrón. ¿Ok? Entonces te cuentan el cuento de que un pinche estrecho choricero donde pasan 20 barcos cuando Estados Unidos es el productor de petróleo y de gas natural más grande del puto planeta, ¿no? O los pueden mandar en avión, o los pueden mandar en 1000 de otras formas, o que se den la vuelta y que se gasten más en ello, a la verga. Pero la cantidad de petróleo que pasa por el estrecho de Hormuz, literalmente contra todo lo que tenemos en otros lugares para producir y donde lo podrían literalmente mandar, es una estupidez en sí. Todo lo que te están diciendo es mentira. Lo único que tienes que ver es esto. El precio del petróleo, una vez más, estábamos aquí arriba sin indicios de que íbamos a bajar acá y sabíamos que íbamos a bajar acá. ¿Por qué? Porque literalmente son trampas, tío. Son trampas. Una vez que ves esto jugar una y otra vez, entiendes perfectamente cómo funcionan. Por eso entendíamos que este nivel iba a llegar. Por eso dijimos que tenía 70% de posibilidad de estar en lo correcto este trade. Y ahí va. En este momento, cualquiera que hubiera entrado $1 arriba de mí, hijos de puta, están 11% arriba. Güey, le pusiste un 2X, estás 22% arriba. Le pusiste un 10X, estás 100% arriba. El trade más fácil de toda la puta historia. Pero, güey, ¿cómo no sabías que ya iba a caer? Es La Paz, el estrecho de Hormuz estaba cerrado. Ya iba a pasar todo el labne y todo el pita bread y todas estas cosas. Y también, ¿no? Los kebabs ya iban a pasar también. Pues, tíos, es porque esto es mentira. Es porque esto se tiene que quedar aquí arriba por un rato, en lo que todos ustedes se vuelven pobres. Todos. Vamos a ver qué pasó exactamente en el 2022, cuánto tiempo el petróleo duró por encima de los $79. ¿Les parece? Esta marca. Vamos a ponerla de los 80. ¿Les gusta? Para poder usarlo como algo elaborado. Estoy en la diaria, por supuesto, para que nos diga exactamente cuántos días duró. De aquí a acá fueron 27 días, un mes. Después cayó a los 62. Y una vez que lo retomó, recuerden, ya estuviste aquí un mes. Una vez que lo retomaste acá, ¿cuántos días duraste por encima de sin interrupción? 175. Esa es una tercera, no, es casi la mitad de tu año, ¿ok? 6 meses. Después tuviste un break acá de unos días y acá otros 40 días. Literalmente 2/3 partes del 2022 tuviste el petróleo por encima de $80. ¿Pueden ver lo que estoy diciendo o no todavía? Eso es justo lo que vamos a necesitar en estos momentos, ¿ok? ¿Cuánto tiempo llevamos por encima de los $80 en esta movida? 30 días. Solamente te faltan 170 días, ¿ok? ¿A alguien le suena que ya eso se acabó el mercado bajista? No, una vez más, estamos nosotros simplemente siguiendo el ciclo. Todos los demás están distraídos por estupideces que alguien más les dice y con eso pierden el pinche modo de estar viendo esto. Entonces, para nosotros es lo mismo, da igual. La pregunta del millón en este momento es simplemente porque Bitcoin está en un mercado bajista, lo pueden ver, ¿no? Desde tus máximos históricos acá en octubre, has estado cayendo, haciendo nuevos mínimos. Lo único que haces para poder distraer a todo el mundo es lo mismo de hacer este tipo de movimientos, todo el mundo se la cree y con eso ya chingaste, ¿no? Entonces, toda esta zona son los parques, a donde te llevan en el parque que te van a poner en long, ¿no? Esta zona es el parque también. Y una vez que llegas al parque, sale el negro y te folla y dale, güey. Y solamente es negro no porque es el estereotipo, pero es el estereotipo del pitudo, porque esa es la más grande que te van a meter. Y justamente llegas y te dan ahí tu follón. Excelente. El follón del parque que vienen todas estas, la pregunta es, ¿dónde nos lo van a dar? La pregunta acá, cuando tocamos los 97, ni siquiera los 98, porque no dio esa entrada en los 98, porque todo el mundo estaba esperando de 98 para arriba, si no mal recuerdo acá, la gente estaba esperando los 100, la gente esperaba los 104, la gente esperaba los 111 acá, ¿ok? Esos son todos los niveles que la gente estaba volteando a ver acá. Y adivinen qué pasó. Solamente hiciste una desviación del promedio del 100 y vámonos a comer pito en el parque. Y adivina qué estás volviendo a hacer. O sea, del libro, otra desviación del promedio del 100 y te están invitando al parque. Ahora, sería más divertido si podemos aguantar por encima del promedio del 100 un poco más. Si no, sería igualito y sería demasiado fácil. Pero en este momento, el problema que tienen todos los que están esperando objetivos a la alza es que todo el mundo está esperando esta zona mínimo, la de los $86,000, pero como mínimo. Y les voy a enseñar algo. Una vez que llegamos a estos mínimos, ¿no? A los de acá abajo. Perdón, un segundo. Una vez que caímos del nivel, este fue el siguiente nivel. Lo venimos a tocar, Nel. Por eso la gente está esperando acá los 90. Estos son 98,500. No lo veniste a tocar. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? El nivel de acá abajo son 80. No lo veniste a tocar. Yo ahorita lo que tengo es un corto con todos ustedes. Les había dejado este 77.7. ¿Se acuerdan de mi pésimo chiste del 97.7? La estación donde te follan. Es la entrada que estábamos buscando idealmente para poder entrar en corto. Nos la dieron. Bien, perfecto. ¿Qué estoy esperando en este momento acá? Lo que estoy esperando, en lo que todo el mundo voltea a ver aquí arriba, es que esto nos mande al Chile. Pero me gustaría que hubiera un poco más de truco. Eso es personal. Entonces, ¿qué hice? Ayer cuando les hice el post de que si van a vender o no, se veía clarísimo el momentum alcista y dije, esto va a ser la primera trampa. Porque si te tiran instantáneamente el precio, después de hacer esto, güey, mucha gente no se va a subir. ¿Sabes cuánta gente tienes que meter en long en todo esto? Tienes que meter a la mayor cantidad de gente en malos promedios si están comprando spot y la gente que está haciendo trades que se metan en long en los peores lugares. Entonces, esta mañana sube el precio, llega a los 77,500 y cacho. Intenté vender los 75,600, no me los dio mi trade. Cerré en 75,500, lo que sea, ¿no? 550, 570. Bien, me llevé un par de $1,000. Contentísimo. Tengo todavía mi corto abierto. ¿Por qué? Porque están baiteando a la gente acá. Y ahora, ese va a ser el corto correcto. Voy a ver exactamente cómo va con las noticias, pero ahorita hay varias cosas que me dan confluencia. Uno, gente burlándose de Ben Cowen. No sé si sepan quién es Ben Cowen. Cuando todo el mundo se voltea y se está burlando de alguien que ha estado bien todo el camino para abajo, con un movimiento pitero para arriba, güey, esa es una gran señal de que están todos equivocados. Y dos, hay gente intentando hacer dunking también en Jesse Olsen. Jesse es, en mi opinión, el mejor trader que existe en este planeta, la verga. Y hay gente aventándosele al cuello cuando Jesse desde el principio dijo, mis bolitas estas chingaderas están en 78. Ahí es donde tiene que retestear mínimo. Y verga le pegó y nadie lo toma en cuenta. Nadie. Porque en las noticias el estrecho de Hormuz ya está abierto y ya chingaste, güey. Qué chingón, ¿no? Qué poca madre. O sea, güey, qué chingón. Las noticias siempre te dicen la verdad. Tienes toda esa confluencia con todos tus adorados creadores de contenido cripto que tienen objetivos, y díganme si no, porque yo no sigo a ninguno. Pero díganme si no todos están viendo acá. Por eso le pregunté a Alex, ¿qué es lo que Capo dice? Capo está esperando los 90, cabrón. O sea, ese güey no se quedó corto. Y yo siempre, ¿por qué fuimos los primeros? Y honestamente, muy egoístamente voy a decir esto. ¿Por qué me di cuenta que este fue el tope? Porque todos seguían viendo y me decían, güey, no, hasta que no toque los 133 o 137, no hay tope. Todos en el 126 decían 133 o 137. Pito, cabrones. Porque acá me di cuenta que ya íbamos a darnos la vuelta para abajo, en los 97, 98 casi. Porque todo el mundo me dijo que íbamos mínimo a los 100 o a los 102. Era como la asunción más cercana a la realidad. Y no pasó, se detuvo ahí. Acá, ¿hace cuánto tiempo les di el promedio de este trade? De los 77,700. Esto, literal, se los puse el viernes. Pero ¿hace cuánto tiempo les había pintado las líneas? El trade que estoy buscando está así. ¿Quién se acuerda de eso? O sea, hace un rato. Eso ya pasó. Y ahorita el hecho de que las noticias sean positivas, de saber que nada ha cambiado, La tabla, güey, la tabla se ve alcista, tienes un cruce plateado a la alza, etcétera. Pero les digo una vez más, y sin miedo, cuando Oclo estaba aquí abajo, la tabla era la más bajista que había visto yo en toda mi vida. Te decía que iba a haber continuación a la baja. Y cuando vi eso, porque yo aprendí, no me acuerdo qué fue antes de eso, Farhan lo analizó y todos sus indicadores de momentum apuntando para abajo, divergencias bajistas para abajo, todo para abajo. Este momento, en septiembre del 2024, fue cuando yo entendí que las tablas también están mintiendo. Que te pueden tirar técnicamente todas las mamadas que quieran y no van a dar continuación. Y lo mismo pasa cuando es alcista algo. Cuando estás volteando a ver esta chingadera que te dice, no, es que momentum, el cruce plateado, el cruce de los halcones galácticos y todo, continúa para arriba. Ok, güey, qué chingón, pero si todo el mundo está volteando a ver aquí arriba, me has dado a todos estos longs, a todos, desde aquí, es más, desde aquí. Pero si quieres contarlos pronto, en las últimas 1, 2, 3, 4, un mes entero para arriba, te los vas a tener que apoyar, güey. Así es como funcionan las tablas, no las tablas, pero los market makers. Y entonces, la pregunta en este momento es, ¿vamos a subir a la zona que todo el mundo está volteando a ver en los 86 o en él? Y aquí quiero que entiendan que todos aquí, Farhan, Alex y yo, tenemos un punto de vista diferente siempre. Hay veces que también coincidimos, pero la mayor parte de veces tenemos nuestra idea, ¿no? Que es instantáneamente vamos a caer o vamos a subir y después vamos a caer. Cada quien tiene su idea y por esto les digo, es importante para ti poder estudiar todo esto independiente de todo lo que te digan entre nosotros o te diga quien sea, cabrón. Porque lo que quieres es poder tomar tú tus propias decisiones, cagarla en ti y saber, güey, ¿sabes qué? La cagué por esto. Si no, no vas a poder ver la verdad. Nunca vas a ver la verdad siempre y cuando te escondas detrás de tu ego que te dice, no, güey, solamente la cagaste porque estos güeyes la cagaron. Nel. Y aquí es donde tú te tienes que poner verga, papi. Porque para mí, esto ya lo hizo. Cuando volteo y que todo el mundo se está burlando de la gente que ha estado bien desde octubre, pues tíos, lo siento. Adivinen por qué se están burlando de ellos, porque están en desacuerdo, porque algo pasó que va en contra de lo que decían. Y por cierto, lo más extraño de todo es que todos los más educados han dicho esto va a pasar y esto va a pasar. Pero cuando llegamos ahí la gente se empieza a burlar de nosotros por alguna razón. Es la cosa más chistosa del mundo. Yo lo veo. Vienen los comentarios pendejos a mi X como si fueran regalos, güey. ¿No? ¿Y por qué es? Güey, porque la caca flota. Punto. Y ahí, cuando llega a flotar, dices, ok, ahí hay caca, me voy de este lado. Lo siento. Otra cosa que estoy notando acá y tienen que ver, que Alex también puso en la mesa es, tienes estos canales alcistas en Bitcoin, donde estás haciendo nuevos altos, tal cual como acá, pero para mí Solana te dice la verdad, tío. Y quiero que vean esto. Solana literalmente no está haciendo eso. Solana ya tocó tope aquí arriba en los 97. Y aquí hay dos posibilidades que les quiero ofrecer a ustedes para que piensen. Uno, Solana va atrás de Bitcoin, que Solana va delante de Bitcoin en mi punto de vista, pero no los quiero influenciar con mi punto de vista. Ustedes tomen la decisión, les quiero dar las opciones. Solana va atrás de Bitcoin y en lo que quieres invertir es Solana porque Solana todavía se tiene que llevar los 97, ¿no? Y Bitcoin pues va a ir a los 87, 86 que todo el mundo espera. Podría ser la posibilidad. O Solana te está diciendo la verdad. Bitcoin ya topeó y Solana va a dar el primer movimiento para abajo. Y aquí tú tienes que decidir eso. Aquí tú tienes que ser tu propio man y decidir eso. Con eso dicho, vamos al pinche análisis de Bitcoin. Vamos a ver, no, ver, perfecto, güey. Ben le está haciendo caso a alguien que está buscando Bitcoin en indicadores. ¿Qué quieren que les diga? Aquí estamos. ¡Pum! ¡Ay, verga, güey! ¡Qué belleza! Me encanta regresar a estas gráficas y ver cosas así. Ok. Para empezar, cuando empezamos a analizar algo, para toda la gente que esté aquí, que sea nueva, cuando empezamos a analizar algo, queremos ver tendencias a largo plazo, empezando con una vela trimestral. ¿Por qué? Porque quieres ver para dónde va siempre de arriba para abajo, ¿no? Porque a fin de cuentas, si sabes que estás en una tendencia muy alcista, a muy largo plazo, que estás hablando desde que Bitcoin salió hasta ahora, donde estás haciendo altos más altos en toda la tabla, todo acá, y bajos más altos, pues te sentirías bien sabiendo que, güey, si compro cuando mínimo esté cayendo acá y estoy comprando acá y me aguante por años, me va a salir bien, ¿no? Por eso quieres empezar desde las temporalidades más altas. Y lo primero que vas a ver es tendencia. ¿Qué es lo que está pasando con las velas? Bien, si hubiéramos podido mantener una tendencia alcista limpia, hubiéramos no llevado estos mínimos de por acá, de los aranceles, y ya nos lo llevamos para abajo. ¿Eso qué te dice? Que estás en una tendencia bajista en la trimestral. Además de que tienes divergencias bajistas con el RSI, momentum apuntando para abajo, y literalmente el promedio del 9, ¿qué les dije? El promedio del 9, y esto es lo que nadie me quiere creer, cabrones. El promedio del 9 rechazando acá, que es donde nosotros entramos, donde yo estoy en este momento, es algo enorme. Esto te va a dar un movimiento grande. Para mí es, ¿dónde me voy a esperar de aquí al promedio del 21, tío? En los $61,000. Este es mi trade y lo voy a aguantar y por eso agarré poco apalancamiento y se los dije, para que también no me cueste mucho el apalancamiento, para que, ¿cómo se dice? Para que cuando sea este movimiento con un 200, con un 21, estoy haciendo el doble de mi lana, le metes bastante volumen al trade, poco peligro, y lo invalidas pues viendo dónde chingados, ¿no? Porque para mí, para que esto me saque, tengo que ir hasta $90,000. Entonces ya veré qué tipo de cosas estarán pasando en las noticias, si me salgo o no, pero por ahora estoy contento, estoy en positivo, y me imagino que varios de ustedes también. Pero el hecho de que fuimos a retestear el promedio del 9 después de caer de él, simplemente técnicamente es lo que tenía que pasar. Así de fácil. El que te haya dado la bendición de venir al promedio del 9, tío, fue enorme. Enorme. Y tienes que decir gracias. Vamos a ver acá. Pueden ver que volatilidad continúa apuntando para abajo y cayendo. Esta volatilidad nos da en tiempos altos fondos y topes. También fue parte de lo que nos dijo, ya vimos el tope en octubre. Esto, la primera contracción de volatilidad, fue la que nos dijo que vimos el tope acá, en lo que todo el mundo estaba mentando madres y viniendo a chingar. Pero ven, vamos a la mensual. La mensual, otra vez, ¿qué había justamente acá? El promedio del 5, el promedio del 21, 34. El 5 es el verde, el 34 es esto. Y todo el mundo está volteando aquí arriba, al 9 y al 21. Pero si volteas a ver el ciclo pasado, te das cuenta que una vez que caíste del 34, no hay retesteo del 5 y del 21. Aquí están el 5 y el 21. Simplemente caes y continúas tu mercado bajista. Y es lo que está haciendo esta chingadera. Tal cual. Por eso esto funciona como bait. Y es a lo que voy. Tienes que ser un animal para ver esto y creer que la tabla sencillamente se mueve así porque nosotros compramos y vendemos cuando vemos una noticia en Twitter. O sea, no mamen. La otra cosa aquí es volatilidad en lo que estaba el precio cayendo. Estaba por encima de acá. Pero ahora que el precio subió, contrajo. ¿Qué te dice? No quiere apoyar el movimiento para arriba. Es un movimiento falso, es una corrección. Y esta corrección se está dando en este momento. Este setup de volatilidad que tienes en la tabla de un mes es el mejor setup que has visto en toda la historia de Bitcoin. ¿Y qué quiere decir? Que te puede dar el movimiento más grande, fuerte, rápido de toda la historia que has visto. Y puede ser para arriba o para abajo, pero hasta ahorita está favoreciendo los movimientos a la baja, que es lo interesante para mí. ¿Ok? ¿Qué es lo que tienes acá? Aparte de eso, obviamente tienes tu tendencia a la baja. Por supuesto que Bitcoin le gusta bajar antes de subir y siempre les digo, si ahorita sube antes de bajar, va a bajar. Si ahorita baja antes de subir, va a subir. El hecho de que esté haciendo esto y estés aquí arriba, güey, toca más para abajo. La otra trampa que está armando poca madre esto es este mínimo. esta línea en los 58,000 que no la fue a tocar, que te está haciendo un bajo más alto. Bitcoin no hace eso. Bitcoin no es bonito. Bitcoin es un hijo de puta que hace esto antes de ir para arriba. Y acá, ve qué buen pedo, brother. Te está dando un bajo más alto. No sean mamones, o sea, no sean mamones. ¿Y los 3 Reyes Magos también se van a comer las galletas de Santa Claus o qué? 2 semanas. Habías tenido un movimiento de volatilidad expandiendo a la baja. Luego tuviste volatilidad intentando expandir cuando viste estos movimientos, pero ya con tu vela verde está contrayendo. ¿Qué sugiere? Corrección. Además, y esto fue otra cosa que trajimos a la mesa, güey, promedio del 9 está acá. El promedio del 9 está acá. Tienes tu promedio en la tabla trimestral, tienes el promedio del 9 justamente en el tope de esto. En la mensual, tienes tu promedio del 5 y el 34. En la de 2 semanas tienes el promedio del 9. O sea, esto no es cualquier cosa. Esta es una resistencia cabrona. Que haya todas estas chingaderas aquí arriba, te está baiteando. Baiteando. Y luego, cuando vienen acompañadas de buenas noticias las subidas, pues palo, güey. Palo, no es cierto. Está aguantándote tu promedio del 100. Esta es otra cosa que está jugando a todo el mundo. ¿Por qué? Cierras por encima, cierras por abajo, cierras por encima, cierras por abajo, cierras por encima. O sea, están chingándome. ¿Creen que eso es algo natural? Lo que estás haciendo es un S&P del promedio del 5. Y cuando hagas el S&P del promedio del 5, esta vela va a cerrar en 6 días y 3 horas. Falta todavía este fin de semana. Y hagas esto, tu siguiente objetivo es para abajo y fuerte, a hacer un nuevo mínimo. Y puede ser 58, puede ser ya el movimiento bueno. Semanal. Divina. La semanal, tío, tenías justamente tu 21 donde tocaste, ¿no? Excelente rechazo, pero del libro, así bonito, por encima del promedio del 9, güey, nada puede salir mal. ¿Cómo chingados? No, vamos a ver. Tienes un cruce plateado a la baja. Normalmente un cruce plateado a la baja en la semanal, ¿qué sugiere? El promedio del 9 le haces corto. El pedo es que ya te fue a hacer el S&P aquí, trepándose por encima, yendo al 21. Pero nosotros nos quedamos obsesionados aquí, dijimos, vamos a meter el corto en 71 en él. Este movimiento se vio venir por alguna razón, pero desde lejos. Y ahora aquí estamos, rechazando justamente nuestras zonas de entrada. Y ahora tienes esta vela acá. Por supuesto que estás en una tendencia alcista. No tienes que ser un genio para ver esto. Para lo que tienes que ser un genio es para entender que cuando Bitcoin hace eso, va a ir para abajo antes que para arriba. Es todo lo que tienes que saber de esta pinche cosa, cómo se mueve. Es la cosa más predatoria que existe en el planeta. Y sobre todo, porque si las noticias te mienten, estas tablas te mienten, pero más, güey. O sea, para la gente que sabe análisis técnico chido, esta tabla se los está apoyando todos los días. Tienes volatilidad una vez más contrayendo debajo del 15%. ¿Qué nos dice eso? Que viene un movimiento rico. Cuando, pues, quién sabe, esta es una tabla semanal, güey. Puede que en mayo, ves como siempre dicen, in May go away, o como vergas, no sé cómo sea esa chingadera, pero te dicen que, güey, a la verga salte en mayo del mercado porque mayo siempre es bajista. Y yo me imagino que esta vez todo el mundo va a decir, oh, todo el mundo está esperando eso, porque todo el mundo quiere ganarle al mercado, pero no a las noticias. ¿Qué es lo que tienes aquí? Básicamente, un canal que es alcista en cualquier otra situación, pero en Bitcoin es bajista, a la alza. ¿Dónde te va a rechazar? Tal vez ya te rechazó acá, tal vez todo el mundo tenga razón y el bait del promedio del 100, el 34 en esta zona, en otras temporalidades más altas sí te lo den, los 82. Personalmente me cuesta trabajo cuando veo que todo el mundo tiene, me cuesta trabajo creerlo cuando veo que todo el mundo tiene esos objetivos. ¿Qué hay ahí? La parte alta de la zona azul. Si ya te rechazó el 21, y esto esto es como una nota. Si ya te rechazó el 21 acá, tu siguiente objetivo es el 9 en 72. Y si no aguanta el 72, 70 con la media. Y adivina qué, carnal. No aguanta la media, 61. Y si vienes a la parte baja de la zona azul, vas a ir al 61.8% en 55. Así es como funciona el HPDR. Mucha gente siempre pregunta. 5 días. 5 días te está rechazando la media, te está dando el adelantamiento, te está rechazando el promedio del 21, tío. Siguiente objetivo, promedio del 9 en 72. Por eso Farhan está dando ese lógico trade en long. Porque lo que él ve y lo que probablemente los otros tíos ven es rechazo, bajada, subida, rechazo. Y no lo puedo descartar porque ese puede ser el nuevo, el siguiente nivel, ¿no? No lo puedo, o sea, hasta que no pase no lo puedo descartar. Pero ¿qué es lo que yo hago? Me espero a reaccionar, se los digo. ¿Cuánto tiempo esperamos estas entradas en el 77? Bien, está pasando tal cual. Primero subió antes de bajar, sí. Por eso el 77 tiene que funcionar bien para mí. Hasta ahorita está haciendo, tiene todos los elementos que yo estoy buscando en este tipo de trades. Ahorita parece que volatilidad está expandiendo, pero recuerda, esto no va a validar hasta en 6 horas 49 minutos. Esto es lo que queremos ver cerrar hoy. Queremos ver si esto cierra, si volatilidad está expandiendo a la alza. Y yo es más, ¿saben qué voy a hacer ahorita mismo? Voy a apuntar mi volatilidad, el porcentaje en 31. Dame un segundito, mi pluma no está pintando. Volatilidad. Lo tengo en 31.75% y el precio lo tengo en 75,656. ¿Por qué apunto esto? Porque si al final del día me doy cuenta que el precio bajando es lo que está impulsando este boom de volatilidad y no el precio subiendo o al revés, es a donde más probabilidad le voy a dar de continuar. Por eso lo quieres apuntar. Diaria, habías tenido este movimiento de aquí a acá con este setup de volatilidad acá y después contrajo en lo que llegaste a este alto. ¿Qué te dice eso? A mí en lo personal me dice que ya lo dejó de empujar. Estás por encima del 100, está jugando ese juego pendejo una vez más para no enseñarte que este es un SFP, una desviación. ¿Por qué no te quiere enseñar que es una desviación? Porque va a ser el trade para abajo muy fácil para todos. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que quiere hacer? Aguantar por encima del promedio del 100 que está en 75,290. Y esto va a cerrar al mismo tiempo que tu tabla de 5 días. Y esto es donde vamos a ver qué pedo. Tienes un cruce plateado al alza, por supuesto. Y también tienes el promedio del 9 justamente acá en los 74,500. Y no les voy a mentir, usé los 74 y 73. ¿Por qué? ¿Era la de 12 horas o la de 8 horas? No, pues ya cambiaron todas, ya no me acuerdo cuál fue la que usé, el 74 y 73 para entrar en mi long. Pero por ahora estás por encima del promedio del 9, del 5, el 100, estás intentando retomarlo después de haberlo perdido. Una vez más, aquí vas a ver cuál es el SFP. Y ahora, puedes cerrar por encima hoy, ¿no? El siguiente lo cierras por abajo, tal cual como lo hizo la gatada antes. Eso simplemente te dice que todavía no te van a mandar al carajo ni a Valhalla y tienes que esperarte. Voy a usar 4 horas para los trades y pueden ver que 4 horas se está preparando. Esto es lo que yo quiero ver. La de 4 horas es la que me da los trades más fáciles. Cada que veo esto en la de 4 horas se me para el corazón. Quiero ver esto caer acá, quedarse acá y una vez más salir y ver para dónde está apuntando. Puede que sea demasiado tarde, puede, no te lleves todo el movimiento completo, pero sí te lleves una gran parte de él. Yo esta tabla de 4 horas voy a estar viendo como pinche halcón. ¿Ok? Por ahora, abriste debajo de la media, tío. Había cerrado por encima, bajaste. Aquí, por esto es lo que yo estoy esperando. Que me den los 76 más o menos, hacer corto ahí, que rechace la media, nos tire y vayamos mínimo acá, a estos 74. Mínimo, es lo que yo estaría esperando. Ahora, rompes los 76 con fuerza y te quedas bien pegado, ¿no? En el acelerador, puedes tranquilamente venir a 76,800. Para mí, el número que busco son 76,600 para agregar a mi posición arriba. Y si veo que viene para acá, son 76,800 con un extremo en 77,898. Me encantaría ver esto que esto literalmente venga derechito para acá y este sea el rechazo, dándote el alto, por fin el alto más bajo y a la verga para abajo. Ese sería mi sueño mojado. Este. Me voy a salir de mi corto, Nel. Voy a agregarle. ¿Dónde? Acá, acá y espero que acá. ¿Ok? El corto se trata, para mí en esta situación, volumen. Mientras más lana, ahorita lo que, por ejemplo, gané en mi long, lo voy a usar para meter en mi corto. ¿Por qué? Porque esto, si le pego y bajamos a 60 y cacho, 50 y cacho, ya quedé. La decisión está en ti. ¿Estás aquí creyendo que vas a ir para arriba? Bien, yo te esperaría. No te quieres esperar una mejor entrada, oportunidad de long. La oportunidad estaba en la de 4 horas acá, en los 75 planos. Vamos a ver en la diaria. En la diaria te la da la media, 75, 100 igual. Excelente oportunidad sería el promedio del 9 en los 74, 500. Pero, una vez más, esto es lo que yo estoy esperando a ver si me llega a dar más entradas para continuarlo. Ya me salí de mi long lo agarré acá, nada mal. Ese fue mi promedio por acá. No agarré el fondo. Siempre se los digo, es casi imposible agarrar el fondo. Pero es lo que estamos viendo con Bitcoin. Ya les enseñé el por qué con, ¿cómo se llama? Con Solana, que pueden ver, Solana puede venir hasta los 86, 30 y rechazar y vámonos para abajo, ¿no? Entonces, me estoy recargando en esto. El hecho de que Solana no está haciendo lo mismo que Bitcoin, para mí Solana es el líder, es el que lleva el paso. Hay algo mal definitivamente ocurriendo en Bitcoin. El hecho de que Coinbase me haya dado esta toma de liquidez también me dice que Coinbase está acabando el movimiento. Me dice que Circle está acabando el movimiento, cayendo por debajo de la línea que habíamos puesto antes. Lo pueden ver acá. Y la otra, Tesla. Tesla está engañando a todo el mundo. Se los conté al principio de esto. ¿Por qué? Pues, güey, te está haciendo un SFP de esta zona. De lo que habíamos dicho antes era la zona a rechazar. Y además, si lo pones en la semanal, puedes ver que con el subidón te dio una vez más contracción de volatilidad. La volatilidad te la había empezado a dar con esta caída. Eso quiere decir que Tesla está prefiriendo caer. Y la otra cosa es, si pongo el RSI en esta chingadera, pueden notar rapidísimo acá varias cosas. Este tope de acá, ¿no? Con el RSI aquí. Bien. Este tope de acá, con el RSI aquí. Y el tope más alto, que es este, con el RSI aquí. Divergencias bajistas, papis, en Tesla. Y la otra cosa que me dice que es mentira todo lo que están viendo, Elon, cada que hace esto, lo hizo todo este tiempo, pero no les gusta aceptar, no les gusta tomar ideas, no les gusta ver fuera de lo que les dice la televisión, pero la realidad más grande de todo este pedo es, cada que te va a tirar Tesla el precio, Elon te saca un update, ¿no? Súper hypeado, que lo pone primero con sus influencers, con la gente que solamente habla de Tesla, que son sus títerecitos, y así funciona todo, ¿eh? Todas las redes sociales funcionan así, no solamente Tesla. Te pone al crew de los títeres a decirte, no, es que este es de verdad el cambio más grande de todos. Güey, mi Tesla ya se maneja solo poca madre, no necesita nada más. A la verga, si lo pudieras ya solamente dejar, se puede. Me llevó a ver a Pato a la carrera de Long Beach de vuelta, luego fuimos a cenar mi mujer y yo también de vuelta. Me lleva a todos lados sin que yo ya maneje. Es lo que yo buscaba y es lo que tengo, ¿no? Este hype que está creando con eso. Y luego también lo que hace es saca la flotilla de robotaxi. ¿Se acuerdan de esa o no? Que les dije. En este momento lo que está haciendo es, está expandiendo en 2 ciudades en Texas y pone 2 pinches taxis, o sea, 2 modelos 3 o Y, sin chofer. ¡Wow! Cualquier Tesla puede hacer eso hoy. Pero ya con eso, no, es que es la nueva era de AI. Y Tesla se va a ir a $4 millones, brother. Nel. Ahora, Hay algo muy interesante pasando. Y esto no sé si simplemente es para que las empresas y los billonarios se vuelvan más ricos o no, pero Donald Trump le va a regresar miles de millones de dólares a empresas, ¿no? Por lo de los aranceles. O esta inyección de dinero que buscábamos, Alejandro, bla, bla, bla. No la entiendo todavía. Necesito ver a tu Paco favorito analizarlo, porque tu Paco favorito no lo va a analizar. Va a decirme lo que las noticias quiere que le digan. Una vez que yo vea eso, te digo. Hay cosas que literalmente no tengo yo que hacerme el pinche genio, solamente tengo que saber a quién ver para saber, porque si eres de las personas a las que sugieren con ideas, pues tío, ¿qué crees que te va a pasar? No. Vientos. Ok, no mames, que llevamos 3 horas y media. Wow, se pasó en putiza. Ok, Google for a trade, Mr. Farhano, or Alex, actually. You're muted. There you go.
Oh, yeah. Let me get that going. Yeah. Let's see how Google's doing. Oh, not looking the worst. Let's go to a higher time frame, get some perspective here, right? And so we're just bouncing right off that monthly EMA 9, which is a good sign. You want to really see where this is going to close, because actually into May, you could get a pretty easy trade. That's just a monthly throwback right up the monthly 5. You can see this whole move up. You've just been riding on the monthly 5. And lows that you actually didn't even test for multiple months, I guess a whole year, close to it, was that monthly 9 actually. So getting back above both of that would be a pretty easy trade. Would just mean you'd need to be a little patient here. Lower time frame, right? Daily EMA 5's holding. You are going to identify this little gap here. So maybe if you get somewhat of a pullback here, you would look at maybe the daily EMA 34 to really hold you. And that makes sense, right? You were really rejecting that on this move down. The daily EMA 34 should hold your extremity lows. And especially for trading, you want to be playing the extremity, and this could get near that gap fill as well. As long as you're holding up the daily EMA 100, you are going to be more bullish, and Google is going to close, just bullish, just like that. And you do see that we are just trekking up here. Only objective for bulls is a high, right? When you're in a weekly downtrend, to shift it up, you want to make a high here. So that would mean that if we do get any kind of pullback here, look for entry and use your daily EMA 34. That'll actually line up pretty nicely with the weekly as well. Weekly EMA 5. It's very hard to be longing here though. And that's why we'll say you should wait for a pullback. Because at minimum, you get that pullback to maybe that weekly 5 at 321. You do see around that 320 zone, there's your daily 9. You start losing your daily 9, you can have actually confluence of maybe that daily EMA 34, which again, I do think is the spot you should be looking for some longs. Potentially, right? If you're going to be an aggressive trader, we know that the daily 5's holding. So then you could even go to like your 4-hour. And as long as the 4 hours above the 9, you're just going to be longing any retests. So that's like a few ideas. Monthly trade, playing the monthly 5 reclaim. You also have your daily EMA 34. Just shouldn't, be the extremity low here. If you make any kind of major move down, just like when you'd make any move up, you would just reject off the daily 34. And pretty nicely too. I mean, look at this rejection. I gave you a 12% move down just from a daily EMA 34. Here was another one, 7%. So that would make sense. And why I use that as well is because you just reclaimed it. You've retested the 100 already, but you haven't retested the 34 yet. So that could just be a nice area of interest for bulls, for maybe someone looking for a long. And you'll simply just use, if you were using low leverage, you could use 271 as a stop loss. That should just be the low that holds. Obviously, that's a little aggressive. We know that, right? The 4-hour EMA 100 is a big spot. So I would just have my stop loss at like 295. You start losing the 4-hour EMA 100. Most likely means we'll start dumping. You can see that is when we started to really move down on Google. Also massively rejected it here. What will that line up with? Just losing your daily 34. And that'll cancel this trade. Stop at 295. or low leverage, more conservative here, less, likely to get out, 271. If you take this low out, you definitely know. I mean, you're just going to move down. That would mean, Google has broken its daily SMA 200 and even gone lower. Because you do see the daily SMA 200's a little past that March low. So really, Google looks bullish though. As you've been looking for trades, really all I've been talking about is just weekly 5s and 9s holding, which is a good sign. And on the monthly, the 5 getting reclaimed is a nice welcoming sign. And then even getting the expansion off the monthly 9. So, I mean, Google is bullish. If it can break this high, this will be in a new higher high, and then you'll just be playing the monthly uptrend. You can see, again, just playing the monthly 5s was a good thing, really, during this whole move up. So hopefully that made somewhat of sense. I do think that it's nice when the daily EMA 34, 4-hour 100, along with like the weekly 5 all lines up around the same zone. That can be, kind of nice and just give you as a trader good confluence of a trade. Because, longing here just for a little more up seems aggressive. I'd rather wait for some more bullish structure, maybe a higher low. That's when you can start longing. Nice V bottom though. Just went up last 3 weeks.
This is one of those charts like the S&P 500 that there's 3 of them. And everyone's like, oh, the economy's recovering on a V shape. It's doing a V shape recovery just because 3 charts did it and everything else is down like 80%. It's fucking incredible. Can't make this up.
We want to see too if it's going to hold that EMA 5 throwback. Now, I know the 5 is already bullish in itself because you bounced off the 9. But again, we'll play what we know. So more likely a pull back to the monthly 5. And then we'll just see if that holds or not. But that's kind of what I would be looking for. Honestly, that'd be like a nice, easy trade.
Yeah. Yep. Well said, senor. Thank you. It's going to be for you, Mr. Farjano, JNG for investment opportunities. So JNG, J as in Jew, N as in not, and J as in Jew.
I got a better one. J as in Jew, N as in I won't say that, and then J as in Jew. I'll be here all day. Well, for another 10 minutes.
It's fucking incredible. Oh, thank you. Alrighty. I'll do this one quick. Buscando a Google para invertir, mis estimados. Estamos viendo el gráfico diario. Vamos a buscar un poco de confluencia rápido con el semanal en putiza para ver qué más hay. Estos serían movimientos extremos. Habíamos tenido la idea de un retroceso a esta zona. Tal vez no lo va a dar. Y Google, pueden ver que rompe todos estos altos que había básicamente dejado aquí atrás. Todos estos mínimos. Y ahora está amenazando a llevarse, ya se llevó ese, solamente este alto, el de acá. ¿Ok? En los 348.81. Tienes un cruce plateado a la alza. Es muy fácil, cabrón. Tienes este rechazo acá, que después, una vez que lo rompiste, máximo histórico, una vez que lo perdiste, este fondo, el throwback que te tiene que dar después de un cruce plateado a la alza, donde quieres entrar para un trade, no aquí, porque esto es demasiado riesgoso, sería esta zona en los 328. Y el 21 sería tu segundo extremo de ello. No aguanta esto y empieza a ver que se lleva para abajo esto. No se vería tan bien. Yo personalmente me saldría aquí con los invalidados en los 311. No quiero quedarme a ver si me vas a venir acá o si simplemente ya va a caer, ¿no? Y después va a ser un bajo más bajo después de esto. Tiene momentum alcista, tienes volatilidad, la volatilidad había expandido a la alza. Y ahora tienes una contracción, sí. Entonces, esto es más alcista que bajista, por supuesto. Tienes en tu semanal tu volatilidad expandiendo a la subida. Y lo que yo haría es pondría en mi HPDR acá. Te puedes dar cuenta exactamente esto. Donde tengo la línea acá, está casi la parte alta de la zona azul, que es técnicamente donde debería de hacer esto para después subir. Y eso es, tu long está en los 328. Segunda oportunidad de long en los, de acuerdo al HPDR diario, 320, 328. Yo, una vez más, no esperaría. Yo lo invalidaría en los 311. A la alza. La neta, si llega a los 355, aquí hay un corto. Pero tienes que saber que lo que yo pondría aquí es un trailing stop. Eso quiere decir un porcentaje para salirme y decir, ok, estoy mal si es que se pasa de eso. Puede llegar ahí, no sé, ya vino al 95% a rechazar acá. Puede que esto se empiece a dar la vuelta. Ahora, ¿se puede dar la vuelta para darte la entrada? Sí. Y es lo que yo pensaría. En long haría eso. Ahora sí que, ¿a dónde va a llegar primero? ¿No? Un poco como lo que hicimos con el petróleo. Si llegas a esta zona, no, todo el mundo una vez que llegue acá va a hacer un corto acá y sería un error. Sería entre los 355 y los 363 tu zona de corto, esta, de acá. Si llegas acá, corto. Yo lo intentaría y ponía un trailing stop, quiere decir con un porcentaje de pérdida que estoy dispuesto a tomar. Y a la baja, si se regresa a los 327, sería el movimiento ideal para poder entrar en long. Y 320 también lo puedes usar para poder agregar a tu posición, eliminando tu trade debajo de los 311. Debajo de esta vela de acá. Si esta vela se la lleva a la vela. Ajá. Vamos a hacer J&G en putiza entonces. J&G.
J&G.
Dear Lord, please let it not be one of those bottoming charts. Thank
Or
God.
anything but those ones that literally just go down only.
As I'm invested in it's J&J, by the way. I'm sorry, I don't know why I wrote J&G.
That's Johnson and Johnson, right?
Hang on, let me triple check on the chat. J&G, yeah, J&J. I'm sorry.
All right, Johnson and Johnson, the worst of the vaccines. I don't know if I can still use that word.
Oh wow, that was pretty good. Okay.
All right. So which one do I want to use? I'm using the 6 month. Doesn't look as shit as Pfizer and Moderna. Those look absolutely garbage. So I guess
Yeah, well, Johnson
Johnson
& Johnson had the powders that gave you cancer, but they were lucky enough to be able to incorporate them in a new company and pass them on as different assets. So now they can give you cancer through different sources, but not Johnson & Johnson. So you're good.
They had the last laugh when their thing was the worst.
Uh-huh.
So on the quarterly on Johnson & Johnson, we are starting to flip out of the bearish control zone and approach the neutral zone. It's still not near 20, whether it's negative or positive. So you have to look at that as a wash, neutral momentum, and volatility is now approaching 0%. On the jewel, you have you're losing the sell signal that you've had for a good amount of time, flipping it to neutral, and you're getting some massive girthy green dildos off of that. And momentum is really not even in the positive area, and you've seen some busting action. And you are currently forming bearish divergence though because of that, because momentum is not able to break the previous high on momentum, whereas price is making a massively higher high. But this is going to require a local top to confirm, and this is where you need to not just be able to see that the divergence is there, but when it's actually actionable. And it's not actionable yet until you get a local top win. And to get a local top, you have to close below, as of now, $142.75. That's probably not going to happen on anytime soon. The bearish, I'm not saying the bearish divergence isn't going to confirm, but likely going to confirm from higher up, because eventually it's going to be easier and easier to make a local top as you get closer and closer to the 38.2% or even the median potentially. If you get a nice enough rejection here, then on the next candle, on the next open, it'll be to make a local top, you will have to close below $200, basically 291, and that's a lot easier than closing below this number here at $142. And then as you go higher, it becomes easier and easier to eventually confirm that bearish divergence, as long as momentum is not taking out the previous high on momentum, which as of now doesn't seem likely, because we've made such insane busting action and we haven't taken it out yet. And then once that divergence does confirm, based on how high you get, it likely is not going to be a reversal, but just a little bit of a pullback, a cooling down of the rally. And if it were to happen from here, I'd say that maybe somewhere around $200 to 190s. But if it goes higher, then it's probably going to be somewhere around 230. We have to see where you actually get your confirmed local top. Maybe you don't even get it a confirmed local top until $300. Who knows? Can't see into the future, unfortunately. Quarterly is currently ticking down, but still above the moving average, with volatility starting to tick down, but that's also still above the moving average. And you're continuing on this buy signal here on the jewel, and now you're entering into the bullish control zone. You did get a very strong previous quarterly close above the 61.8%. I believe, yeah, it was slight rejection to the 78.6. So then it makes sense to get a pullback from there after you hit your target of the closing over the 38.2, which is the 78.6. And from there, likely you're going to see a pullback of somewhere around the 38.2%, or the 5 EMA, which is around $212, $210. And as long as that area does hold, you should see expansion into somewhere around high 200s to that point, like 271 would be the next 78.6 target. Are they working on a new pandemic or something? New pandemic drops summer of this year.
No, I just think everyone's getting cancer, and I'm sure these guys have like some nice treatments for that won't cure you, but you know,
make you live a couple of years longer with insane amounts of pain.
and only for just a couple $1 million covered by your insurance. Not a big deal.
But hey, you're alive.
Yeah,
technically
is the right word.
It's like whenever you have trillions of dollars in some shitcoin that has no liquidity. Sure, you're a trillionaire technically.
Yeah, good luck getting it out.
So on the monthly, we got momentum starting to flip down from being topped out. Does make sense. Cool down a little bit after a pretty massive rally to the upside with 0 pullbacks. And we went all the way up to 97.5%. And now we're coming back. And we're about to tap the 5 EMA, which is around $229. You likely will get a bounce at that 5. Not sure if this is going to be a reversal or not, but likely we'll get a bounce nonetheless. And if this 5 doesn't hold, then you're likely going to come down to the 38.2%, wherever it is at the time. And this is going to update in about 10 days. And bulls want to see the 38.2% step up. So then the upper ranges will also step up. And then your 97.5% is going to be way higher. And the 95% is going to be way higher. So then you'll have more room to run up before it gets topped out again. But it wouldn't be necessarily bearish. It wouldn't be fitting with the bull thesis if it were to come down to this 38.2%. But it wouldn't necessarily be bearish. What would be bearish if you were to close below this 38.2% at $210? Then you're likely going to come down to this bottom 38.2% at around 180s, and then high probability you're going to erase this whole rally. Not confirmed at that point, but high probability you're going to. What else is there? Nothing. 2 week. 2 week is flipping down, exiting the bullish control zone. Still in the positive territory. It's over at 27. Still some hopium here, as long as it's not negative. And volatility is approaching extreme lows. And you got a God mode sell signal here on the jewel. You are currently putting in some hopium, some hidden bullish divergence possibilities with taking out all of these previous lows, and momentum or price is still making a higher low. But to make a local bottom here, you will have to close over 247.21. And if you can do that, that will maintain the 61.8, 38.2%, and also close over the 61.8%. Then that takes you into somewhere around that 270 target we saw previously. And it's a big, very big if though, because you got to make a local bottom first. Weekly is starting to tick back up also from the bearish control zone, still within the bearish control zone though. Volatility still expanding. You got the God mode jewel signal still playing out, sell signal. And now you're getting a fresh pink below yellow cross, quite bearish. And zoom in, and you've lost a 38.2%. Likely you're going to test the 78.6, which is around 220s. The bull scenario here is if you come to the 78.6 and you close above the 21, then you could see another attempt at this 38.2%. And at that point, I think you're probably going to bust up. If you fail to hold this 21, then you're probably just going to continue dumping to like at least 55 at $200 flat for the psychological number. Five-day also flipped down. 5 days also lost at 38.2%. You're approaching the 78.6, which is going to be the target. Actually, you're getting a slight bounce from the 78.6, which is around 230. You want to see this close. If you can close over the 78.6, you're going to get a little bounce. Probably going to be a bearish retest of somewhere around 230, 237 to 240, and likely then down. But if you lose the 78.6, it's probably just going to dump towards 220s. Two days now also entering into the bearish control zone. Let's see what this previous low is. You're forming some possible bullish divergence because momentum is making a higher low when price is making a lower low. But to make a local bottom here, to confirm the divergence, you will have to close over $242.20. And then if you can't confirm that, that takes you to current all-time highs. But it's a long way from being confirmed. And once you take out this low, it'll no longer be possible. And the jewel is giving you a fresh sell signal on the 2-day, a rejection of the bullish control zone. Daily is also in the bullish control zone. Daily is not making bullish divergence because you're making a lower low momentum with a lower low on price, and volatility is expanding. You have hit the target from losing the 38.2, which is the 78.6. You're getting a slight bounce, not much of a bounce. And the same idea as before, if you hold 78.6, you can get a little bit of a bounce towards somewhere around this cluster of EMAs in the 230s to 240 zone. You lose it, you're probably just going to dump to 220s, somewhere around 226 to 225. And 4 hours flip down, well within the bearish control zone. And then also making lower lows on momentum with lower lows on price. No possibility of bullish divergence here. And you got a pretty nasty previous 4-hour close. I would say based off of that close, you're going to get a little bit of a bounce to take out anyone who aggressively shorted this area. Maybe towards 230s, same idea, 230s, 240s, possibly the 240s, but I'm thinking more closer to 235, 236, because that is where the 38.2% and the 100 EMA is at. And also at that point, your silver cross is going to the downside, which you have is going to go lower, and your 21 is also going to be there. So you have multiple points of resistance to that zone. And then likely that's where you get your dumping action. And same target of 225 to 226, which is this 200 SMA on the 4-hour. Let's look at RSI. Month 6 month currently has active hidden bullish divergence. Arguable that it has played out because you've seen two girthy green dildos from that divergence being confirmed. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over $144.62. And your next target would be the critical zone, which is at about 250, 254, 253, very close to that area. This is a 6-month chart, so it can take a long time to play out before you hit the critical zone. You'd easily see a little pullback in between there. And you wouldn't even see it on the 6-month chart. Quarterly, it's invalidating. Oh, actually, no, it's putting in another local bottom with the hidden bullish divergence still active. And this will be active as long as you're closing over 144.62, and your next target is you're already in the bullish control zone, so the critical zone. And it's going to update, so you got to take this with a grain of salt, but it's right now at about 398 to 400 bucks. Likely will update. With these targets on this HPDR, I mean this RSI, I don't really like to go off of them as like super seriously because they update so many times. I only take them more seriously on lower time frames, like 4 hours and below, because there's less updates, less of a chance for the number to drastically change. Because like on a monthly or a quarterly, previously our quarterly bearish divergence target was 71,000 to 66,000, but the next one was 20,000. Now that it updated, it moved up to 63,000 for the next one. Quite the jump. It's 3x. So that's why on the higher time frames, it's not as reliable. Only the immediate ones are worth something. Like if you're right here at the simple moving average, that one would be worth something on the monthly. And that simple moving average is currently at $218, $217. And that would put you right around this 9 EMA. It's funny how the ads lines up with the EMAs as well. 2 week also putting in a local top, going to target the bullish control zone. That sits at 215. Weekly also has 3 drives of bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below about 243. And your next target on that bearish divergence is going to be the bullish control zone, which is very close, about 230. And then the neutral zone is at 218. Nice number. 5 days also got bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over what number? 248, 242.02. Let's just say 242. And then your next target is going to be the easy target is going to be the edge of the bullish control zone, which is at about 225. And then the neutral zone is 205. So you got a range between 225 and 205. Three days also got active bearish divergence. And this is going to be active as long as you're closing below $243 and you're well within the bearish control zone now. So the next target would be the critical zone, which is at a beautiful 217. And volatility is now starting to expand from extreme lows. And zoom in here, and you're getting a very, very, very bearish cross on the jewel. It's happening in the critical zone when they're all bunched up together, and you got a God mode background also. Looks like Bear Jesus approacheth. Blessed be his name.
I'm pretty sure you analyzed this before, and because on my chart it says like it's fucking going down, and I'm sure I didn't come up with that.
Yeah, on the higher time frames it looks good, but on the lower time frames it looks like it's breaking down.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe our top is in. But on the high ones, it's gonna look good all the way until like halfway into the bear market.
Oh yeah.
On the 2-day, we are now invalidating the hidden bullish divergence. That's taking us into the bearish control zone. The critical zone target is a little low, sitting around 207. Not really that much lower than 215, so maybe another $8. So it depends on, and volatility does support that. So maybe slightly lower than 215. Because volatility is now expanding from extreme lows, and jewels curving around and giving you a fresh sell signal here with the invalidation of multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence. So yeah, I'm thinking maybe closer to 205s to 200, 207s to 200 flat, because that is a psychological number as well. And then get a nice bounce from 200, have that bounce fail, and then death, Hades, or their next government bailout.
Soon.
It's lagging. Daily's got 3 drives of hidden bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below $240. And your next target is the critical zone at 221. Lines up with the idea of a small bounce at 220s. I keep forgetting it's not a crypto, so I don't need to look at the 8 and 12 hour. Stocks are so much easier because there's so much less, so little data to look at versus crypto.
Mm-hmm.
4 hours got a silver cross to the downside. You have got your retest of the 9, and now it's looking like it's ready to dump towards this 200, which is at that same 220s area. Like it gives you a little bounce. That bounce maybe takes you towards like 230s, maybe 235. I don't think it's going to get to 240, somewhere in the 230s for a retest of this 9. And then likely that will dump you some more. And your next target is around 217 and then around 200 flat, which I kind of think you might even sweep 200 and go into the 190s because we did have a HPDR target in the 180s. Let's go into momentum. And by the way, speaking on what Alex mentioned about the return of the clown emojis, they all got liquidated. Haha, sucks. Sucks to suck.
It's beautiful.
I don't take pride in people losing money. I just take pride in people losing money. I'm just kidding. So on the daily, we got momentum freshly flipping down. This also supports the idea of pullback somewhere around this zone. And we're going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 77,200. And the fact that the pivot is $2,000 or about $1,200 above price is not exactly bearish, but it's not bullish either. It would have been bullish if the pivot was below price. So now we have about 6 hours for the bulls to run it up to 77,120. And if you can flip it up here, then I'm going to rule out the pullback, and I'm going to say that we're going to go straight to the 80s. Very big if, so it's going to depend on today's daily close. If you fail to flip this back up, then you're likely going to or if you close below this 100 EMA, then you're likely going to get a sweep of these lows, a sweep of this previous 73,250 low, and probably going to dump towards somewhere in the 72s. I'm going to have my entries at 72,650 for this 21. Front running maybe 72,750 for $100 over, and then the second bid at 71,950, so I can front run that a little bit. And then stop loss is going to be 70,500, maybe a little bit below 70,450. So anyone who heard that and wrote it down, you just got it for free. You're welcome.
Enjoy. They're like, what? They're probably doing something else. They're vacuuming. No one's fucking listening to shit. So you're good.
12 hours also flipped down with volatility at extremes, ready to give off a setup here. And this is going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 77,150. Let's say 150 because this number changes. And you are currently right at the edge of the bullish control zone. So this is the area where it would need to flip up, or you're going to get a little bit of downside price action, which is the idea currently. Is this is going to remain flipped down while volatility expands, and that gives you a sweep of this 73,250 low. All right. So, yeah. Can somebody check what the stop loss is on that long I posted on Discord? Don't remember.
Yeah, for Bitcoin?
Yeah.
Let's see. The stop loss on the Bitcoin long was 84,650.
84?
Or wait, let me see. Did I read that wrong? Yeah, 84,650.
Should have been way lower.
Maybe you meant maybe it's supposed to be put at 74. Stop loss.
That's 70,500.
Oh, I'm looking at the April 13th one. Oh, my bad.
No worries. 70,500. So if that one gets run, then you're going to be out of longs for that time period, and you're going to be looking for a retest of somewhere around 70,000, probably closer to 69,000. And at that point, I don't think 69,000 is going to hold, and you're probably going to dump straight to 65 to 67. But until that happens, right now I am leaning towards a sweep of this 73 low into 72s, a little bit of a bear trap there, and then run it up. And I believe we have a bear moon very soon. Let me put on the moon phases.
I think you're right because I saw the moon last night and I was going to ask you and forgot.
Yeah, I think we do. Yeah, we have fresh bear moon. We actually already fired it off, and it literally called the top.
Not bad. Not bad. I just want 76,100, like 76,600 to be touched again to add. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep my position the size it is.
Let's see what this previous high is at, 76,260. Yeah, it makes sense to sweep that high and then put in the fuck you candle and then dump.
Yeah.
And the moon has a greater than 70% hit rate, so that's pretty good.
I'm trading with that bitch on my side, let me tell you.
Can't lose.
I can't lose, won't lose.
It's on the 8-hour. You got momentum very close to flipping back up also. And this is going to flip back up if you close over 75,600. And this is right at the edge of the bearish control zone. So this will be a rejection of getting out of the bearish control zone. Plus, this will also confirm hidden bullish divergence after taking out this previous low and price making a higher low from this one. And that will give you a target of somewhere around 76,000 on confirmation, which is going to be this meme line. Let me draw this meme line in. I don't have it drawn. Right there. We're almost there, basically. You got your rejection to massive dump ski, your rejection at higher low, and then busting action. And what was a major rejection then, likely going to be major rejection now. Unless, and you have to assume that until it proves you otherwise. Because eventually it's going to be broken, but it's going to take a couple of attempts. 4 hours currently flipped up as well with a derp of life. 4 hours about to exit the bearish control zone with volatility approaching extreme lows. And we just want to see a 4-hour close over this 76,000 area. And then you should see that busting action to the upper 70s, somewhere around 78,000 to possibly 80,000. But I'm more confident about 78s rather than 80. 80 is, I'm thinking you're going to get a few rejections first before you go into the 80s. Although it is possible to do straight busting action into the 80s because this type of move, my bias is that it's the violent bearish retest that gets everybody very excited and horny and thinking that the bull market is back, only to give you a massive dump ski and erase it all in 1 week.
I always say if it goes up first, it's going to come down. So that's what I'm hoping for. Because like I said, I ain't getting out of this bitch until it's $90,000. So fucking throw it at me. Better entries, more volume. Let's go.
Yeah, it's like in 2023 when they sent it down on the Silicon Valley Bank and then it busted up like 5x after that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what else there is here. Some slight, no divergence at all. But you're making lower lows with lower lows on price. What is this low? I hate that this shit is lagging. $73,851, $73,759, $73,817. So this is slightly higher low. Interesting. So it does have hidden bullish divergence here, which was confirmed with momentum flipping back up. And that gives you a target of 76,000. which you're basically hitting.
God damn it.
Well, that's the easy target. The next target, if you can close over 76, is going to be this breakdown zone at around 77.
You got 1 second. It didn't close over 76. It's done. Like the 1 hour. What other one
Yeah.
closed?
I'd say 4-hour minimum.
Okay.
Anything
2 more
below,
hours.
it could be a deviation, I think. 2 hours also flipped up with the pivot at 70, 74, 70, 74.9, 74.870. So let's say 70, 74.9. And you are now entering into the critical zone. On this next open, you will be in the critical zone, and volatility is supporting it as well. And you got a fresh silver cross here. So I just want to see it's lined up for bullish momentum. I just want to see the confirmation with the 4-hour close over 76,000. Now let's make the moon phases disappear. They've done their job. Today is still flipped up with volatility expanding, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 73, let's say $74,000. All right, and see you're currently taking out the previous high on momentum. You were at a certain point until now making hidden bearish divergence, but now that is no longer possible because you've taken out the high on a closing basis. And let's see what else. There is some hidden bearish divergence from this point though, but it's very far away. So it's likely not going to be very powerful if it gets confirmed. And to confirm it, you have to close below, come on. Oh my God. This is lagging like crazy. 70,500. So basically our stop loss. If you were to close below there, then that confirms your the hidden bearish divergence from those points, and then you're likely going to get a retest of these lows. If it was a closer hidden bearish divergence, it would have been much more devastating, but it's really far back. How many bars is that? Let me measure it. It's around 47, 48 bars. So it's getting close to the cutoff point. The cutoff point, what I've been taught is 50. After 50, you can start to disregard them. All right, 5-day. 5-day is now getting acceptance of that 200 SMA, which was the previous deviation point. We have this meme line here at the last major lower high. We're kind of rejecting it, but resting right around there at 76,000. And if we can close over there on a 5-day basis, that's what gives us the 5-day expansion on volatility. Because right now, 5-day is giving us a volatility setup. Let me get a sip of my water. And it's giving us a touch and go volatility setup where it just touches the extremes on the meme line and then starts expanding from there. And the 5-day does have a 85% hit rate on playing out in terms of direction of momentum. So 85 is not 100, but pretty close. And this is going to be confirmed on this week on this candle close in 5 days and 5 hours and 56 minutes, so about 6 hours. And it's gonna remain up as long as you're closing over 66,350. And you're now very close entering into the bullish control zone as well. But the sombering details is that if you were to apply the average 5-day move, it doesn't really change anything. You take it from volatility expansion from this point here, you're already up for almost 15%. The average is 20 to 25%. So if you were to take it, the average move brings you right to around 82,000 to 85, 86,000, 85,000 basically, which nothing really has changed at that point. This is just a violent bearish retest, which is quite normal for bear markets. And you're still gonna, it just gives you a better better entry for your stop loss at 97.89. And then you could use higher leverage and make buku gazillions at 60,000. And that is financial advice, by the way. Weekly is currently also flipped up, and you're close to exiting the bearish control zone, but you're still in the bearish control zone on the weekly. I don't think you can exit it on the weekly because that would be a major change in structure and likely going to take you close to your last major lower high around 98K. Don't think that's going to happen. And volatility is now primed at the extreme lows, approaching 0%. So it's getting ready for a weekly volatility setup. I'm guessing this is going to be one of those setups that starts to expand to the upside, and then once you hit that 80-ish thousand area, then it really starts expanding to the downside. These big moves usually get the expansion slightly in the opposite direction, and then the real move plays out because it uses liquidations to fund the actual the girthy dildos. That's why the perpetuals exchanges go lower or higher than spot, because people are being liquidated. And on the weekly on CME, we currently have, let's flip back to that. We also have momentum flipped up on the weekly on CME, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over about $69,000. Nice number. And we have a higher low on momentum with the lower low on price. Even you confirm bullish divergence. You've basically hit the easy target. The next target is going to be somewhere around that $82,000 zone. 82 to the 55, which is around that 85-ish zone. And it's 86 on CME, but spot CME has this premium over spot, so you have to subtract a little bit. So that would be around 84s to low 85s on spot. And this would be a textbook bearish retest on CME, coming back to this major low that we got this bounce to our 98,000 lower high, retesting this silver cross right around this zone, getting everybody and their mothers bullish, and then test the edge of the bearish control zone on the weekly on the momentum, and then put in some massive hidden bearish divergence and then send it down. Because at that point, you're probably going to be taking out the momentum at the all-time high. All right. All right. The 2-week also has freshly flipped back up, and this is going to remain up as long as you're closing over $66,300. And this is still within the critical zone. So the edge of the critical zone is going to be resistance. And if you're able to get out of the edge of the critical zone, then you see a nice move up into the edge of the bearish control zone. And even that is going to be bearish. Although I don't think that's going to happen. I'm thinking you're going to reject at the edge of the critical zone. And you're very close to getting a silver cross down. Monthly is also expanding on volatility. On CME, you're firing off a volatility setup, and momentum is going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $98,400. And the CME setup is also roughly 50%. So if you were to fire that off from, let's say, let's be super generous and say it happens at, we don't really need to do the numbers, we already know. It's like somewhere between 43 to 39,000. I'm going to switch back to spot. It's lagging. Technical difficulties. Let me refresh this page. There we go. Still lagging. That's wonderful. TradingView is a great platform. All right. 2 week is now freshly flipped up, and we are still within the edge of the bearish control zone, and that is the area where you're likely going to reject. If you notice here in the previous bear market, whenever you broke into the bearish critical zone on the 2 week, you came back up, you got your bearish retest, and then you made a lower low, and that was the end of the bear market. Similar ideas currently. Now that you've entered into the bearish control, the critical zone, you're likely going to get your retest, rejection, and then you get your lower low. My computer is dying. Let me plug it in real quick. There we go. Monthly. Monthly is currently also very, very close to firing off a volatility setup. It was previously over 15%, but that's why you got to wait until the monthly close to actually confirm it. One sec, my computer is not charging for some reason. Let me plug it into the wall. There we go. My bad, it wasn't actually plugged into the wall. Not getting any power. So previously on the monthly, we were firing off the setup because it was above 15%, but you didn't get the close. The close is what actually confirmed the setup. So now we've dropped back below 15% with price going up, which is the opposite of bullish because moment of volatility is contracting. When price is going up, it's the opposite move. It's a mean reversion move, if you want to call it. And when you get the actual like downwards price action, that's when volatility is going to start expanding again. And whenever it gets over 15% and closes, then you have your monthly setup confirmed. And the monthly does have a 100% hit rate of playing out in terms of direction of momentum. And currently, you're going to be down as long as you're closing below 97.8, and which is basically our last major lower high. So it's important whenever these pivots line up with areas like that. It doesn't say you're going to hit that zone. It just tells you that that's your major pivot zone. That once you take this out, then even on a 4-hour basis, if you close over 97.9, 97, 90, let's say 98K just to be safe, then you're likely going to reverse this entire move down and retest your current all-time highs, which is a little unlikely. More likely now that you entered into the bearish control zone, you get a little bit of a bounce off the 55 towards somewhere around the 5, which you're currently rejecting, and then the 9, which is around that 80-ish thousand zone. So basically, in the high time frames, Bitcoin is still leaning quite bearish. Even the quarterly has bearish divergence. 6 month is forming 3 drives of bearish divergence. The medium term time frames are flipping around a little bit. 2 week is flipping back up a momentum, and weekly is flipping up. Weekly is possibly putting in hidden bullish divergence. 5-day, it's already confirmed on CME. Spot is also confirmed 5-day bullish divergence, which then is going to give you a target towards somewhere around 80,000 to 82,000 on even a 4-hour close over 76,000. And on the lower term time frames, you are getting momentum flipping down, which I do think is going to lead to a little bit of a sweep of the current lows at 73,250. I'm not really married to that idea just yet. I think that it's high probability, but not guaranteed. And if it does happen, I think it's an opportunity to sweep the 73,250 low somewhere in the 72s, 72.6, 72.7. That would fill us on our long, and then we can send it up from there. And the invalidation for that is going to be getting any 4-hour close below 72,000. I'd say 71.5 to be safe. And the invalidation for long-term macro is getting a weekly close over 98,000.
Nice. Yeah. I mean, basically right now to me is we go up, let's say we take the high right now. Where we at? Right here. We take this high out first, hit that 79, maybe 80 grand. Then it's basically over. And now I can hold that until like literally takes all this shit out. And the reason why is just simply because of how it behaves, not for anything else. This is a perfect little trap, but I'm hoping, and I'm changing my entries. I wanted to do 76,600, but I'm gonna wait. My entry is 76,600, so I'm gonna do 77,600, 78,600, and 79,600 to add to my short. That's what I'll be doing. See how that goes. All righty. Alex, anything else, my boys, you'd like to add before you guys run out of here?
Nothing on my part. Just watch the Discord and trading alerts. And we'll really watch the daily close today. We start SPing the EMA 100 to the upside. That will be a bullish confirmation, specifically with it being a daily close above 76K.
True.
That'll start being the criteria for bulls for that 80,000, like 85K region.
Yeah. Perfect. All righty, boys. Well, thank you so much. Much appreciated.
Yeah, thank you, boys.
Oh, I was muted. Buenas tardes and hasta luego, cabrones.
Hasta luego, motherfucker. Adiós. Ok, solamente rápido en Bitcoin. Yo acá, mi posición, mi promedio es, solamente para que lo tengan, 76,666. Algo así más o menos. Lo que voy a hacer es cada $1,000 por encima por 3 ocasiones, 77,66, 78,66, 79,66. Si es que se llega a dar, voy a hacer corto. Voy a agregar a mi corto, más bien, que es de nuevo un 10X y solamente estoy agregando volumen. ¿Qué volumen ahora estoy agregando? De los trades ahorita de mi long y todo eso. Es lo que le voy a estar metiendo acá a esto. Vamos a Johnson Johnson en putiza, que es lo que estábamos viendo. Este es interesante porque lo habíamos puesto acá, que venía para abajo a retestear esta zona y justamente lo está haciendo. Esto es más sencillo de lo que te imaginarías. La pongo en la semanal, lo puedes ver. Volatilidad está contrayendo. Si viste la diaria, volatilidad está expandiendo ante la caída. Eso quiere decir que sí te va a dar ese movimiento para abajo. Y después de este movimiento a la alza que te dio, tuviste un doble extremo y ahora vas a empezar a tener contracción de volatilidad. Eso quiere decir que probablemente sí vayas a corregir. Siguiente zona para agregar a esta cosa sería aquí en los 206. ¿Por qué? Porque es la zona de resistencia, 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 golpe alto histórico. Ahora, antes de, y la siguiente zona de eso serían 173. Te lleva 173 y algo muy malo va a pasar. Vamos a ver qué tanto serían las diferencias. De aquí a los 206, un 17% y acá un 33%. ¿Qué tanto baja esta chingadera en mercados bajistas? Vamos a verlo en la de 2 semanas. Del 2022. Esto es interesante, se mueve diferente que toda la bolsa. Marzo del 2022, al fondo solamente fue un 24%, por lo que literalmente esta zona sería excelente y esta zona yo simplemente la movería a los 177. Aquí. 179, 180. De 200 a 180 es lo que esperarías para poder agregar e irte para arriba. En tu inversión de Johnson Johnson, ya que no corrige mucho, sí, pueden ver que no se ven ni los dips, ¿no? Es como muy tranquilo. Y lo que sí es, cuando tienes el dip, esta mamada sí le gusta subir como a Bitcoin. Va para abajo, luego para arriba. Para abajo, no, vieron que no dio un alto histórico, subió, bajó cabrón y de ahí te llevó a esto. Entonces Johnson Johnson bastante predatorio. Ya llevamos un chingo de tiempo acá. Voy a ver rápido qué más hay. En putiza. Esta madre cuando retestes la zona de los 83 es cuando quieres entrar. No, espérame, aquí. Esta es la buena. Bueno, 82. 82, 83 es la zona donde quieres entrar. ¿Cuándo bajó esto? En octubre del 2023 y cuando hizo top en enero del 2022. Esta tabla no tiene sentido de acuerdo a todo cómo se mueve el mercado. Si tienes un retroceso a la zona de los 80 es donde quieres meterle para aprovechar la oportunidad. Simplemente haz esto. Y ahí lo puedes ver. cualquier retroceso a los 80 va a ser dorado para que entres. Y en la trimestral solamente para asegurarme, sí, está haciendo altos más altos. Y aparte tienes volatilidad a la alta. Esto se ve muy bien. Aprovecharía yo cualquier retesteo del promedio del 9. 85 podría ser tu primera zona y después los 80 si es que te la da la segunda. Tío Salo, ¿crees que caiga la bolsa y cripto será para alcanzar el fondo? Porque parece que ya no estamos tan lejos. Estamos como los están subiendo para meter a más alcistas. No entendí tu pregunta. CAD for a weekly trade. No, esta mamada, qué weekly trade ni qué nada. Siguen altos históricos. No hay, ahora sí que lo único que puedo ver es esto. Ni siquiera estás en súper extremos. Lo que sí es, tu volatilidad está contrayendo después de esta subidota, pero también te dio este movimiento para arriba. No mames, o sea, yo diría que lo que le toca a esta mamada ya es un corto, ¿no? Pero yo lo haría para invertir, simplemente regresar a la zona de los 740. Esta cosa no corrige tanto. 740 a 700 sería tu punto ideal, pero esto es rápido. ¿Es viable mantener cortos en acciones como Intel, Tesla y Coinbase? Depende cómo lo veas tú, carnal, ¿no? Acá es dónde entraste en corto. Depende de dónde estés en corto en todas. No tengo ni puta idea que hayas hecho y cuál sea tu estrategia. Pero aquí la media semanal de Tesla está en los 409. Si llega a tocar esta zona 4.9, 4.10, 4.14, ahí es donde yo entraría en mega corto en Tesla. Coinbase ya te dio el golpe aquí arriba de la parte alta de la zona azul del 50%, perdón, 215, y se está volteando para abajo. Aquí Coinbase va a depender totalmente de qué va a ser Bitcoin y de si estamos en lo correcto o no en nuestro trade, porque si Bitcoin se fuera a 86, Coinbase va a $300, por ejemplo. Pero no hay nada que nos diga eso. Por ejemplo, Solana, te digo, güey, sigue y te va a rechazar ahorita el promedio del 9 en los 87.20 muy probablemente. Solana 87 para abajo. Si rompe los 87, viene 97. Así de fácil. Ethereum. Ethereum ahí tenían el corto, se los había dejado. Había sido la zona de acá. Quien lo haya tomado le fue bien. Si no, ahorita te van a dar la oportunidad una vez más o en los 2426 o 2460. Tengo uno de esos pelazos en la nariz que no me deja en paz, carnales. No, pues no me lo va a arrancar con pinzas y no me va a doler hasta el ano. Espérenme. Ok. Pero no importa que estemos en semana de reportes de Tesla. Claro que importa. Siempre les digo, nunca se queden cuando estás en reporte de ingresos, porque no sabes qué van a hacer. Puede jugar para ti o puede jugar en contra tuya. Entonces, no tenemos ni puta idea. Me voy, me aventé ya 5 horas, estoy hecho mierda perfectamente. Pero pues todo básicamente continúa más o menos en la misma canción, ¿no? Muy buenas noticias de todo, perfecto. Simplemente es invita a los longs y ya, es la idea. De todas maneras, estás en un mercado bajista, depende, y ahora sí que tienes está en ti. Vas a adivinar dónde está el siguiente tope local para después continuar para abajo. No hay nada que haya cambiado. Lo único que sí tenemos que estar al pendiente y quiero ver el análisis de un Paco. Tengo 2, 3 Pacos, ¿no? Que son certeros. La razón por qué me gusta apoyarme en análisis de Paco para situaciones como esta, la de que le están regresando los aranceles a la gente, es porque no son sus pensamientos, son los pensamientos que les están inculcando en la cabeza. Entonces, ¿no? Como la de Venezuela. Cuando dije, güey, yo no sé en Venezuela, porque si hicimos esto, lo que debería hacer el petróleo es subir, pero voy a esperar a ver qué dicen. Y Paco dijo, va a bajar y va a colapsar. Entonces, ahí te das cuenta rápidamente de lo que va a pasar. Entonces, ahorita voy a ver qué le están dando, qué le están nutriendo a los pacos de pensamientos, porque una vez más, recuerda, no son sus pensamientos, aunque ellos crean, y con eso vamos a poder saber cómo va a afectar eso la economía. Entonces, voy a esperarme a eso. Todo lo demás sigue en pie. Sigo en mi gran corto en este momento a ver cómo nos va. Simplemente estás ante un rebote en mercado bajista, tío. Y este rebote en mercado bajista, pues, es muy típico. No hay más, ¿no? Son de esos rebotes que te hacen pensar que ya todo se va a ir al cielo y normalmente no. Esto es muy común. Así que no me espanta nada, tío. Solamente hay que esperar. No hemos corregido, no hemos llegado a un fondo de nada. No ha habido una capitulación real, es lo que yo diría. Y sobre todo, estoy siguiendo el ciclo. Es todo lo que estoy siguiendo. No voy a caer en el hype de todas las noticias y las pendejadas que me digan. Lo que sí, voy a estar esperando para mis entradas ahorita en Bitcoin para agregar, aunque parecía que traía fuerza y ya se echó para atrás ¿no? Les mando un abrazo a todos, gracias por estar aquí y nos vemos el miércoles. Espero que mañana tengo que ir ok, les mando un abrazo, cuídense. No, mis pedos mentales, felicidades.